The only thing we do at 4 o'clock is we take the dimmer down to avoid the wash, and we take out, actually they're not even, yeah, they're not, I mean, even these lights will give me enough coverage for camera on the podium, because when he steps out, it's still hitting me.
Just tiny dots on Earth's great surface shine. It's all here, just a moment, one breath and then it's gone. It's all here, just a moment, a trick of space and time. It's all here, just a moment, a trick of space and time. Telegraphs along the road, feeding one to one. till all the power's gone. It's all here, just a moment. One breath and then it's gone. It's all here, just a moment. A trick of space and
foolish again, but you end up sick again, and you end up weak again. Babylon. Saladuka kubango, siladuba duba duba bang, babadiga duba kubango kubango. Siladuka Babylon you wrong. You better know, you better understand. You right, you know, you better you will be saved. Babylon, this is the final day. Babylon, this is the final call. We read the right debts on the wall. Since divided we stand, and together we fall. You never know that. You're not gonna catch me in a rat trap. We're not gonna fall in on your dead trap. No way.
basic plucking or the Staunton lick. Hold down the chord of C, pluck a fretted bass string with the thumb of the right hand. Then pluck the third, second and first strings all together with the first, second and third fingers of the right hand. This is the Staunton lick.
This is
The Staunton.
lick. Don't. 49 fucking years old.
It's not about getting drunk only. It's the only group with a very keen sense of how very, very short life is.
I paint. But there's a place in us that lives to dream. In colors too deep to relate. I'm gonna find a way to see it. Sing it from the tallest tree. I'm waiting for another language to speak the story of my soul. For words can be a disadvantage. And hide the hugeness of it all. I'm gonna find a way to say it. Sing it from the tallest tree. I'm gonna find a way to say it. Sing it from the tallest tree.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Until the light faded away in firelight, dancing with no pulse. I'd broken shadows rising from the walls. Another groove without a name carried through the floor. Memory recalls visions of loss. All my dreams attended, and then farewell, my love. Train is gone, deep fog remains. Under the sun, sweet sounds remain. A fire ice falling from the sky, chased by the deep claws rising from the heart. Another groove without a name.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first Data for Children Forum. This is a joint venture between 3 member states, Kenya, Mexico, and the United States, the UN Statistics Division, and of course, UNICEF. The goal of the forum is to serve as a platform for dialogue on what works and what can be further explored to make the data revolution for children. In other words, moving from data for children to data about children to data for children. We have a first-class lineup of data enthusiasts and experts for you, but before we begin, let's take care of some very important business, such as your phones. First of all, this time we're actually going to be, funnily enough, encouraging you to look at your phones. So it being a data forum, we have to. You can access the Wi-Fi with the login. You've got all of that on your sheets, and the password is Data for Kids. That information is also on your agenda. And we also have Pigeonhole, a very new, revolutionary, 21st century, cutting edge, what more could I say? It's all there for you on your sheets. Some people say big data will increasingly provide new insights to inform development efforts at a fraction of the cost of traditional statistics. This is the provocative question. If you have that on your agenda, please take note. What do you think? You go onto Pigeonhole, you log on, and the questions are there for you. 1, 2, and 3. It's more hype than hope. Data diversity will help us have a big picture. Stop living in the past. We need new tools. Are we ready for the results? It's going to go too fast. Can I suggest that we bring on the speakers? Because technology, of course, here's the thing. You've got technology in your hands, but we still need human beings behind it, right? And that's the essence of, in a way, what we're grappling with today. Essentially, that is it. It's about moving from data about children, as I say, to data for children. Jeffrey O'Malley, by the way, has got a brilliant blog on UNICEF Connect that you should look at. So whether it's a young teenager on the move through Hungary using data on her phone for a path to a better life, or a birth attendant in northern Uganda registering a birth. Or to paraphrase our executive director, who you're going to hear from in less than a minute, today's children hold tomorrow in their hands and increasingly in their phones. For the first session, we will address an important question that you now have on your agenda. So let me go straight to our esteemed leader, Anthony Lake, Executive Director of UNICEF. If I can call you up to the platform. And I'll call up as well, please, Amina Mohammed, the SG's Special Advisor on post-2015 development planning at the UN. And we have Catherine Gitau, Ministry of Information from Communication Technology in Kenya. Do we have Catherine? No Catherines in the room, no Catherine Gitau, sorry. We also have a change from Mexico. Excellency Juan Sandoval, the Deputy Permanent Representative of Mexico. You're very welcome. So without further ado, I'll hand directly to Anthony Lake. If you'd like to come up here, please. Thank you.
Whoops. Sarah, you stole.
I stole your speech.
My God, there is nothing worse than having your apparently extemporaneous remarks taken away from you at the beginning of the. Thank you, Sarah. We'll discuss this later. Sarah said that this was, and what a wonderful turnout, that this was a collection of data enthusiasts and data experts. And with me, you've got it, that's half right. And I am certainly an enthusiast, and I am certainly not an expert. And that's why I'm looking forward so much to learning from all that you'll be discussing over the course of the day. You also said that behind every technology is a human being. I am a human being who is so far behind technology that, anyway. But let me repeat a very, very warm welcome to all of you. Including those who are joining us virtually. And I want to thank the co-sponsors, Kenya, Mexico, the United States, and our UN partners for helping put this really terrific event on. Today's agenda is built around our common commitment to giving every child, everywhere, a fair start in life. Data, collecting it, analyzing it, and then using it effectively is critical to moving us towards that goal. So when we talk about data, as we will for the rest of the day, let's remember that behind every statistic is a child or a mother or a father or a caregiver, a human being. And more important than data about children, as Sarah said, is data for children, the title of this event. Infobesity. Infoxication, information overload. Call it what you will, we live in a time of unprecedented information. To put it in context, back in the 3rd century BC, the great Library of Alexandria was built to house all the knowledge in the world, perhaps a bit of hubris on their part. But today, the amount of information available is equivalent to giving every person on Earth 320 times as much information as was in that library. Every human being. It's a daunting figure, but also a huge opportunity. An opportunity to extend the fight for the rights of all children, regardless of their circumstances at birth. So let me very briefly focus on 3 reasons why we have that opportunity before us. First, data tells us which children are thriving and which are being left behind. Disaggregated data is the prerequisite to action for equity. It allows national governments to shape their strategies and target their investments, and from community level to global level, then it also allows us to be effective advocates for all children. Second, data is essential if we are to improve service delivery and other programs for children. Real-time data helps us monitor program delivery, adjust our actions based on that data, and thus improve results for the most disadvantaged children. And third, we live in an era where data is not just about children and for children. Data can also be provided by children and by youth and by their communities, raising their voice and influence both nationally and globally. Who knows better than the communities themselves what their needs are? Amplifying their voice helps democratize development in exciting new ways. Let me emphasize and amplify each of these points a little, but I'll be brief because I look forward to hearing our next speakers. First point, disaggregated data is the prerequisite to action on equity. We will not solve the problem of inequalities until we target the children in greatest need. Children with disabilities, ethnic minorities, children in poverty and conflict, girls. For it is those children, if given the health and the care and the education and the hope that they need and are now denied, those children can then break the pernicious cycle of intergenerational poverty. To serve them, we must know who they are, where they are, and why they are in those circumstances. We must count every child because every child counts. For the past 2 decades, UNICEF has helped 108 countries generate 279 surveys using the Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey, or MIX for short. Data disaggregated by wealth, geography, sex, ethnicity, language, religion, and age is critical to identifying inequalities. Household surveys such as MIX help us identify trends also over time, where we are getting better and where we're falling behind. For example, in 1990, nobody knew whether levels of malnutrition among children were rising or falling in Afghanistan, Ethiopia, or Argentina. Back then, we only had such data for 28 low and middle income countries, but today, that figure is 119. The result? More countries have evidence-based strategies to tackle malnutrition, so fewer children are stunted, and so more children can live healthier and more productive lives. And of course, data about inequalities is essential to our advocacy messages excuse me, on behalf of the children most in need. Our recent, I love saying this as if I knew what it was, hashtag End Violence campaign, for example, was powerful in part because of its hard-hitting data. Facts such as, think about this, 1 in every 3 adolescent girls aged 15 to 19 worldwide has been subjected to some form of emotional, physical, or sexual violence. 1/3 of them around the world. Those numbers in themselves provide for us an urgent imperative to act. Data is also at the heart of the global advocacy campaign to end preventable child deaths, a promise renewed. Global data tells us that we failed to reach the key child survival targets in the MDGs. But country data tells us that 24 out of 81 low and lower middle income countries actually did reduce under 5 mortality rates by 2/3 or more, the goal. Such data thus helps us hold ourselves accountable for where we're failing, but also give us the hope that we need from where we are succeeding by breaking it down. My second point, data is essential for governments, the private sector, NGOs, and others to improve service delivery and other programs for children, especially the most marginalized who depend on them. Real-time or close to real-time data about program delivery helps us identify where we're falling short so we can focus on those areas. For example, real-time monitoring of supply chains helps the government of Laos know not only when life-saving vaccines will be out of stock, but also helps them respond with changes to the distribution schedules of those vaccines. And my third point, collecting and using data is not only about counting and being counted, it's about a greater voice for the marginalized and the democratization of development. Consider U-Report. Using a simple, low-cost mobile phone application, U-Report is now enabling over 1 million young people in 15 countries to voice their opinion on issues they care about and to report on conditions and needs in their communities. from disease outbreaks and teacher shortages to insufficient supplies in community healthcare centers. These young people are going from being simply the recipients of services to more actively shaping their own futures. A final thought. We gain value from data the most when we combine data from many different sources. Robust data from a census or a household survey is useful, but cannot be used for continuous program quality improvements. Real-time monitoring data has the opposite problem. It's not rigorous enough to drive major strategic decisions or serious policy shifts. Combine the two, and you get better results for both the short and the long term. Looking to the future, imagine what happens when we also look at monitoring data and robust data alongside big data analytics. There's no doubt that the world of data is evolving fast, and we must keep pace, even the data challenged like me. We must consider how instant opinion polls can better inform decision-making for children, or how tweets, Facebook comments, and administrative data can be combined to unlock new forms of information to help improve programs and services for children, while respecting, of course, their privacy and rights. I think a big challenge for the future. The possibilities seem endless. And that's why this forum is so important and timely. And as we prepare to usher in a new era of sustainable development goals, issues around data will become ever more relevant. But in all your discussions and in the future, let's always remember the children behind the statistics. The girl born into an urban slum, denied adequate nutrition and starved of the stimulation that her developing brain so badly needs. What chance does she have to reach her full potential? The answer depends on the informed action that we take individually and collectively. For if we use data well, we can give a generation of children, whether they're born in a slum or a conflict zone or in a rural community, more of a fair start in life. A start that sees them not only survive, but thrive and participate. And who wouldn't want that for every child, everywhere? So thank you all for your good work. What gets measured matters. So your discussion of how best to measure matters very much, and I look forward to hearing all the outcomes. Thank you very much, and welcome.
Sure, I'm not sure if this mic is live. Catherine Gitawa, welcome you onto the stage. Thank you so much from Kenya. So for those of you who are more familiar perhaps with hash browns, including our esteemed leader, sorry for that. I mean well. Hashtag is in front of you, and I'll repeat it because I'm not familiar with the hashtag actually. It is hashtag Data 2015. And for the speakers, if you think people are being very rude and looking at their phones, they're just trying to make this hashtag, not hash browns, trend. So now I'll call upon you, please, Amina Mohammed, SG's Special Advisor, to give us a sense of the implications for the SDGs, the global goals on child-related data.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. This is the only basement I know that has this kind of energy. All the others across the road don't. So it's something to do with you, Tony, but also the commitment in this room to what is an incredibly important part of making this agenda work. So my thanks to Kenya and to Mexico and to the United States, UNICEF and our UN Statistics Division for bringing us all together at a really good time, because we need to keep the momentum going from the success that we've just had and we're about to adopt in the next couple of weeks. I'm going to say that behind my data challenges, it's not just me. I've got 6 kids, so they always keep me informed, and they're over such a range of ages that everyone's got a different take on it. So I can tell you what they're doing is evolving really fast. We have had such success over the last 3.5 years journey that we've had. It's culminated in an agreement of 17 goals, and I think what was absolutely magnificent about it is that it was an inclusive discussion. This agenda doesn't just belong to the member states who wanted to own it coming out of Rio, but it opened up the doors to all the other stakeholders that before have had pretty sterile consultations on what we do as we go forward. So for civil society, even that was broadened, and we brought in the voices that were not always there. Business came in its different shapes and forms. Parliamentarians came in. So we've had really inclusive, I think, discussion that's given us ownership to this agenda. We've had lots of challenges about whether 17 goals are too many or too little, and I think all of us who've worked on and in development over the years would have liked to have seen 10 or 12, and it neatly fits into the work that we do. But it's not a very neat world, and we are facing a number of crises that exist and continue, and that's the unfinished business of the MDGs. But there are new ones that we haven't got a clue how to address, and every day we're drawing and digging deep on the solutions and the expertise and experience we have to try to address them. And I think what we see in the 17 is really people's reflections on this is what we need to address the backdrop that we're all agreeing we can see ourselves in, a universal agenda where everyone is inextricably linked. And so I think that, these 17 goals will be the investments that are needed to try to resolve many of the crises we have over the next 15 years. But we had something else that we fought hard for, and I think sometimes we forget about it because it got buried under some media banners that sort of distracted from what we got. And that was the agreement in Addis Ababa, the 4 A's, as it were, the AAA ratings out the window, it's 4 A's now, for financing, and fighting to have that up front and not chasing the money after, commitments to it, frameworks that really address the partners and the key issues that make it a part of a whole to development and not just pieces of it, I think was quite incredible. And it was a real stretch because we left New York going to Addis really not knowing what the outcome would be. And I think that perhaps one of the highlights of that, aside from agreeing on the framework eventually, was in fact the birthing of the Global Partnership on Data. That itself as well, a remarkable achievement where member states and the private sector, business, civil society came together to really say the data revolution means something and they're going to do something about it immediately. But in the forum of where we talk about finance, incredibly important, because this is not a spend people find attractive, certainly not our parliamentarians. Spending on what you can't feel and touch, intangibles, is not a dividend of democracy. They're there for a few years, and what they want to do is bricks. They forget a little bit about the mortar. So I think it was a strong statement to heads of government and some of the particularly the ministers of finance that we had. But now we've done this 3.5 years, almost 4 for me, walk. And we've got another 15 miles to go over the next 15 years. The actions that we need and the results on the ground will be determined by what we do in the first few months. I'm always trying to sell the transition to sustainable development because conceptually this is a huge paradigm shift. The things that we have to do structurally, the things we have to do with the capacities, the resources, all the solutions we are bringing actually need quite a bit of work. And they need work in a way in which the UN itself needs to be geared up to help our countries. So when we send our leaders out the door, probably on the 30th of September, they will be coming to our country teams. They will be asking, the UN set this agenda, so what does it mean and how are we going to engage with it? And some of those first few steps that we take of not starting all over again, but integrating this to lift the visions and country plans and aspirations of countries will be absolutely critical. So there's work to do, and this is why I think, we've had such a huge demand on asking the UN, so what does implementation mean? What is it going to look like? I think we all know it can't be business as usual, and that's going to rub up against mandates, it's going to rub up against structures that we have and funding and financing, all the uncomfortable things that we need to be uncomfortable about if we're going to make a difference to this huge agenda. So it won't be the same implementation we've done before. We will have to find a way to respond to this differently, and we've been speaking about how do we become fit for purpose. So data for children is fine. There's another acronym, D4C. But F, as I leave here, fit for purpose is going to be key. And it's not just for the UN, it will be for our partners as well, because they've followed us down the road of the MDGs, and that has been relatively siloed. So I don't know if it's which UN, I can't remember which UN site it is, but there's a silo busters somewhere, and that's what we really need to do. The vertical is important, but really the integrated and the horizontal is going to be key. And so it is going to be about how we become fit for purpose. It is going to be a work in progress. We are going to be uncomfortable about it. It'll feel like a loss to begin with, but we will gain so much more because there is so much more to do. And I can tell you that because December 31st, I will go home to prove that what we did here over the last 3.5 years, we can implement. The data part of this is so essential. If there is anything that we take out of the conversation that we've had over the last 3.5 years is that, where are the everyone we don't want to leave behind? What does it mean, evidence-based, to say a life of dignity, and that we are dealing with inequalities in a really deep way and not just using measures that stop short of actually mattering to people and to the environment. And so it is going to be essential to take the work that we started in the high-level panel, which talked about the data revolution, to the SG's report that tried to reinforce that, to the incredible work that, Stefan, are you here? UN Statistics are trying to bring together in a very difficult time with reinforcing that, yes, traditional data matters and we must invest in those institutions, data literacy, the funding for it on a regular basis. As though it were routine immunization, it needs to be routine data. But at the same time, taking advantage of what is coming in terms of technology and the big data, the data that allows us to have real-time feedback so that we save more lives and that we can touch hearts and minds of the politicians that really need to move that. But how does that become a partnership that respects its independence and what it brings to the table, at the same time can work together in doing this? That's another hard fit for purpose for you, so good luck on that one. We will try at the country level, but I think, what you lead and help us try to do is going to be incredible. So I do believe the data revolution, everyone told us it was already there, but it is here to stay. We're not there yet. We've talked about the necessity of it and what we want to do, and this forum is absolutely great, and an entry point to discussing this using children is incredibly powerful. But we still need the leadership to get the political commitment driving this over the next few years so that it is seen as a line item in everyone's domestic resource budget as one first charge that we do to make sure that our baselines disaggregated mean something. Accountability on this agenda, it's the one missing piece, so even as we gavel on the 25th, please don't forget that Stefan's work is not yet done. Indicators March 2016, but more importantly, how that comes together with fitting with the follow-up review mechanism. So the 4 components of the outcome document, that we set the scene, that we have the response in goals and targets, that we look for the means of implementation in the financing framework, incredibly important, mean nothing without the 4th part, and that's the accountability bit. And that, I think, leaving it to next year gives us much more time to put into making what we want to do as universal as possible. It's going to be different in different places, and I think that we certainly have our work cut out for us. But without that piece, we will not be able to measure adequately what we need to do in the lives of women, of children, of people, and what happens in our planet. The efficiency, what data brings to efficiency, how that makes sure that we are investing in the best place. So who was it? I came through the door and speaking about how we need to make sure that everyone is identified and you've got a birth certificate for everyone. And I think that, these are some of the things that are important because we are throwing resources at problems we know are there. So we know it's going to work somehow, but it's not efficient. We think there's malaria in every village, and so we put 100% of the resources there when finding out that, in fact, the disease burden is not as bad because things have been working. So if we don't use data to efficiently use the resources that we have, then we are wasting so much of what we could, deploy to other sectors as well as those that relate to health, education, and the rest of the investments we're asking for. The importance of the inequalities agenda. I mean, I know how hard we all fought, even though we thought it made sense to people, to have a separate goal. And yet that is across all the investments that we need to make And that, I think here, data explains, evidence-based data informs and explains so much more explicitly what we mean. And I think that that's going to be a challenge that we will need to paint a picture really bright. I was looking at some of the slides that were coming up, and Nigeria was there, which was great, because the one thing that UNICEF has done for me in my country has been able to really get at the data, the baselines from the states, from the local governments. And, that's quite incredible when you look at a country like ours and a population and, institutions that are overburdened and don't have capacities. And it has contributed to the huge inequalities that we do have. There are huge challenges, and I think that we will all agree that even agreeing a global set of indicators is going to challenge all of us as a system, as the partners on the outside. I think we really need to make sure that we can get a good set of global indicators. The real indicator work has got to be at the country level. It's got to be where it matters most, where countries themselves can use those indicators to measure what they need to put into their budgets, but also whether they're working for children, working for women, adolescents, as we've added to the Every Woman, Every Child initiative of that. To look at the work of many pieces of work that have been done, not to lose them. I hope we won't lose the enormous amount of work that's been done by this forum, by SDSN, by the statisticians, and that we harvest it going forward. We know that disaggregated is going to be essential. We know these institutions have to be really reinforced. But how do you make that not just a budget item that you don't know what happens to it? I think we need some more work on what we mean by strengthening institutions. Goal 16 is wonderful because it really does not just talk about peace and the rule of law, but for the first time, we need institutions to deliver services that not people deserve. I keep seeing sentences in some speeches that say, people deserve this. Actually, people have a right to it. And I think that reinforcement means that we need to structure better and communicate to a parliamentarian what it means and what expectations they should have when they make an investment in an institution. And what should it be for? What's the spend for? Is it data literacy? Is it equipment? What is it actually for? It's a very difficult one. I certainly know when we were spending $1 billion a year on trying to achieve the MDGs, we were trying to also make a difference in public expenditure reform, and that really was about plugging the leaking pipelines of resources, but we were also trying to do public sector reform, and that was really difficult to know what did we mean by the modules to train people, to build capacity, to strengthen institutions. So some thought there, I think this forum could do a whole load to try to address that challenge. That our follow-up review mechanism has more clarity and is not burdensome. Right now, the discussion at the high-level political forum does not bring clarity. Let's hope that countries are not faced with a cacophony, that somehow we can make a symphony out of this, that we're very clear about the level at which we begin to report strengthening the country, what the regional role is, and how all this comes up at the global level and comes back down, doesn't just go up to heaven and doesn't come back down. We need it to come back down so that we can learn from what we're doing and we can push for those gaps to be filled. I think it's really important that the ownership at the country level is deepened, and that we really reinforce the access to data and the use of data, both traditional and non-traditional, and that this becomes all of these. I think we can achieve and we can overcome, but it will require partnerships, and I think the way in which slowly the Global Partnership for Development is evolving is a good sign, but so much more needs to be done. Partnerships even within government, talk less of the ones that are on the outside, even within government need to be established, as we well know the challenges that we have within the UN system. When we talk about data, we had incredible support from UNICEF and UNDP on the panel that the SG set up for the data revolution. But it's hard. It's hard to bring everyone together who's doing this work so passionately and everyone's right. How do we bring more coherence to that partnership and then help countries? Finally, I think that we have to continue to underscore that when we talk about the measurements, that we are going back to that it is about what we do with the poorest, youngest, smallest, most vulnerable member of the family. Whether it's the family or the society, the community, the country, the world, that's where we need to start. If we don't do that, then I think we'd have missed the litmus test of leaving no one behind and reinforcing that children do matter. And UNICEF's role in this is critical. The leadership that we've had from you need to reinforce 100 times over, because this is so much bigger. The universal agenda is bigger, but the context is more complicated. And I think that we should have to scream out loud at the other two pillars in the United Nations across there, particularly the peace one, that we need peace. And that the three pillars stand up together. And we've done a really good job at doing something for sustainable development on the development pillar, but we need the other two for us to stand up. And the context I know we are challenged by, and I think let's keep reinforcing that more investments in the root causes mean the 17 goals. Not the Band-Aids that we put on things and the emergencies that we have to deal with. They are there for us and we need them, but we need to make them history. And it's about dealing with the root causes for this. I'm just going to end on my story because I did see Nigeria up there. And 10 days ago, I was in Nigeria, and I do come from the northeast of Nigeria, and went to school in Borno, in Maiduguri, where Boko Haram has found its home. And I traveled by road from my home in Gombe to Maiduguri. The first thing I had in Gombe was to see IDPs, not in camps, but in our communities, and to see where we had compounds that were led, because it's the glue that keeps us together, by the elderly, that they were not on the outside of it, and that was a sign of hope. It needs much more investment. The old man that was heading the community of about 35, or the compound of about 35, I saw was 105 years old. But what I saw that really said to me, the light at the end of the tunnel is very bright, was that these communities who had gone through so much, mothers and fathers, young and old, in the same compound, were Muslims and Christians, and they came across different cultures. What they didn't have was a spotlight on where were they, who are they, and how do we invest and make sure that they don't remain on the periphery of my town and then are put back again in a place where they're excluded, and it regenerates everything that's the root cause for us of the terrorism that we've had over the last few years in Nigeria. Moving along the road to places where, yes, villages were deserted, but what I did see in the ones that were not deserted, that they were not going to be victims, that girls and young women and men were in the marketplaces, were in school, and they were trying to recover and rebuild their lives in spite of it all. And that's where I really see the reflection of the SDGs, of governments that want to focus on that and want to rebuild, and that much of what we talk about today is about that long road to recovery, building back communities together, and they do have the resilience to try to make it, but they need our help. And in saying so, I have to tell you, 70% of those that I saw were all under the age of 15. And that, for me, made it so much more personal that when I come to a forum like this, we must know who we're counting, and we must know where they are so that we can make the investments that actualize their rights and their aspirations. Thank you very much for letting me speak this long.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Mohammed. And for re-emphasizing that rather arbitrary line between humanitarian and development work, which of course the Executive Director also made in his speech to the board this week. It's wonderful when you have a room like this, and we're at the UN after all, and you hear the word revolution. It somehow sends chills up your spine. It's not something you hear an awful lot of the time in the hallowed halls of the UN. Now we've got another wonderful word, power. The power of data, and a short video to show you what it looks like. Please go ahead with the video.
How do we solve the biggest problems in the world? Where do we begin? Data. Data is knowledge, and knowledge is power. At UNICEF, we use data to drive change. We use data to identify issues affecting children. We use data to understand the scale of problems. Data shows us how far we've come in making children healthier and safer. Data shows that far too many are left behind. More than 30 million girls of primary school age are not being educated. About 16,000 children die every single day, mostly from preventable causes. Our data pushes policymakers and communities to take action. At UNICEF, we don't take numbers for granted, because every child counts.
Thank you very much. We go straight on to our next speaker from Mexico. Our Deputy Representative, please come up. Deputy Representative to the UN mission from Mexico, Juan Sandoval. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. Mr. Anthony Lake, Amina, my dear friend, Mrs. Catherine Wanjiro. It's a pleasure sharing this panel with you. Mexico welcomes this opportunity to host this forum in a joint effort with Kenya, the United States, and UNICEF. This is an invaluable opportunity to step up our commitment to the rights of girls and boys. The 2030 Sustainable Development Goals are set to be the roadmap for socioeconomic development in the next 15 years. The outcome document that we have demonstrates an ambitious commitment by all member states to make development accessible to all our citizens, and especially to children. In this endeavor, we must recognize the central role of data, basically. I mentioned that the SDGs are the roadmap for development going forward. And I think that, I just mentioned something extremely important, that is ownership. I think that during all this negotiation, and while we were finding some obstacles or differences of opinion, the factor of ownership, because the SDGs belongs to every country, which is extremely different, and that makes the real difference at the beginning from the MDGs. They were the result of a negotiated process. So the SDGs belongs to all the international community. Data is our compass in these roadmaps. However, we need to have data that is unique to children because their needs are particular with respect to other members of our societies. Furthermore, state obligations to children are also differentiated while we have real data on children. Mexico recognizes that data is a powerful tool, just as UNICEF just mentioned. It reveals gaps and inequities and the uneven distribution of development, allowing us to shape policies for specific realities and groups across geographic regions, gender disparities, and educational levels. In all cases, the primary beneficiary is always the same, those the most vulnerable. For this reason, I want to commend UNICEF for making social inclusion a cross-cutting priority in all of its programs. The commitment by Mexico to ratify the Convention on the Rights of the Child and other treaties and declarations regarding the welfare of the children implies the implementation of active policies that guarantee the exercise of the rights of children and adolescents. The enforcement of these rights requires accurate, reliable, and accessible information on the situation of the rights of children and adolescents. Proper identification of children and adolescents who are especially vulnerable is essential to provide the necessary attention. This involves the creation and implementation of information systems, observatories, and monitoring mechanisms at the national, regional, and international levels. Simply put, how can we use our roadmap if we have no idea where we are? We certainly need this diagnostic. Mexico participates in this forum in order to contribute to this important discussion, but also to learn from the experiences, good practices, and lessons learned in other countries, allowing us to strengthen national actions in this field. And I would like to share with you something especially important, which is, where are the lessons learned? What have the MDGs gave us? And this is extremely important because maybe it took us with MDGs maybe like 5 years to discover what we were going to do with this package. Because there was no roadmap. We had no ideas. We were totally lost countries. In the Mexican case, essentially, it took us between 6 and 7 years to begin a real implementation and following up. Where is the lesson learned here? We found that the most successful story for obtaining data is to have as the head of the national system located in the office of the president. If you give, as a country, the task of collecting data to one of your ministries, it's going to be a mess. You have to give the highest political visibility to your social data collection, and it's something that in Mexico we learned. And it took us quite a while doing that, but we have a wonderful result. We are extremely proud of it. I do remember in 2011 when we came with the contact group trying to know with Japan what we're going to do with the MDGs or the SDGs, or what we will do after all those years. We came if we just present our system in the most candid way. We were just trying to share what Mexico was doing, and we received a prize, like having the best system ever. And say, well, it took us a while doing that. We had no idea at all what other states were doing, and it's something that we have to change this time. But that's a very important lesson learned about giving political visibility to your data collection. In Mexico, there are about 40 million children and adolescents under 18 years old, almost a third of our population. In this sense, it is clear that having disaggregated data to monitor progress in fulfilling the rights of children and adolescents must be an horizontal effort. We must involve all areas of public life, not just institutions dedicated to collecting data, child protection. We also believe in disaggregated data, in the administration and procurement of justice, education, and social programs, just to name a few areas. I am also proud to share with you that in Mexico, we are working to strengthen our data collection systems in concert with international partners. The experience of the MDG are the real base for doing this now. The recently published General Law on the Rights of Children and Adolescents in Mexico provides for the creation of a comprehensive national information system on child protection. Something additional that we did, and I would like to share it with you very shortly. We create our data collection institutions with a totally autonomous character. They are suggested by the executive power, but they have to be ratified by the Senate. Both our national system of statistics is an autonomous body who doesn't belong to the government. And even though, and even deeper, we create the Coneval, the national institution for assessment of social expenditures and for social programs. Everyone says that is absolutely suicidal, because when everybody thinks, and the politicians think that everything is going wonderfully, and they're saying we have established 50 programs with national coverage, millions of people totally covered, and then it comes the autonomous body assessment, and they tell you, yes, you did wonderful programs, but the poverty increased in this country with all your wonderful programs. So, and they say, well, something's wrong. We have to change that. Maybe for many countries, especially for all those who are the kings of makeup, numbers, it's absolutely suicidal. In Mexico, well, we did it that way. There is no way for suspicious on data, and the reality is just there. And it's the best way if you really have a real commitment in social change. You must to see yourself reflected in the mirror of truth. And this is what we are doing. It's tough, but we're doing it. One important of our system, it would be, and the one that we're going to create, it's going to be interoperable with other national systems. Sets of data need to speak to each other. The forthcoming Mexican system for children will provide information on the legal family status, identify minors subject to adoption, allow systematic collection on statistical data of children and adolescents with disabilities, and incorporate databases of migrant children and adolescents, even those migrant children that we don't know where they're coming from, and you know the flows that we suffered last year. And it was something absolutely unexpected, that it was a surprise for everyone, even for this country. The system that we are developing would not have come to be without the participation of the international community. We expect that the results of this comprehensive national system will assist Mexico in positively responding to the recommendation and collection of disaggregated data made by the Committee of the Rights of the Child in the 4th and the 5th reports to that body that we have already presented. Finally, to conclude, data makes it possible to save and improve the lives of millions of children, especially the most vulnerable. In the development era before us, the first unavoidable obstacle to overcome is how to appropriately collect, analyze, and use the information to translate it into a concrete contribution for the well-being of children. Progress towards the SDGs will be known through data, and through data we shall make informed and objective decisions. This is totally essential. But I will tell you another message maybe for international agencies while we're at the UNICEF. I don't want to mention, and it's not anything against UNICEF, it's in general comment on the international agencies. How much are we spending in collecting this data? Because maybe we're going to spend millions in wonderful international programs to know how poor they are. But if the money to obtain that information were given to real in the Terran programs, maybe you will change the lives of that people. So sometimes, I know it's contradictory for what I'm saying. It's absolutely important having data. Just keep an eye on how much money we're spending. Don't spend millions who are needed by communities on having wonderful, colorful reports who cost millions to the international community. And don't spend, I say that many times, don't spend $2 million in your report when you are reporting $100,000 program. Thank you very much.
Nothing like data to keep us honest, but hopefully not suicidal. And important and sobering words. Thank you so much. Now to call on Dr. Catherine Gitao from Kenya, the Information, Communication and Technology Ministry in Kenya, to talk about really the experience in Kenya and mobilizing the potential of technology to make the data revolution work for children. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Lake, and thank you for summarizing the breadth and importance of this agenda. Amina Mohammed, very practical and reminding us why we're doing all this. And my colleague Jorge Montana for emphasizing the importance of data governance in this agenda. And to all of you, because I've been looking at your faces and I can see you're not just here because your boss sent you here, but there's a lot of passion and attention. And I believe you're all here because you care about this agenda. Good morning. So I've just spent, I've been here for 3 days. So the first 2 days I was at a cybersecurity forum. And there I could see a lot of tension as we tried to see how the whole world could protect this common resource. And there were many tensions because there was a tension between human rights and security. There was a tension between clients and suppliers and between many other interest groups whose interests are different. But I believe that there's one wonderful thing that brings us all together as humanity, and that is the care and protection of our children, because we all know that that is the survival of this species. So on this, we can all agree. And as I thought about this agenda, and Kenya is very proud to be a co-sponsor of this agenda together with Mexico, it appeared to me that there were at least two important reasons why we must grapple with this issue of data. One of them has been very clearly put by my predecessors, and that is that every child counts, and we must deliver to them what they deserve in the most efficient and effective way possible. And this is only possible if we have the data. But I think we also have to recognize that today children live in the world of data. So it's not only data for children, but it's also data of children and by children. And especially in my country, this is the thumb generation. They live in data at least 18 hours a day, possibly more. And we are grappling with new issues as a result of this. So I'll spend probably more time telling you maybe what's happening in Kenya, because as a result of our desire to protect our children and make them count, the public sector, the private sector, NGOs, international organizations are all addressing this issue of children. And there are also broader issues taking place that are also working towards this goal. Firstly, Kenya has had the goal of making sure that the whole country is connected, and especially connected with optical fiber. And this infrastructure now reaches about 70% of our counties. They're about 5,000 kilometers and increasing every day. Obviously, it's difficult to collect the data if we use the 20th or 19th century methodologies. We also, from 2010, have had a new constitution which has obliged us as government to make information readily accessible to our citizens. And we're very, especially at my ministry, very cognizant of this responsibility. Our long-term development vision 2030 recognizes the central role of children and also recognizes the role of technology as an enabler in helping us to meet our development goals. And of course, maybe what provoked the invitation of Kenya to be a co-sponsor, we have a successful open data initiative where public sector data is being shared over the internet through a portal. The last thing I'll mention is birth and death registration, because I think somebody has already mentioned the importance of knowing who our children are, where they are, and how they are. And what we have done, building on the MDG, which motivated the Kenya government to provide universal and free primary education, is we have connected that with birth registration, because now the only requirement really for you to join primary school is that you come along with your birth certificate. And so for a long time, birth registration in Kenya had hovered around 55%, but now it's rising rapidly because as children enter school, we are ensured that they are registered in this way, and there is a drive to automate all this data. Now, I'll mention a few other initiatives of note, and I will link them with the Sustainable Development Goals, beginning with the third SDG, which is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. The government of Kenya is now transferring Social Security cash especially to orphaned and vulnerable children. Now, one of the things that was found was that there was multiple institutions which were involved in this effort, and this created some gaps and also some confusions about who should receive this support. So now a single database has been built, and this initiative is also built around an automated debit card where the money is transferred to make sure that it also gets to the right person, because it's a countrywide program, and you know the difficulties of distributing cash. This is being done by the Ministry of Labor and Social Services. Also, the same ministry has provided a toll-free number for children in need. And as I told you, this is the data generation because we would have been cynical about whether children would actually call such a line. But they are receiving a large number of calls, both from children and also adults reporting cases where they have noted that there is a vulnerable child or a child who is at risk. Finally, I'll mention a private sector initiative. It's called Total Health. And, you know, sometimes we talk about from birth to death, but we also talk about before birth to death because the actions or the behavior of the mother, even before the child is born, can give the child a good start in life or can actually destroy that. So what Total Health does is it enables pregnant women to register using just simple text messages. And they can be reminded about vitamins, about all the things they need to do in order to make sure that they have a healthy pregnancy. And it also does alerts to remind them about their appointments and the things they need to do. And you'd be surprised that this has found credence with you know, very poor women, but also with affluent women. And you know, many women are saying, I've learned a lot from this because I wasn't aware that there was so much that I needed to know in order to ensure that I have a healthy child. Then the SDG 10, to reduce inequality within and among countries. We have, of course, the famous digital literacy program that is going to distribute ICT equipment and content to children in all primary schools in Kenya, beginning with the youngest children, that's years 1 to 3, will be receiving content. Yeah, and this creates equality because actually textbooks and other educational materials are quite a burden to the poorer Kenyan families, and the fact that now they'll get this content is quite a step in the right direction. The private sector also has a number of programs to encourage innovation using ICTs in young children. Then SDG 11, to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. We have a public-private partnership called Be the Cop, and this is to help people report abuses. Many of our children actually have mobile devices. They have internet-enabled devices, and of course, they get access to all kinds of information, which perhaps they're not very well placed to assess its quality or its benefit to them, or lack of benefit. And therefore, they're both training schools and children and parents about what they should do, but at the same time, it's also a reporting mechanism so that the bad content can be made inaccessible to the youngest members of society. There's also the Center for Missing Children, which is collecting and sharing information on missing children in Kenya using various media. Before, they just used to publish the pictures and the names in the newspaper, but now it's possible to have them there all the time because, of course, if it's just in one newspaper in a while, you can actually miss the information. But when it's on electronic platforms, then it's much easier for parents and guardians to search for their missing children. So these are just a few examples, and I have with me here Kaburo, where are you? Can you wave so that everybody can see where you are? Yes. So if you want to have a conversation about what's going on, she's also a very good person to talk to tell you about the multiple initiatives, because I've just given you a flavor. Now, finally, what would we like to come out of this meeting? I believe that it's very important to maybe see how we can collaborate together on the issue of open data and creating data frameworks so that we know how to share these data. What kind of data should we be collecting about children? how can the private sector contribute? What should governments make public and what should they keep private? Those are some of the conversations we'd like to see so that we can strengthen both our open data initiatives with children's data, and we do have some data there on children, although it's not a great deal, but it's growing. But also the things that have been raised by my colleagues about making this practical, about creating a governance mechanism that makes sure that it is taken with the proper weight and that it is sustainable. These are some of the things that we would love to see come out of this meeting so that we can make it a practical agenda that will help us do what we are already trying to do better and more effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gitau. That's quite a thought. Be a cop. You hope it's a good cop, right? So you heard earlier the really picks up, I think, on what the Deputy Representative of Mexico was saying about the use of finances and traditional statistics, whether you're going to be using more money to gather data or not. So to repeat the question, the provocative question was, some people say big data will increasingly provide new insights to inform development efforts at a fraction of the cost of traditional statistics. What do you think? Do we have the responses? Let's go live to our dynamic team at the back there. We have the answers. The first question was, it's more hype than hope. We had only 17% who believed that. Well, that's good. That's at least we're spending our money wisely. 2, data diversity will help us have a big picture, get the big picture. 62%. Wow, well, that's great. Okay, 62%. Thank you very much. Shows we are doing the right thing. And finally, stop living in the past. We need new tools. Well, we shouldn't ignore that response either. But good to know, good data. And for those who are plugged in, keep those pigeonholes working and the hashtags, and leave the hash browns for breakfast. Okay, thank you very much. We'll have a coffee break now and see you in 25 minutes. Thank you very much.
taking this opportunity to discuss with you some matters that concern all of us who work for the company and its subsidiaries. We're all aware of the increased number of customers making use of our services throughout the world. There are more and more clients coming into our offices every day. We have more and more queries of all kinds for us to answer. How does a customer judge us? Certainly his judgment will be based on the quality of the products and services he purchases. But equally, he'll judge us all on how well he's treated. If he's made to feel unwelcome, we've failed. Sooner or later, this must result in a loss of sale. How does the customer feel after dealing with us? Does he want to deal with one of our offices again? Does he turn to a competitor or tell others what poor treatment he received? Does he belittle our service and our employees because he was treated discourteously? services available in our field. We can all take a great deal of pride in this. But most important to us and to our customers is service. And good service to our customers every day can't be haphazard. Our public image doesn't just happen. It's built moment by moment, one customer at a time, by each and every one of us. The key to good customer relations is attitude. Your attitude, my attitude, toward our jobs, our clients, and our fellow employees. Large organizations are often thought of as cold and impersonal, constantly making rules to frustrate and discourage their employees. I'd like to feel that each of us sees our job as a satisfying challenge rather than a chore. For a respected and growing company such as ours, where customer service is the foundation of our business, I believe that jobs depend on sales, sales depend on service, service depends on you and me. Thank you very much.
Seems to me like they want us to be afraid, man. Or maybe we just like being afraid. Maybe we just so used to it at this point that it's just a part of us, part of our culture. Security alert on orange. It's been on orange since 01, G. I mean, what's up, man? Can a brother get yellow, man? Just for like 2 months or something? God damn. Sick of that. Mic check.
The groove is thick, so I'ma rhyme like a lunatic. I do this shit with an unassuming wit. The corporation conjured up the bass and the tempo. My name is Lift, that's the intro, now let's go. The flow of life throwing strife into the mix to depict our condition, and the word is sick. The powers that be are power elite. To speak upon stress and strife that I see every day. And launch a speaker bomb, culture of fear is up in your ear. They're telling us terrorists about to strike, maybe tonight. Right, let me just back up slowly with critical analysis of those who control me. It used to be we just had a screen in the crib on the TV, but now we carry screens when we leave. See laptops, smartphones, now we're never alone. A new affliction I call media dome. But on the low, famine is the programming. You wanna watch your favorite show because it's so slamming. Hold hands and let's gaze into the beautiful glare while we're here so immersed in this culture of fear.
Gonna make a headshot, gonna make it room
rock, baby won't play. Now a baby won't play. Gonna make a headshot, gonna make it room rock, baby won't play. Now a baby won't play. Better make a headshot, gonna make it moon rock, baby won't play. Now baby won't play. Gonna make a headshot, gonna make it moon rock, baby won't play. Now baby won't play. Walking down, oh, gonna take it. Sitting down the side, oh, now they won't take it. Me another life, oh no, it won't take it. Hearts in a line, sound, 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 won't take it loud. Saying I'm gonna make it, shot, gonna make it head like, baby don't play, baby don't play. I'm gonna make a headshot, gonna make it move out, baby won't play, well, baby won't play. I'm gonna make a headshot, gonna make it move out, baby won't play, baby won't play. Gonna make a headshot, gonna make it move out, baby won't play, baby won't play.
Baby don't play, she got bread to bake, she got life to make, she got lives to shape, she got money to give and take.
Walking on the sea, I know walking on the sand.
Baby don't play, she got bread to bake, she got money to make, she got life to shape, she got love to give and take.
Walking on the baby, she don't play and she don't know. All the energies and there's nothing in me. I'm gonna make it all right, make it all right. Oh, and I make a moonshot, gonna make it hot now. Baby won't play, baby won't play. Gonna make it light shot, gonna make it hot now. Baby won't play, baby won't play.
Baby don't play, she got bread to bake, she got life to make, she got lives to shape, she got money to give and take.
Walking on the sea, I know walking on the sand.
Baby don't play, she got bread to bake, she got money to make, she got life to shape, she got love to give and take.
Walking on the baby, she don't play and she don't know.
Gonna take a headshot, gonna make a moon rock, baby won't play, baby won't play. Gonna take a headshot, gonna make a moon.
greater king has ever lived. No one with the love and kindness, strength and courage of King Ra.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin shortly. Please take your seats.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. There's such great energy here this morning. Clearly, lots of data enthusiasts. So guess what? We're ahead of time, which is very rare, and obviously due to the energy in the room, which is terrific. So we're going to be ending this session a little early. All good news, because some of the best work, I think, always gets done during lunch sessions and coffee breaks. So you'll be going for lunch at 22:01, right? So put that, you'll have, that will be served outside. So that will all be there for you on time. Then turning now to this, now that you know, the power of data, the revolution, we've heard all kinds of exciting things coming from Mexico, Kenya, and various other parts of, from the ground right up to the top of the data revolution. So now that we better understand the importance of data, the next panel will explore how do we get the data we need. In the spirit of fast data, our panelists will start with a series of Ignite presentations. Ignite is as it sounds. It's full of fire. It's full of fun. So they tell me. I haven't seen one. The only time you'll see a PowerPoint all day today. So you'll also be seeing pigeonholes earlier. And I didn't tell you, but I named Sarah Crow. So there's no connection between the crows and the pigeons at the moment. But just so you know. So Ignite presentations, moving swiftly into that. You will be able to interact with the panelists. This is the power of data, democratizing data. With the panelists by asking questions via Pigeonhole. So our crack team, not the crackpot team, but the crack team, can you show us how it all works there? First slide, you will launch your web browser on your smartphone. The smart ones amongst you who have the smartphones probably have already done this. So tablet or laptop, right? You can see that. That's a picture of a smartphone for those who haven't seen one before. Our executive director's left the room now, so we can it can be even more cheeky. Now enter www.pigeonhole.at into the address bar. You enter the event passcode, data for kids. One of the few times you're going to see the word kids and not children used at UNICEF. It's not generally allowed. You'll see the events agenda, and you can go directly to the session Q&A. The Pigeonhole will give you a few tips, but basically you can just start typing the questions in the box, as you can see, hopefully. You can ask as many questions as you want, and you can start right away. Don't hold back. I can see you're all itching to go. Those thumbs are firing up the Ignite presentation. You can also see the questions from other participants, and you can vote on those questions. The questions with most votes have a better chance of being answered. You can go back to the event agenda by clicking on the back arrow on the top of your screen. You can begin asking questions at any time during this session, and we'll reveal the answers midway through the panel and the questions, or maybe just the questions, just to keep you on your toes. You'll find the printout of this guide on the agenda package. So with no further ado, let's get cracking into our next panel. And I've been wanting to say this name all morning. I just think it's such a terrific name. Stefan Schweinfest from the UN Statistics Data team. And our great team of panelists, Lourdes Hufana, please come up. Chief Data Collection for, Lourdes is Interim Assistant National Statistician for the Civil Registration Services. And then we have Attila Hanciolo, who is our our Chief Data Collection Specialist at UNICEF. Emily Pakala, Education Specialist from UNICEF Uganda. And she's standing in for a government minister who was unable to be here due to visa issues, last minute, etc. That's what happens. And Hai-Chuk Chung, Executive Director for DC Action for Children. And finally, we have Matt Wood, Product Strategy Lead at Amazon. Not an Amabot, are you, Matt? Good. Well, we'll all have to be working very hard because Amazon's in the room. And we do anyway, don't we? All right, over to you, Stefan. Take it away.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, for keeping us on our toe. And thank you for my last name. I've seen it mutilated so many times in my life. So, I mean, this was brilliant. Thank you. So welcome to this first session. I'm from the Statistics Division in DESA, and let me just say one ceremonial thing at the very beginning. We are very happy to be co-organizers for this event. We are very, very close with UNICEF, and I do not only mean that we are just across the street. We actually work together with the data team here very, very well and have been doing so for many, many years. And I know that Jeffrey and his fabulous team have done a really great job working very, very hard over many, many months to put this all together. So it was a pleasure working with you, and I wanted to thank you really for that partnership. So this is the first substantive session, and I'm learning a lot here. I mean, these Ignite presentations and pigeonholes, I hope I will not get lost somewhere in between or fire up the wrong thing or the wrong person here. But I'm really looking forward to this. And we have heard in the introductory session basically the demand for data. And now we're starting to talk a little bit what is needed, and now we're going to talk a little bit about the supply. Give me just 30 seconds at the beginning to reflect a little bit on the key word that we are all talking about today, which is data. What is data, really? I think traditionally we've always been thinking in terms of numbers, but data, and I think this is exactly what we're talking about today, is so much more complicated. Data can be a text, can be a yes/no, can be a qualitative answer. Data can be a sound. Data can be an image. Data can be a satellite image. Data can even be a map or a video. So data, I think the concept of data has really broadened tremendously, and I think this is one of the elements that we are going to see developed in this first round of presentations as we are taking very different approaches to this whole data universe. So after we've, in the first session, identified everything that is needed, we are now going to ask the question, how are we going to get this information, those data that we need? What approaches are there out there? What are the approaches that are a little bit more traditional? What are the approaches that are a little bit more modern? What is new? What can the new data science and so tell us? And we will hear what have we learned from the MDG area, and what possibilities do we really have for the future? So without further ado, those are the guidelines for this first session. And now we're going to start with the Ignite presentation. I honestly need a little bit of igniting here because I have cold fingers here. Well, we're trying to, and I understand it's not the PowerPoint projector that is going to be ignited with this fast forwarding. It's the audience that is supposed to be ignited, so I will watch you very carefully and see whether this is really happening. It's also good that I don't have. It was a very wise decision of UNICEF not to let me press any button, because there would have been a danger that I erased 20 years of mixed data. And I promise you this is not going to happen. So let's start with our exciting set of panelists. First one is Lourdes Fufana, Interim Assistant National Statistician for Civil Registration Services from the Philippines. Lourdes, it's all yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lourdes Fufana, the head of the Civil Registration Department of the Philippine Statistics Authority. So I expect that my presentation will focus on data collection using civil registration. So the Civil Registrar General of the Philippines is also the head of the Philippine Statistics Authority. As such, he is responsible for the issuance of rules and regulations on civil registration. Then we have the civil registrars. They are appointed by the mayors. They are officials of the local government, and they are responsible for the registration function at the local level. And they are not under the Philippine Statistics Authority. The PSA, being the Central Statistical Authority of the Philippines, is primary responsible for data collection, and the data on children are generally obtained through surveys, censuses, and civil registration. The birth attendants and the parents are the ones responsible for the reporting of the births within 30 days after its occurrence. These are reported at the civil registry offices. And then the civil registrars will record the documents using the birth certificate and then submit to the PSA copy of the registered document on the 10th day of the month following the registration month. The PSA compiles all these birth certificates, the civil registry documents, process, and then generates vital statistics report. The Philippine Civil Registration Information System is a system developed by PSA for use of the civil registrars and other persons preparing the documents. The Decentralized Vital Statistics System is another system developed by PSA, used by the office to process documents collected from the civil registrars, and it is also used to generate statistical tables and the vital statistics report. The Barangay Civil Registration System is another innovation developed by PSA, used by the local government to monitor occurrence of vital events and its subsequent registration to the Office of the Civil Registrar. To determine the level of registration, a question on birth registration was included in the census questionnaire. This started in 1990 up to 2010. And in this 2015 census, there is again a question on birth registration. To know also the level of death registration, a question on death is included only in the 2015 census of population. To increase the level of registration, partnership, linkages, and coordination were made by PSA with other national governments. Also, a massive information dissemination campaign is done, like radio guestings, TV guestings, and so on. So the level of registration obtained through the different censuses, as you can see from the slide, increased from 89.3 in 1995 to 93.5 in 2010. I think this is all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we move on to my dear friend and colleague Attila. We have, of course, known each other for at least 100 years, and I only discovered this morning that he also has a last name, which I shall not attempt to pronounce. I know how this is when you have a nice last name. So Attila, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you and good morning, everyone. Let's ignite with the first slide. I'm going to start by trying to qualify the term, as surveys in use in many different contexts. In this presentation, I'm concerned with household surveys. I'm referring to data collected by conducting face-to-face interviews with a representative sample of household members, generating detailed information that represents the population. And what we come up with is unbiased data. Household surveys have been called the workhorse of MDG monitoring, MDG reporting, because of the enormous contribution that they have had to make. And today, as we discussed the SDG indicators, we already know that we are going to be responsible as household surveys to cover 40 to 60% of the indicators. We need household surveys because they're indispensable for target monitoring and other developing strategies, etc. They're the most direct way to answer the questions who, why, what, how, and what. We come up with a wide range of data, both factual and attitudinal, and also disaggregation and content is only limited by sample size and imagination. They're quite flexible in terms of providing disaggregated information, as we heard this morning also. Now, through household surveys in the last 20, 30 years, we've been able to generate official statistics and fill the gaps in countries where there was no complete official statistics. In countries with advanced systems, we have been able to validate and complement the administrative data. We have been able to understand knowledge, attitude, behavior in all these contexts, and we have been able to generate evidence on equity. Who is left behind, where they are, and what are the gaps in equity. And to the extent that we have been able to do this with comparable data, we have actually been able to come up with such analyses, looking at multiple countries at the same time with the same indicator over time, trying to see how the gaps have been narrowing in skilled birth attendant in this case. So the opportunities are huge when you have comparable data from household surveys. Now, what is going to happen next with the new development agenda? One, I'm going to try to tackle some of the big themes. One is collaboration and harmonization, and as you know, many of you know, there's huge steps in this. In terms of harmonization, unfortunately, most of the harmonization household surveys is between household survey programs in low-income countries. So we will need to get to the developed countries as well with the new agenda, with the universality. We're going to have a crowded data ecosystem. This is going to be great because everyone is going to benefit from this, including the household surveys, but we're going to have a crowding. And unless we understand the limitations and the strengths of each, we're going to end up with overcrowding. Overloading our household surveys is going to be a problem, most probably. Household surveys are going to be flexible to take on more, but they already have a lot contained in the household surveys. So we will need to look at ways of including more from the new development, broad development agenda, and come up with more information. Now, disaggregation is great in household surveys, but not necessarily when it comes to granularity at the very low administrative levels. And unfortunately, some of the discussions have been putting pressure on household surveys to deliver such data. And household surveys will not and should not deliver such data because they are not designed to do so. Linking these different data types is also going to be an issue. One, we should definitely do it. We will have a holistic picture, a complete picture. But while doing it, we will have to pay attention to harmonization, to confidentiality issues, and to ethical issues. And last highlight here is universal comparability and national ownership. There has been a divide, an artificial divide in my view, between what the global indicators are and what the so-called national indicators are. This doesn't need to be the case, and we are moving in the right direction on this, with countries taking the lead on the indicators of the SDGs, for instance. We know that no single type of data will answer all our data questions. We already know that household surveys are going to be remaining important in all this agenda in the next 15, 20 years. It is important to understand, as I mentioned before, the strengths of limitations of each of these, so that we can complete the data ecosystem. We know each data type, what they are fit for purpose, and then we can have a holistic picture of the lives of children. I think that was the last slide. I'm even faster than the Ignite. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attila, for being faster than the fire itself. So it is my pleasure now to invite Amy Pakala, education specialist from UNICEF Uganda, to share with us, which I believe is information from Uganda. You will explain exactly where this is coming from.
Yes. So, good morning, everyone. I'm here on behalf of the government, and I want to start by saying that we have a massive crisis in education in Uganda. Children are not learning, and children are not completing their education. And one of the key reasons for this is teacher absenteeism, particularly teacher absenteeism from the classroom. We don't have very recent data in use. The EMIS system provides us a very old snapshot of a situation in the past, and the district officials are using this as an excuse for not doing anything. They say, oh, We don't know, we don't know which teachers don't come, which schools don't comply. So we decided to do something with the government about this. We started the EduTrack intervention in 2011, where you can see from that chart, the mobile penetration in Uganda was fairly good. We have about 30, at that stage we had about 30-something million people, so about half of the people would have had a mobile phone at that stage. So basically, we created this system called EduTrack. It's a mobile-based system for schools to report on things. We have currently about 3,500 schools within the system. That's roughly a third of the country. We have head teachers, school management committees, and teachers as reporters in the system. And we really did this to increase accountability in the districts. That's a big issue. That's a very decentralized system. The district education officers are not really doing anything about their thing. But we also did it to increase contact points between the schools and the districts. There is very little discussion between those two levels, and it's very hard for each of them to communicate. These are the levels that we're having in EduTrack. So we have head teachers and teachers reporting. We have the school management committees reporting. The districts can see their own data. They cannot see any of the other districts' data because that was their big concern. What if somebody sees our data? We said, no, nobody can see your data, only you. We're picking indicators that are not collected by the EMIS system. So we didn't want to replicate. There's no point of replicating something that already exists and is, if not good, is existent. So we're really looking at kind of software components, and we're particularly looking at the areas where UNICEF would want to make a difference, like violence against children, which is not captured by any other data set in Uganda. We're focusing on areas, are teachers learning, does the environment allow children to learn, and is the school managed in order to allow that to happen? And we really want the districts to have a complementary picture of the situation so that they can actually take action and send it to do use in their planning. It's been a fine line to see what's too much information, what's too little information, so that A, the reporters still keep reporting, but B, also that the districts are actually using this data. If there's too much information, everybody gets tired and say, oh, I can't really deal with this. We've been quite successful. It is a fast and efficient way to deliver the messages and receive data. It reaches a variety of stakeholders that are not traditionally interacting with the districts, like the school management committees. And we're trying to enhance the community ownership of the schools, which is also lacking in Uganda. We have anecdotal evidence that in the districts where it's been used, it's actually improving teacher attendance. We also did kind of a verification exercise to see whether the information we're getting is actually accurate. And the accuracy is like 95%, 90%. So we're quite pleased. At least it's giving us a picture of what's happening. Obviously, it's also saving us data. When you have a weekly system where you get real-time information and you don't need to send thousands of people out to do this, you save data. And we managed to negotiate with the teleoperators on a bulk messages so that we don't actually pay too much. There's obviously challenges. One of the things we didn't assume was that people don't know how to send text messages. We thought that since they have phones, they also know how to message, but that was not the case. So we had to actually train, especially the school management committees, on how to send text messages. And it was obviously not scheduled originally. The network is still a big issue. We have good penetration, but in some places you literally can't receive the message or send a message until you go to the hill nearby and you reach up. But it's also in districts, many district officers are still saying like, okay, we get this data, but how do we really use it? So there's need to enhance that aspect. So the next step would be within the GPE to have this integrated system where you can see EMIS, EduTrack, U-Report data all in one dashboard, but also to work with the districts so that they actually start using the data that we're helping with the government them to receive so that they can plan better for the children in their schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must confess, I'm so happy that I'm the moderator of this panel and not one of the Ignite presenters, because I'm getting nervous as the images fast forward here, but I think you are doing a fantastic job. And rest assured, I will try to give you, there's so many interesting points in your presentations. I'm sure the audience and I will also try to give you opportunities to pick up on interesting points afterwards, and I think this is the idea of this. Okay, let's move on to Hai-Suk Chung. We are traveling back after the Philippines and Uganda to the Americas here. She is the Executive Director of DC Action for Children.
Yes, we're bringing the conversation back domestically. So humbled to be here. My name is Hai-Suk Chung. I'm the Executive Director for DC Action for Children. Shout out for the Kids Count Network. All 50 states plus Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, and the District of Columbia are part of a network of child advocates who track a child well-being indicators. So I just am grateful to be here to talk about what's happening in DC. So what kind of place is DC for children? Well, I'm here to say not a very good place. We have just over 100,000 children under 18. 1 in 3 live in poverty. 1 in 2 live in extreme poverty, in concentrated poverty. What does this mean? And how do we get beyond numbers? And my Ignite is a little different because I want to talk about a project we did. And one of the comments made earlier was that data is not just Excels or numbers. What we did was with data scientists, pro bono data scientists, and shout out for DataCon and all our heroes, we built a map, an interactive visualization, and this is what it looks like. And why an interactive map? We wanted the city to move beyond just looking at data, getting another PDF report. In DC, we spend more money per pupil on public education, yet over and over again, we are not seeing improvements in child outcomes, our graduation rates, our third grade reading scores. So really our philosophy is that data does need to be part of all the conversations to start really addressing the needs of the children and improving their outcomes. So again, we could look at city, ward, or neighborhood data, and we specifically chose neighborhoods because again, all the conversations points to children do not live in a vacuum. They live in neighborhoods, they live in families. And why maps? Excels, when we go and advocate numbers, Excels, another PowerPoint, another PDF just was not getting our council members excited. We needed to make the data come alive. And here it is. Here's one snapshot of what we were able to create. There's 291,000 children under 18. Majority are Black, 14% are Hispanic, and 47 live in single-headed households. And look at the gradation of colors. It just shows you the concentration of children. This, on the left, is a ward map, and that's great, and that's how we look at poverty numbers traditionally, but we were able to take it to the neighborhood level. And even within east of the river, which are predominantly our concentrated poverty areas, we can see the different things happening in different neighborhoods, and that's what we want the conversation to go. We want to start talking about actionable steps that we can take as a city to start making improvements. 29, as I mentioned earlier, 29% of children live in poverty, 31 in areas of concentrated poverty. So again, these maps are powerful. We're trying to move the conversation beyond just numbers and to start thinking about action. And here's one example. As a city, we're interested in early education. Clear as day. We could tell someone, a child advocate, a fellow advocate, that we need more slots, quality slots, east of the river. But here's a map that shows you the gaps. There are more children east of the river based on the color, but yet there's less seats there. And so the conversation then goes to why aren't more quality seats available in the areas where children are concentrated. And that is the conversation we're trying to have with the data that we're using. And I will say that all of our information is on GitHub, which is an open source repository. The state of Kentucky, the UK, and a couple other countries actually have used all of our open source data to create their own mapping visualization. So I encourage all of you to look at our data and all our coding and use it openly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hai-Suk, and I think in the process you've provided a powerful reminder that our new development agenda is truly universal. We are not only talking about those developing countries out there, it is everywhere that problems exist, that children need attention. and you living in a very data-rich environment in Washington, and I was very impressed to see what you could do there. I'm sure we're going to follow up with questions. The last move is to the West Coast now. So Matt Wood is the product strategy lead in Amazon. So the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me at the back? Give me a wave if you can hear me. Thank you very much. My name is Matt Wood. I am the product lead at Amazon. I'm also the chief data scientist. I've got a background in genomics and big data science, and it's a pleasure and a privilege to be able to address you all here today. I wanted to take a bit of a step back and kind of riff in the next kind of 5 minutes on the topic of this panel about where does data come from. The truth is that at Amazon and across the world, it's never been cheaper and easier to collect data at any sort of scale, whether that's megabyte scale or all the way up to exabyte scale. And one area that's really been a good example of that is in genomic sequencing. If you've never seen one before, this is a genomic sequencer. That's a username and password written on the Post-it note on the PC there. Don't do that. I actually put my DNA into one of these things. This is a machine which can do in days what used to take decades with the original Human Genome Project. And when I put my DNA in, you just pull up that little grey door, I found out all sorts of information about myself. And since we're getting to know each other, I thought I would share. I have fast twitch muscles, which makes me more likely to be a sprinter. I exhibit the photic sneeze reflex, which means when I go from a dark room to a very light room, I'll sneeze. And I have an increased capacity for caffeine, I think from my mother. But I'll drink a quarter of a cup of coffee more than the average every day based on my genome. So it's never been easier to generate data, but it's also been never easier to collect data that's being generated almost tangentially. Some people call this data exhaust, capturing and recycling and reusing data. And we do this a lot inside Amazon.com. You may be familiar. This is an excellent book, by the way. But you may be familiar that on Amazon.com you can go up and buy books. And we collect all of that information about who's looking at what, and we can make recommendations using this famous customers who bought this also bought. And we can use just data that's already being collected. It's already value that's sitting on the table. And we can recycle and reuse that for the benefit of helping customers discover from a very broad catalog. Beyond that, we use the exact same data across our fulfillment centers. If you've never seen a fulfillment center, this is what one looks like. About 1 million square foot. And we use data to drive all sorts of things around fulfillment. Where to place those fulfillment centers. And also, we'll preemptively ship goods which we think you're likely to buy to your local fulfillment centers so that the delivery happens more quickly. And we have all sorts of robotics and smarts inside there, including the ability to know the shape and size of all of the inventory that we have inside our fulfillment centers. So we know the weight and the size. And this allows us to custom cut boxes. This means that we can make sure that the boxes are perfect fit for what you're buying, and we can put more in transports, which is more economic. And also, customers hate having big boxes that have like a tiny matchbox at the bottom of it. So you can collect this data from data exhaust and use it in interesting ways, and it's probably already inside your organization. Another way to use data is to basically recycle data from other people. A lot of data is going to be within your organizations and beyond those organizations, and even made available publicly. And so it's really important to be able to look inside your organization and build platforms that make it very, very easy for data to move between silos, make it very, very easy to apply and enforce governance, and basically to be able to work inside the walls of your castle. We do this at Amazon. We share data behind hardened services, so other teams can reuse the expertise from other teams. Another area that we're seeing a lot of success in this is around open data. We house a lot of open data at Amazon Web Services for free. So we have satellite imagery, we have Landsat information, we have NASA information, we have the 1,000 Genomes Project information, we have an entire corpus of the web. And you can pull down this data for free and just start working with it. And a recent project that we worked on with a customer of ours called Enigma was using that data. This is open data, which is just sitting in files, probably inside your organization, maybe up on the cloud, probably within your governments, to determine the right resource prioritization of where to deliver free smoke alarms in New Orleans. So this is a very, very important program for deciding which families get smoke alarms for free. Another thing you can do is enrich your data. So you might have data which is sitting on your desktop in an Excel sheet in a database somewhere. You want to be able to enrich that data, and one way to do that is to make it available and ask the globe to answer questions about it. So a good example of this is the Kepler dataset. This is pictures of our universe. And it turns out if you look at the morphology of these galaxies, you can determine their age, and based on that, you can determine the size of our universe. And this website, Galaxy Zoo, has hundreds of thousands of users that go up for free and will classify galaxy millions after millions after millions. They got through the whole Kepler original galaxy index in about a week. And now they have hundreds of thousands of users which just go on there for the love of contributing to science. They don't get paid. There's nothing in it for them other than to contribute to science. And this sign should say that there's always going to be more people outside your organization than within it. And so opening and exposing your data is actually a huge value add. Number 4 on my list is public-private partnerships. This is a very, very rich source of information if you can get at the data. This is some work done by the UN Global Pulse. This is using mobile airtime purchases, anonymized, to try and predict higher and lower income households. And higher income households make a smaller number of large purchases of airtime. You can also look at this information and do disambiguation against gender. So if you just look at the call logs, you can see that women make more calls for longer, and men tend to make fewer calls for shorter. Read into that what you will. But you can do this sort of interesting thing if you have access to the data, and public-private partnerships are an excellent way of doing this, and having access to that anonymized data is very valuable. Number 5 is you can go out and you can buy this information. You can rent it. This is extremely expensive, and I don't recommend it, but you can do it, and so I thought I'd add it to my list. I believe that making the code and the data available, making tools to analyze that data at scale is far more efficient use of time and money than going out and renting data, but you can do it if you really don't have any other option. So being able to create the data more cheaply, more effectively, being able to recycle and reuse it, building collaboration platforms and tools, and then if you really have to go rent the data, those are my 5 sources of where the data can come from. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I have 2 immediate reactions. Number 1, I'm happy to find a coffee brother. Please don't tell my cardiologist that I'm not keeping the promise of reducing my coffee intake. And the second is, as usual, when I see these presentations from our dear friends and colleagues from the private sector, I have a mixture of being absolutely flabbergasted and fascinated and scared. And I think I'll come back to that as a question, so this is early warning to you. So if you, as my dear co-panelists, thought that the worst is over because you just survived the Ignite presentations, I have to disappoint you, because now comes the second part of this segment, which is I get the first right to torture you with specific follow-up questions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow up with a few questions, all the panelists, and then we are opening this up. Remember, I have the right to actually ask them a direct question, as human beings normally do. You have to send your questions to cyberspace, win a vote, and then I have to discover it here on my screen, and then perhaps that question will be asked. But that's the modern universe. So we will divide the time equally. I think we're doing very well on time. I will ask a few questions, and then we will turn it over to you, and perhaps even allow some direct human interaction. I'm not sure yet. So the first question in the Philippines, I know the Philippine system very well, and I think you have really created an integration of various information systems. You really even recently had a reform. And you explained to me that as a registrar you are as part of the national statistical systems. So perhaps you can explain a little bit how these integration really helps to do the work, why you think this is important that national information systems are sort of integrated, and what are the benefits in your particular case of bringing the registration and the statistical under one roof.
Yeah. So in the Philippines, the Philippine Statistics Authority is in charge of the CV registration, of the collection of data, and at the same time, the one responsible for the generation of the vital statistics. One benefit or advantage of that is that being the data collector, we can control. We will immediately have, we have control of collecting the data so that we can immediately prepare the vital statistics, unlike if there will be another agency collecting the data and then another agency doing the vital statistics. Somehow there will be delay in the production of the statistics report. So I think this is one area where it is really advantageous that the CV registration and the vital statistics will be in the same office.
Thank you very much. Perhaps a second question. I was very interested in that graph that you had about the increase in registration over the last couple of years. Perhaps you could just say two words. One is, how did you achieve that increase? And if I remember correctly, we are still stuck at 93%
yes.
or something like that, which is of course a phenomenal number, but I mean there's still 6% missing somewhere, and those are perhaps the most important people. And how can we get there? What do we need to do to really get to 100% here?
Yes. Actually, the first thing that we did is do mobile registration. So that means we do not wait for the people to go to the CV registry office, but it's the PSA and the CV registrars who go to them already. So we also get assistance from the barangay officials in conducting information dissemination as to the importance of CV registration, so that when we go there to register, they are already ready. They already have the supporting documents. Another thing is we know that it is difficult to register those in the marginalized sector, like our Muslim brothers and our indigenous people. So what we did is we prepare another set of guidelines for the registration of this marginalized sector. And we also have another set of rules in registering children in need of special protection, because we know they cannot provide all the information needed in order to accomplish a birth certificate. So somehow we think we are able to prepare guidelines for all the different sectors. On the other question, why there are still 6% not registered, you know, there are areas where we have problem on peace and order. So I think this is one area where the level of registration is really low. And we're taking care of this already. We're doing something to register them already.
Okay. Reminds us also of the important point that Amina made this morning, that the pillars of the UN system, peace, development, and human rights, I mean, they can only be achieved together. They cannot be separated. Okay, Attila, you called the surveys, what did you call it, the workhorse? And now somewhere else I read that statistics nowadays is supposed to be sexy. Now workhorse and sexy doesn't really go together in my mind. Explain to us why surveys are sexy.
Thanks, Stefan. If I have learned something during our friendship in the last 120 years, I've learned that it's usually good to answer one of your questions with another question. Do they have to be sexy, really? Yeah, let me qualify what the first was, the workhorse, and let's keep the sexy and the workhorse separate as much as possible. That's not the expression that I came up with. It's actually in literature. It's because of the huge contribution that household surveys had to do specifically to the MDGs. Now, sexiness. Now, if you're using the term to relate to the attractiveness, the fascination, new technology, etc. I think if we make a little bit of effort, we understand that in household surveys, there's huge amounts of innovations that are happening over time. And if we understand that the household surveys of 20 years ago, 30 years ago, are practically something completely different than what they are today, in terms of delivering, in terms of the sexiness of the results, in terms of the range of content that they have, then I think we understand that they're actually sexy. I think sexiness also should come with fulfillment. When I think of sexy, fulfillment is a good term too. I think one of the sexy sides of household surveys is because of their unbiased nature. I think that makes them very attractive. Their representativeness, being able to cover different aspects of human life, factual, attitudinal, and all of those, I think, in my view, in my book at least, makes them very sexy.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was a little bit nervous when you went down the road of fulfillment, but then when we were talking about representativeness, I knew we were on safe ground again. So one follow-up question with the survey is a bit provocative also. I mean, there are a lot of surveys out there. There are global surveys, different international surveys, there are national surveys and sectoral surveys and all of this. What can we do to help countries to provide a little bit more coherence and focused capacity?
Thanks. In the context of household surveys, you're asking the question, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
I think household survey, well, let's qualify the following. There are global household survey programs which come up with comparable data, and there are the so-called, I don't like this term, but national household surveys. Because it doesn't mean that if you've joined a global household survey program, your survey is not national anymore. I think one of the things that all survey programs, all such survey programs should do, the global household survey programs should do, should be to come up with a very systematic way of building capacity if needed, or strengthening or developing capacity during the whole process, and include that as an integral part in the way that they are doing, they're providing technical support. That's one. And secondly, absolutely, at all costs, prioritize ownership of the data by the government. It doesn't help anyone in terms of capacity building, in terms of the reputation of data, in terms of the reputation of the household surveys, if some of these programs are actually just for the sake of going and collecting the data and compiling them at a different level. I think all the process should be at the country level, and it should definitely include a capacity building component to it. I will make it no secret, I'm very proud to have been the global mix coordinator for a number of years. And in our case, I think one of our big slogans is the surveys are absolute, the countries, they have to deliver everything, we provide them only assistance. And in this process, there's a lot of capacity being built. I have a number of colleagues in the room actually who have been involved with our surveys, and they would probably support what I'm saying right now.
Thank you very much. And, okay.
Stefan, could I interject from the back, the voice of God from the end?
Ooh.
We've got, I've been looking at people's laptops, have Big Brother's watching you, it's not just Amazon. And you've got sorry about that, fulfillment is going on in a very real way, pigeonhole fulfillment. So if we could snap to some of these questions, you'll see it in front of you in the monitor, and I'll leave it to you to see which ones are winning the big votes there. So over to you again, Stefan.
So you're expecting for me to digest and analyze numbers at this point of my career. Well, we have household survey, but we were just covering that topic. I will see whether we can bring in some Well, okay. Well, why don't we jump to this one, and then I jump all the way to the other end of the spectrum in more than one sense. Matt, Amazon, what do you think about that question? Can big data give us representative of statistically significant data? That's a big one, and I will let everybody else from the panel also answer that if you want to. I mean, I think the idea of these questions is that they are not necessarily directed at somebody, but perhaps I can invite you and put you on the spot, if I may.
Sure.
And have an initial reflection on that, I'm sure you
can. Big data give us representative or statistically significant data? Absolutely. I mean, if you ask 100 data scientists to define big data, you'll get at least 100 answers, probably 110. So depending on how you define big data, personally I define it as just a set of tools and technologies to work more productively with data at any scale. So everything that applies to data at the small Excel sheet scale applies in the same way to large collections of data. Big data is just a way of managing that data. It's just a way of working productively, of asking questions, increasingly complex questions. And the way that you interpret those answers is subject to exactly the same rigor, independent of the scale of the data. So statistical significance is one measure of that, but as the complexity of the questions that you ask and the complexity of the statistical and predictive models that you apply to the data increases, so the understanding of what the question that you're really asking is and how to interpret the results of that data and how to look at the over and under on the results of that data and working with it as a single data point, as a broader set of information alongside gut instinct and alongside everything else that you know about a particular domain. It's just one more piece, but big data is no more or less statistically significant. In fact, it becomes more important as you apply ensemble methods and apply multiple statistical models to a set of data to understand exactly how those models interact. Does that answer your question?
No, I think I have to ask the audience, but I was seeing some other fellow panelists nodding, and perhaps if somebody else wants to intervene and add to this?
Well, I mean, a lot of the questions go back to kind of the data sources, and I did not mention that for all of our mapping tools. I mean, I see it as a depository. I mean, it is a place where we use government, all the DC-specific government data, but most of our analysis come from the census and the ACS, and there's going to be huge. I mean, there are estimates. We use the data in the best meaningful way, but I think to Matt's point, if you go to our website, the map is just one of the tools that you see, that we provide a lot of framing and a lot of context so that you are not just given the data and the visualization without the kind of the meaning and the framing behind it. And as a child advocate, you have to look at both to really make it the impact that you want, which is really to improve child outcomes.
So, Stefan, just to help you along, it's Crow at the back with a pigeonhole here. So that first vote up at the top left is currently the most popular. Are household survey data sustainable without aid? So over to you, who you think best fits the answer to that.
Well, I think there's an obvious victim here on the panel. It's always the one who points away who is actually there. Attila, do you want to say something?
Well, no data is sustainable without aid. I think aid is a big problem. Well, funding is a big problem. I didn't highlight it as one of my big, challenges in my presentation. It's definitely a problem. Many of you might have seen the recent analysis of the funding needs that we have, only to be able to monitor the SDGs, and it's huge. And we also know that the aid, which has been there during the MDG era, has been far from covering this need. And the need is going to increase because of the broadened development agenda. If I remember the numbers off the top of my head correctly, I think we are looking at $1 billion or something like that annually and development aid of this kind in the question has been like 300 million or something, and it has to increase at least by 200, 300, and the rest would be covered by the countries. That is seen as a possibility. Now, household survey data, yes, they can be sustainable without aid. Without aid, zero aid, no. I think more and more countries have to, as long as they start to integrate household surveys into the programs, which should be one of the things that needs to be achieved in the next few decades, then the pressure on aid, external aid, is going to become less. And the aid that needs to happen is going to be hopefully reduced to mostly technical support on not really the covering the costs of the whole surveys. And that shouldn't be the case, because that's also against national ownership. But a certain significant amount of aid has to continue for household surveys, especially the global ones.
Yeah, thank you. Is there somebody else here in the panel? Yeah, Matt?
I would just add one extra kind of facet on the term aid. I think funding is kind of obviously a big driver. It's the push. But aid doesn't stop there. There's a lot that we can do to pull that data through, a lot that we can do to help train people to interpret that data, to use that data, to build tools to process that data. And so without that level of aid, without that push and pull, it becomes more challenging for any data set, this one included, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can also, for PSA, we also do household survey, and there are surveys which are regular activities of the office, and there are those which are also funded by other institutions. So I think, yes, there will be survey data which can be sustainable without aid from other agencies.
Good, but perhaps I can ask God to go back to, let's see, give us a, I like that second question. If I can throw that perhaps at the whole panel, because I think it's costs and benefits, because I think we have had a really exciting journey through different types of data sources. What, in your general reflection, I mean, everything is subject to cost and benefit analysis. What data sources have the biggest payoff? Surveys, administrative data, real-time monitoring, big data. So, Eric, I see you are cited as the one who put that question up, so thank you for that question. Who wants to take a first stab at this, and how do we even analyze this? Perhaps we can start with that reflection. How do we actually, what are the costs and what are the benefits? And so, who wants to take the first shot?
Build my quota already, or I've been speaking?
No, I'll double check with God.
I think, and I saw it in the previous question too, about the representativeness of the big data too. Sometimes the way that the question asked is loaded with the answer, and sometimes it directs you in a certain way that you know, can be biased. Now here, in the question, I think the question underneath, at least I feel that way, assumes as if all these different data types produce data of the same type, for the same reason, for the same purpose. So to compare their costs and benefits is actually a non-starter for me, because it depends on what they're delivering. Are they delivering indicators? Are they big data? Are we coming up with aggregates? Are we looking at equity? Are we looking at individual level data? What are we using them for? So we have to qualify each of them for the purpose, and then talk separately about their costs and benefits. And if all of these different data types have a place in this ecosystem, I think for each of them, and that for the type of information that they're going to be generating, we have to have separate costs and benefits analysis. Can we make household surveys more beneficial with less cost? Can we do the same with admin data, etc.? I think that should be the discussion.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, Emily?
Yeah, I would like to add that also, you know, you need to remember that the real-time data, for example, can collect only a very limited amount of pieces, because as I said, the more you collect, the less you get responses in general. So you can't collect a household survey by using SMS. It's just simply not possible. So I don't think it's possible to give any kinds of comparisons in that regard.
And I would add, I mean, I think our project is very unique in that again, the cost-benefit question is really, not applicable, because what we're trying to do is just change neighborhood by neighborhood, and in certain neighborhoods there's a dozen children, and others there are hundreds of children. And I think for us, when we go to a council member and they care more about number of high schools or number of child care centers, we have to use a couple of different things. And I think the challenge for us is that we're trying to get real information, real time, to move things really quickly. And census is also often just estimates from 2012 to 2013. I mean, one thing I have to just say as a caveat is that we're a staff of 4. I am certainly not a statistician or a data analyst. I have, access to 100 data partners, pro bono data partners through DataKind, and we do think about what are the easiest ways and shortcuts to get to the analysis we need. And I think for a small organization like us, where cost is an issue, I do think it's going to be an ongoing challenge for what data sources and what data sets we use. And right now we're working with the Child Welfare Agency, and the challenge there is, how do we prevent one more case of neglect or an abduction or a missing child? And our work has quickly turned to these point of contacts who are solely responsible for tracking each child so that we prevent another abuse case. And that's pretty powerful when you look at what kind of data you need to make that happen, that quick leap, because the programs we work with don't see themselves as the data source, but yet we do.
So Stefan, sorry to interrupt. Here, I'm over here. Hi, hello. That's all right. So those who want to use from the power of data to the power of the voice, who want to use their real voice and not just the pigeonhole, we have a real voice here.
Oh, I like to be the real voice. Thank you. That said, taking on from Attila, the various data sources, household surveys, administrative data, big data, real-time data, have different purposes and different methods. However, in a changing world, the administrative data, household survey data, they take a long time to come into effect to be used. So sometimes the world is changing so fast that you really need real-time data.
That's right.
And to use it for policy to be in to what is actually changing. So if you don't have real-time data, so you have to move with the times. That does not mean what is being used in the past is not the good thing to do. You need it for different purpose. But what do you use and when? You need a certain intelligence and thinking to go with it, rather than clutch and cling to what we already had. And I think Amazon has done a brilliant job in trying to be, because they are in a much more competitive world. The public sector has been a little more later in catching up to what is actually happening. The social sector is little more inertia than the private sector to move those changes. But the real world is changing. I think that is something to be very, important to take note of while we move with the changing world. Thank you.
Back to the pigeonhole.
Did anybody want to react to that? Matt?
I have just one comment. In terms of thinking about real-time data, real-time really means, it just means the length of time that you can use that data to affect change. So if you're running a very, very large-scale operational system, understanding the metrics of that system to the millisecond can be very helpful. If you're planning policy for transport inside a large metropolitan city, they look at 30 to 50-year timelines. So understanding real time in the context of how you use that data to actually affect any sort of change is kind of how we think about it.
Yep. Yeah. And my comment, I think in the social sector, I think I want to just add a couple of things, which is, it's a new mindset, and you're asking both politicians and advocates and policymakers to move away from the status quo, which often I think data in the past has, like in DC, for example, we know that we have concentration of poverty. We know high school graduation rates are low. And those statistics are often used, but we don't get beyond that. And so your question about real time, and I think what Matt's pointing out too, is it doesn't translate really well to the social, like the direct service sector, because what we're finding is that we're having direct service providers, and a lot of it is just technical assistance and having them move away from compliance-driven data analysis and just data around enrollment and utilization, and move quickly to, what is it that you need to see to actually improve changes, improve productivity, improve quality of care. Those aren't the questions being answered right now.
If I may take the prerogative of the moderator, I actually like a little the discussion where we're going. I didn't like it first because it was almost like we were entering the battle of the various data sources, and it is sort of who wins the battle. It's almost looking like there's only one supreme way of generating information. Can I perhaps take the discussion a little bit into the direction of, and you already mentioned different purposes, information systems. I mean, families of different data, and so how can we use them together? And if I may there perhaps just ask a follow-up question on the presentation from Emily, sorry. You in your last slide, I think you were trying, and we were perhaps a bit rushed, to show how the EduTrack system, which was the new kind of information, was related to other existing administrative records and information systems, if I understood that correctly. And by the way, I also loved your cartoon about the too much information. I mean, we're all struggling with that, and I think the answer to too much information is also information systems. We have to put the various types of information into different categories and try to make them purpose-related and work together. So perhaps you want to elaborate a little bit on this idea of different data families playing together in a data system and the experience of Uganda?
Yeah, so basically what's going to happen in the next year or so is that there will be a new dashboard that will combine the data from EMIS, data from EduTrack, and U-Report, which is the citizen engagement system that UNICEF has been working on, in a one dashboard, combined then with inspectorate reports, because right now all the data is very scattered, and that's one of the difficulties, is that for the district education officer to make actually any use of this data, he will have to go to 15 different sources to try to see actually what's happening. So we're trying to help them to come with one platform where you can actually see all this data. But I would say that also relates to the earlier discussion we had about the benefits, is because I don't think it's just about which data is the best and which is most beneficial, but also how it's being presented. Because we all probably understand quite eloquent data presentations, but that's not the case of the rural district education officer in Uganda, who basically, only gets numbers, doesn't really necessarily do those comparisons based on the actual figures only, but they need in very visual form. So we're also trying to see what's the best way of presenting that data so that it actually helps in decision making, because that's obviously what we are aiming at.
Somebody else who would like to say something on this idea of data families or integrated information systems? Attila?
Maybe a comment, and I couldn't agree more. I don't think this is the time to compete, to be honest with you. I agree with you completely, Stefan. My father is stronger than your father. Yeah. Let's leave that behind, I think. I think no data type is superior to the other. One data type is superior to the other in terms of what it delivers specifically. The other type of data is superior to the other one on something else that it delivers. So we have to be very cognizant of that. This is the time to complement and collaborate. This is not the time to compete. If there are such people on the so-called traditional or robust side, they shouldn't be turning a blind eye to what's happening. The innovations and etc., because the times are moving. But on the other hand, the new types of data shouldn't come up with unjustified claims about the nature of their data and that they're going to be replaced something else which was there. That's not what's going to happen. What should happen is to complement each other and come up with this real ecosystem. We can use data, provided that we disseminate it properly and translate it, and this applies to all kinds of data, by the way, then that's the way to go. We should make sure that that happens.
I mean, I also like, if I just may add this, I mean, my favorite example that I once heard somewhere is, I mean, we're using information for decision making, and decision makers are quite capable of mixing different types of information. I was looking at myself the other day when I was trying to decide whether to take an umbrella in the morning. Well, I did two things. I grabbed my phone and looked at the probability of rain forecast, and I simply looked out of the window how gray the sky was, and then one was a very unscientific gut feeling kind of intake of information, and the other one was a highly scientific information based on probably lots of meteorological data. And then I combined the two and I took my decision of whether or not to take an umbrella. So I think decision makers are also quite capable, and actually we do that all the time, of mixing different types of information for certain types of discussions. I see there's some more audience questions.
Yes, some audience questions digitally this time, and this via Twitter. And just to underline your point about, you know, the human element as well as, of course, the data itself, the technological side. And to the point earlier about aid, investment, critical. So a question from Gideon Mann via Twitter is, did I hear correctly? And he wasn't talking about the fulfillment either. 300 million to collect household survey data. Yes? Who would like to take that?
No, that's the figure that just came to my mind. I have to go back and confirm it. But that was the figure which was produced by some study recently. The money that has been spent to support the generation of MDG indicators by international aid to, I think, 77 IDA countries.
Okay, very good. We'll correct that via Twitter. We also have an interesting comment on email. Klaus? From Ruth. From Afghanistan, from our colleague in Afghanistan. And I'll read it out here. Governments do generally fund surveys with economic value, labor force surveys, socio-economic surveys, income and expenditure surveys, agricultural surveys, censuses, but social surveys like health surveys, of which the mix is an example, seem to require external funding. So back to the aid question. It's kind of a yes or no, but more than that. So over to you, Stefan, who you want to take that question.
I mean, domestically, with any federal grant, we have to do a needs assessment and survey, and most of those are federally funded. So I don't know where that question comes from. Most of the data we get from district government has already been done, and it's not private sector paying for it. So there's a youth and risk survey, there's a pre-K audit. I mean, I could just give you like multiple names from surveys, and none of it is paid by government or private foundations or government or corporations.
Let's have the Pigeonhole back up again so we can get more questions via Pigeonhole.
There was one question I was irking to ask, and I'm glad it's now in second position here, because this comes back to my observation that when I listened to Matt's presentation, I was both in awe and scared. And I think you very proudly presented yourself as a data scientist. I'm only a statistician. So I think when
we can still be friends.
We can, okay. Well, over a cup of coffee we can. No, but I think I was interested in your thoughts, because you come from such a data-intense and rich environment, and you obviously have access to megas and gigas that we can only dream of here. But when you then see what we are struggling with, the kind of information systems that we need for sustainable development, and perhaps UNICEF in particular with a mandate for children and so, how do you think companies like Amazon can collaborate with UNICEF and leverage the power of data and science for kids specifically? Did you hear some things that gave you some ideas on how we can connect your power?
I mean, absolutely. So I think there's a couple of different areas. The most obvious one that comes to mind is ensuring that as we enter an era of multiple different types of data, like some longitudinal, long-term studies, more immediate types of data, all the way through to kind of real-time data, that the technical underpinnings for collecting and managing and asking questions of that data cease to become a constraint. This is one thing that we've found incredibly liberating internally at Amazon, and which a lot of our customers, we run in addition to selling books, we also run a cloud computing business, and so we make available certain tools that we use internally, so data warehousing tools, machine learning tools, predictive modeling tools, storage tools, to collect data and ask questions of it at virtually any scale. And so we have a lot of capacity, and if anybody needs servers or storage or anything, Matthew@Amazon.com, and I am more than happy to contribute to make the constraints of the implementation just bleed away. We operate in an era today where, when I was a PhD student, I wanted to work on a genomic data set, and I had to go to my systems team and say, hey, systems team, I want to work with this genomic data set, and it's about 100 terabytes in size. And they said, well, in that case, you're going to need triple replicated storage. And so now it's 300 terabytes in size, and and then they said, what are you going to do with it? And I said, well, I'm just going to poke around and see what's what. And they said, absolutely not. So that whole avenue of exploring that data set, enriching that data set, exploring that data set, immediately closed down to me. And today we operate in a world where that just isn't the case, and data center walls can move and bleed away. And so the most obvious thing that I can think of is to enable UNICEF and anybody else that's here to enjoy the same freedom of innovation and enjoy the same exploration. Data scientists and large-scale programs like this, they're builders and tinkerers, and we want to enable those builders and tinkerers without any sorts of constraints. So draw me a line if you need storage. That's one area.
You may regret that.
The more the merrier, the more the merrier. Another area is we have some skills and some expertise that we built up over the years in asking questions of this data, and so we're also happy to provide guidance or whatever sort of interaction that you want. We already do a reasonable amount of work with UNICEF, with the UN Foundation in general, and so very happy to kind of extend that relationship to any other member states and anybody else that's represented here today, or any of your friends.
That's all. Email Matt.
Are you sure?
Well, thank you for that insight and offer. And I mean, everybody here, where is your email address?
Matthew@Amazon.com.
Oh, okay. Good. This was a question really specifically for Matt. Let's look. I think perhaps, if I may, I mean, there are a couple of mixed questions. Perhaps Attila, perhaps you can have a look at this, because I think we may come back to the number one question. But let me take perhaps the number 3 one, and this is to the whole panel. And I think it's very interesting. What new ethical issues will arise due to our ability to process big data about children? Will it have negative as well as positive impacts? And I think this comes from our guest speaker from Kenya. Madam Gitao, you contributed this important questions, and I think as an information manager, I'm sure you're struggling with this. What can be done should not always be done. So perhaps has somebody here on the panel some insights on this?
I mean, there's a paradox for us, because we're looking at neighborhood level data and we want student level data, but there are a lot of ethical issues and a lot of regulations that prevent us to be able to get access. But I think we want the conversation to move to real impact, and we cannot do that when we're going with trends and estimates and data from 10 or even 5 years ago. And I think the challenge for us is that there are going to be some ethical issues, that, especially when we're looking at student level and individual family level data. And we need to figure out solutions to move beyond that, because we do need the open data movement and these ethical questions to kind of intersect somehow and move us beyond, so that we can start working with the data we need. We're not there yet, but if you have solutions, we would love to hear them too.
I'm not able to say so much about the big data, but I would want to talk just from our experience that there are difficulties or challenges that are coming from more information, basically. Because one of the big issues in Uganda is also violence against children, and there is no real reporting mechanism. Well, there is now, but when we started, we actually were struggling because we were getting reports from teachers saying, hey, there's a girl age 12 defiled in my school, what should I do? And I was like, well, we don't actually know. We were receiving the information, but we weren't able to do much about it. So there's been simultaneously a huge work done with violence against children agenda to place it with the government and to say, hey, this is a real thing. Should we also work on some reporting and referral mechanism while we're getting this information? Obviously, then we worked also with the child helpline. That's actually another official way of reporting these cases. But it's caused us to think maybe things that we were not anticipating. We thought that, you know, this is just a channel to collect the data that we are asking, but actually people are also reporting a lot of data that we were not asking, and it's putting us in a spot saying like, okay, now we need to do something. We can't just say like, oh, thanks very much for letting us know. Yeah. Have a good day.
I would add that, with all of these techniques, there's a huge amount of power. And as Spider-Man would say, you know, with great power comes great responsibility, and the onus is very much on the collectors and the guardians of this data to ensure that there is a very, very high level of trust from those that are providing the information. So whether it's in those sort of abuse cases and doing the right thing in those cases, or whether it's with census information, or whether it's with health information, there are a lot of questions about how you use this information. There are a lot of easy ways to de-anonymize anonymous information, even accidentally. And so I would say that, you know, building that trust with the people and the citizens of the world that are providing this information is almost an immutable rule of being a guardian and a curator of that information.
Can I just add one point that's not so much maybe an ethical issue, but it's an issue with more data being available. It could be very Uganda specific, but something also we didn't anticipate is that the government, especially the planning department of Ministry of Education, is extremely touchy about open data. So like, this is great, but you know, nobody can see this data. So what do? We're soon having the entire country linked with the system, which then now all of a sudden the planning department is saying like nobody can see it, nobody can use it, it's only for our eyes. So it is an issue that we definitely weren't anticipating because we thought that the whole world is moving towards open data.
Give it time. Be patient.
The whole concept of open data is very confusing, and it's a new territory. You know, I mean, everything, when I tell you, like, we're a staff of 4, but everything we've created, the coding, the Excel sheets, everything that populates those images in the back end is accessible to any one of you here. We've had Bangalore, Singapore, we've had tons of countries call to use some of this information, and it's all open, free.
Well, I think if I read the clock correctly at the bottom, we have about a little bit more than 5 minutes. And so I think we are the guests of UNICEF, so we should finish with a mixed question. I think this is only fair. So, I mean, the talk...
Stefan, could I suggest just perhaps the corner left vote, even though it didn't get a huge amount of votes, but it's really interesting because it is what you were talking about, open source, open information, the thin blue line between privacy and security. How does Amazon address governance of privacy and security of data? Is data systematically aggregated or depersonalized? I think it'd be, sorry to put you on the spot there, Matt, but I think it sort of fits in really what was being said earlier, especially on what do you do with data?
Totally fair and legitimate question. We have very, very strict data control and governance policies inside the organization, talking from a a cloud computing provider perspective, we obviously have a lot of organizations, large companies, small companies, NGOs, which store their data up on Amazon data centers. And we have very strict policies about how we operate and control that data. So customers retain ownership of that information. We have no ability, basically, to be able to log in and see what's running on our servers. We have ways of mitigating against common networking problems, of course, but we don't have the passwords. We don't have the credentials to log in and see what's going on. We have very strict and transparent controls over data sovereignty. So it's tempting to see the cloud as this kind of amorphous thing that lives above the earth. But really, it's from our perspective, it's just a series of small clouds, small data centers, and customers have to deliberately choose where their data resides. And whilst we'll replicate it to make sure it's durably stored and all those sorts of things, we don't move it between geographies. So if you have data which, for very good reasons, has to stay within Germany, you can use our Germany facilities, and that data will not move outside of German areas. And we have been working closely with kind of Article 29 working groups, which say that they, for example, German personal information can be stored up on AWS, the cloud computing business that we operate, and that the same levels of privacy controls exist even if that data is stored in other global areas on our network. So it's something we take extremely seriously, and this boils back down to, at the end of the day, maintaining customer trust. In an environment where customers are paying as they go for the services that they receive, they can remove that data from our servers and they stop paying us and we'll lose them forever. So we have to re-win that trust every week, every hour, every minute, basically. And it's something that we take a huge amount of time over and we take extremely seriously.
Well, I think I'll leave it to you. We're going to watch a video, but it'd be interesting to know if that would satisfy the concerns in Uganda of that information from that girl who was violated, and whether that information should go up or not, and how they feel about that. That's the tricky one. But over to you, Stefan, and then we'll close with a final short video in the next couple of minutes. So wrap up and then video.
I'll try to wrap up. First of all, I would really like to thank our phenomenal panel here. And I think with a round of applause, we should do that. I was just writing this down, and whoever invented this Davos-style discussions should perhaps allow the note-taker to have a little table here. But I did manage to scribble something down, and even more surprisingly, I can even read it now. I think we took a very great journey across geography, against at least 3 continents. We took a journey across time. We looked at some more traditional measures and some very, very modern and futuristic measures. We took a journey through different institutional setups, because you represent governments, international organizations, private sector, and non-governmental organizations. And we took certainly a very interesting journey through the toolbox of data, seeing many different ways of putting information together. So this was very enlightening. I learned a lot, not least of which I learned that God is female. And she'll interrupt me in any minute if I don't wrap up a little bit faster. So here are my five points. We learned we need disaggregated data, in particular in the context when we look at the children and potentially vulnerable groups, but we have to put in safeguards for privacy. We need, at the other end of the spectrum, integrated data, data that can put together new and old, perhaps the statistical and the geospatial, different forms of data. We need, and I think this is dear to my heart as an international statistician also, it was mentioned, comparable data at the global level so that we can really understand what is going on in the different parts of the world. We need big data, especially for the little ones. I think there's so much new stuff out there. We need to learn to put that to good use in conjunction with our more classical and well-established information systems. But perhaps fifth and most importantly, we need good data. always. Quality and sustainability are overriding concerns. Data are precious, as we discussed. Data are valuable. That's also why they are not necessarily always for free. They come not at a price to be acquired, but at a price to be produced if they are quality data. So I think, and the best data item at the end of the day is a used data item, not something that is sitting on the shelf, but that is actually moving something forward. So I'll leave it right here as a short summary of this first very exciting session. And thank you again for all of you for your insights and your participation out there.
MIX, Multiple Indicator Cluster Surveys, is a household survey program that generates data on the well-being of children and women. Data that have helped shape policies, document progress, and improve lives over the past 20 years. Worldwide, MIX has contributed to the dramatic rise in the quantity and quality of representative data on the situation of children, their families, and their environments. MIX results have been the basis for targeted local interventions. Over the past 20 years, MIX has progressively improved its ability to highlight inequalities and identify the most vulnerable. And MIX results have been critical for monitoring national goals and global commitments. Throughout its 20-year history, MIX has been constantly adapting, evolving to meet the changing needs of diverse populations, to create a more complete and useful data landscape for the future. 20 years ago, the data landscape was sparse, limiting the understanding of the situation of women and children. However, because of household surveys such as MIX and other types of data, the picture today is radically different than it was in the 1990s. MIX was developed to support countries and respond to their data needs. MIX works with governments to strengthen capacity in countries. With technical support, countries themselves collect, analyze, and disseminate data. Over the last 20 years, MIX has generated data that represents over half of the world's children and women. Each MIX survey is a snapshot in time. When combined, they produce a clear picture of how people's lives have changed over time. MIX is dynamic, adaptable, and flexible. MIX has steadily evolved, developing new measurement tools and methods to respond to changing data needs in countries with and without advanced data systems. Because of its wide global coverage, MIX is sometimes the most recent robust data collected before an emergency or crisis. For example, MIX data were important in informing the post-disaster response to the 2015 earthquakes in Nepal. MIX data are also used to assess difficult-to-reach populations, like refugees or indigenous groups. And MIX has been used in areas of hostility and countries affected by conflict. MIX is part of a broader data ecosystem, and together with other data sources, creates a detailed panorama of how people live. MIX is poised to respond to country data needs in the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, particularly with relevant, disaggregated, and robust data on child-focused indicators. MIX data are open and transparent for greater access and, as a result, greater accountability. New technology at every stage of the MIX process is leading to faster and higher quality results. Increasingly, MIX is collaborating with other household survey programs. It has been transforming the way countries assess their populations and informing the way countries serve their people. Today, building on this long track record of success, MIX continues to innovate and expand, empowering countries to create a brighter future for all. MIX, 20 years and beyond.
And so to lunch until 2 p.m. back here, please. Thank you very much.
Una città che non conosco e tu mi hai portato qui. Ora sei andato via e non riesco a trovarti.
I got pencils and tape, the hardest knives that you made, but that keeps me away. So God take the floor, the shit just get by the door. Oh,
potion. The green goes to bowl, the one oculus where blood lies within the chamber. I wonder.
Stranger.
I wonder. Sunshine daisies, watermellow. Sunshine daisies, watermellow.
I strongly recommend
Potion. Or mandragora.
no such amen.
Anyone who hears it. Why is it always me? Or mandragora.
No such amen. 1, 2, 3.
They only closer. On your nose, by mangoes, they bold and carry. And it's like where? They only closer. On your nose, by mangoes, they bold and carry. And it's like where? They only closer. On your nose, by mangoes, they bold and carry. And it's like where? They only closer. On your nose, by mangoes, they bold and carry. And it's like where? I oculus, they bug green goes to bold. Oculus, where? Carry. I was I oculus, potion. Bug green goes to bold. One oculus, where? Blood. I oculus, they bug green goes to bold. Oculus, where? Aroused. I was I oculus, potion. Bug green goes to bold. One oculus, where? Blood.
I'm letting go. I'm beginning to see a point of light on the horizon. It's getting larger. Oh, it's
forget. I know your hips, I know your zips. I kiss your lips, and everything is great. But what I need, baby, is a little bit of your soul. But you're too cold, baby, and your blood don't flow. What I need, baby, is a little bit of your soul. But you're too cold, baby, and your blood don't flow. Well, you taught me a few tricks in bed, and that a lover can't be your friend.
ela chama Maria, fala mais que o diabo, bebe suco de umbu. Traz cebola e farinha, coentro, coco ralado e castanha de caju. Salva o santo do dia, deixa o resto de lado, veste o vestido azul. Sol já baixou pra noite acontecer e o tocador quer comer, quer beber. Sol já baixou pra noite acontecer e o tocador quer comer, quer beber. No caminho da Barra, Ana e a Majota, na beira da maré. A primeira parada, Largo da Maricota, comer acarajé. Já no meio da farra, Zé no passo se enrosca e quase me pisa o pé. Levada destoprada, dança até que não gosta, seja homem ou mulher. Sol já baixou pra staring at an empty page again, searching deep within my soul. Sometimes I don't know where to begin when there's nothing left to hold. So I will sing you a song that I know that I can lean on. So I will sing you a song that I know that I can lean on. 'Cause I'm lost where I belong. Where I belong. Where I belong. Where I belong. Drifting around this empty place again, hoping to feel whole, hearing nothing but the world spinning. Silence is louder than before. So I will sing you a song that I know that I can lean on. So I will sing you a song that I know that I can lean on. 'Cause I'm lost where I belong. Where I belong.
dance right out of here now. I'm getting out of here. And the forest, the legs on my washing blow. Forgot all the pigs, well, the voodoo glow. She's finding it hard, fixing the night, while dealing the cards and them towels are cold. The toilet is free, I'm gonna wait a while till my face become loose. Can't get out of here till they open the door. I'm very quite contrary's legs are sore now. Which way out of here? Which way out of here? Come on now, which way out of here? Oh, which way out of here? I'm gonna dance right out of here now. I'm gonna dance right out of here. I'm gonna find that door and go. Come and get it, gonna dance right out of here. I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here. Gonna get right out of here. Oh, now that's cool, skangalooga. I'm a bang on. Go, school, skangalooga. I'm a bang on. School, skangalooga, going a bang on. School, skangalooga, going a bang on. I'm gonna school, skangalooga, going a bang on. School, skangalooga, going a bang on. School, skangalooga, going a bang on. School, skangalooga, going go, go. Go, go. Go, go.
smile. Many lives, just tiny dots on Earth's great surface side. It's all here, just a moment, one breath and then it's gone. It's all here, just a moment, a trick of space and time. It's all here, just a moment, a trick of space and time. Telegraphs along the road, feeding one to one, sending thoughts in binary
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume shortly. Please take your seats. Thank you.
All right, all right, all right. All you data experts, I hope you're well warmed up in this rather cold room and are ready for another energetic session or two. I have some breaking news for you, by the way. Oh, I got your attention. That's good. The hashtag Data15 is trending. Well, I don't know if you can say it's actually trending, but it's getting there. There are 500 uses. It's reached 5 million. So 200 people. Am I right? Maurizio. Figures right? Where is he? We'll keep updating you as it goes. So keep those hashtags burning up. I think at this point it's also good to kind of recognize our, really the queen of UNICEF statistics, Tessa Wardlaw, who could not be here with us today. So we just want to recognize her enormous contribution to developing UNICEF into the data knowledge source that we hope it is. So let me get right on to the next panel. We've had a really rich discussion this morning, a great breadth from everywhere from the Philippines to the District of Columbia. We've spoken about how data can help even in the remotest areas. So we're now going to move right on to a much more in-depth, weighty discussion that is going to be led by Jeffrey O'Malley, Director, Data Research and Policy at UNICEF, who's going to moderate this great panel this afternoon. So if you can one by one come up, Beth Novak, co-lead of the NYC Government Lab and former First Deputy Chief Technology Officer at the White House, Claire Melamed. Do we have Claire? No. So, Priscilla Edela. I'm sorry. Apologies, I've jumped ahead. Sam Clark. Oh, we got two Clarks. That's good. Hope you got shoes on, Clark shoes. Sam Clark, Associate Professor, University of Washington, and Eduardo Clark, Director, Data Development Office of the President of Mexico. And we heard earlier how important that is to have the President's office involved. And then we have Sarah Telford. So sorry, I had the next panel first. Okay, over to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Sarah, and welcome back, everyone. We just had from our Crow an update on our hashtag. Apparently 150 people were live streaming this morning as well. So although I think probably lots of them are in time zones where if they're streaming at all now, they might be streaming from bed. But hello to any of you who are live streaming the event, and we will have a recording as well for people to catch up afterwards. So far this morning, just in terms of formats, of course, we started with some traditional speeches, and then we had our Ignite presentations. And now that it's after lunch, it's my turn to play Oprah Winfrey. So we have 4 guests. We don't have any Ignite presentations. We don't have any big speeches. I'm really going to really just try to have a bit of a chat show here. And Sarah's going to liven things up by wandering around and interrupting us on occasion. I've got to disappoint you. There are no prizes for the audience. There are no big reveals like that. We have no Justin Bieber haircuts up here. But nevertheless, I do hope this is a lively discussion. And we have got a Pigeonhole open. And so once again, you can start typing in your questions right now. And as in the last session, we'll start pulling out questions from the audience. So welcome to Beth and Sam and Eduardo and Sarah. Stefan finished the last session this morning by wrapping up and saying the best data is data that's used. And I think that's the perfect segue into our discussion this afternoon. What have we learned, looking back in the MDG era, about analyzing and actually using data to help achieve the MDG results? And more importantly, how can we apply those lessons? What insights come from that can guide us in the future? And it's a future that's not just building on lessons from the past, but it's a future that's embracing all of the new technologies we've already started talking about today. Stefan also talked this morning about using umbrellas and the fact that he's quite capable, although he's just a lowly international civil servant. Even an international civil servant is able to combine different information sources. He can look at his phone for a weather forecast that comes from a sophisticated meteorological model, and he can look out the window and see how cloudy it is and combine those 2 sources of information to inform his decision about whether or not to use an umbrella. And I loved that analogy because it brings us down to the real world. And in the real world, virtually nobody, or maybe nobody at all, makes a decision only based on data. Sometimes you see phrases like data-based or evidence-based. I think at best we're talking about evidence or data-informed decision-making. Decision makers have to think about politics. They have to think about opinions. They're shaped by their prejudices. They're shaped by how many cups of coffee they've had. But what I think all of us can agree is that we would like decision-making that affects children to be informed by data as quickly and as powerfully as possible so that we can achieve the most powerful results as possible. So with that background, I'd like to start by asking maybe a general question for I'll go perhaps guest by guest here. Looking back, based on your experience in your respective domains, and whether it's the humanitarian world or the government of Mexico or as an academic or here domestically in the United States, can you each share one example from the past where you think there's been a really good system put in place to take data from its raw state through analysis into informing decisions? So what's a good, powerful example that we could learn from before we start talking too much about the future? And Eduardo, we heard from the ambassador, the deputy perm rep this morning about Mexico's experience. Could you build on that? What's a good lesson from Mexico about moving that data from raw state into a decision?
Of course. Well, thank you for the introduction. Well, I think that it's a very long process that I'd like to share, but one of the things that it's in one of the top priorities of my office is the issue of maternal mortality in Mexico. As you all know, it's one of the MDGs, and it's one in which Mexico has been really struggling. And we've been trying to put in forward policy, but the rate of improvement is not as good as we want. So from my office and in collaboration with different stakeholders within the government, outside of the government, we started thinking, how can we leverage all the information systems that we have in Mexico to generate actionable policy making recommendations that can actually impact this? So I'd like to speak a little bit about the kind of the infrastructure we have for data gathering and then moving on to data analysis. So we're fortunate enough in Mexico to have a very autonomous statistical office that generates very, very robust and very curated data, and the statistics. And we also have a lot of information generated directly from the public administration, that it's more of administrative records and so forth. So when we started looking at problems like this, we find a big wealth of data sources. The issue most of the time is how can we combine them and get people to work together on them. What happens sometimes is that people in the health ministry, for example, only see what they have in front of them because that's what they know. And people in other dependencies, that's what they have in front of them. So what we try to act as the Office of the President is kind of being a funnel and trying to do a bit of data matchmaking, but finding all the different data sources from different parts of government and putting them together to get some work done. And one of the parts I would really like to emphasize is that sometimes all this evidence-based policy making or data analysis projects for informing policy, they're kind of closed. You know, maybe myself within the office, I would be doing something. What we have learned to working there is trying to open it up and trying to get people from the outside to participate with us. So what we did for the topic of maternal mortality, we started looking at data sources, and then we started finding experts from outside of government to help us build a concrete project and start looking at alternatives. One of the issues that we had in Mexico is that a lot of the research before was done at the municipality level, at the national level, state trends from one side, and the other side were doctors and physicians doing everything at a very much clinical case basis, kind of what doctors do, looking at a particular case. So what we tried to do was try to merge those two approaches and do something concrete. For this, we worked with the University of Chicago with the Data Science for Social Good project. And what we told them is, we have a lot of data. We generate birth registries, the patient discharges, death registries, everything at the individual level. How can we help you get this into a very concrete database and start working together? And what we did there was trying to go further and trying to generate some basic recommendations for the Ministry of Health to follow. And one of the big lessons that we have is that a lot of what we found is kind of common sense. Things like increasing the amount of consultations that people in marginalized areas have during their pregnancy, or reducing the distance that they have to travel to give birth. What was important and what is crucial in this case is putting a number to each of the recommendations that you find. Because some of the times, well, they're common sense and they know that they have to do stuff like this, but putting a number to them and showing the policymakers at the Ministry of Health just how much they can improve with a concrete change really makes a world of difference by them internalizing and going forward with it.
Great, thanks, Eduardo. And I think that it's a great example, and as your compatriot said this morning, it's an unusual model, having your office in the presidency and this ability, in a sense, to be above line ministries and to work with line ministries. And hopefully we can hear from the audience more about opportunities and challenges when a statistics office doesn't have that kind of political visibility and supra-ministerial role. I could imagine it's more challenging. But let me turn to Sarah, if I can, right now. We heard a bit about humanitarian issues this morning, but not a lot. And in terms of translating data into decisions, in an emergency, that needs to happen right now. So do you have a good example of a system or a place that's really doing a good job of gathering humanitarian data and really using it to guide action?
Sure. So I was thinking of the analogy of looking out at the weather versus looking at a device. And I think humanitarian data is much more looking out at the weather and kind of feeling what is happening in a response rather than really having a ton of data to help with decisions. But I think that's changing. I run the Humanitarian Data Exchange platform. We've been around for about a year. And just to context, like we sort of think of humanitarian data as the development data, the baseline data, geospatial data, and then data about the actual crisis. So the people affected, where they are, what they need, and then the response, who's responding, what are they providing. So within that, one really important data set is who's doing what where. So it's called the 3W data set. And I think that's probably one of the most active contributed data set in most crises. You can get you can kind of understand who's doing what where. The fourth W of for what period doesn't always come in, and also for whom, and how that is kind of changing over time. But what I've seen, and I've been in this space for maybe 10 years, is that it used to be very manual. You'd be collecting the data, putting it into a spreadsheet. OCHA, in our coordination role, would send out a standard template, get all that data back through emails, a lot of cutting and pasting, and then maybe you'd have a static PDF map. And so now I think the process is speeding up. There's a lot more efficiency in terms of how the data is collected, and now it's maybe done through Google spreadsheets. There's automated validation processes that we're introducing, and then that's linked directly to interactive 3W visuals that you can find on the HDX site and other places. So I think over time that'll even get better. Maybe there'll be a time dimension to it, so that you can see how who's doing what where has changed from the beginning of the crisis to the end of the crisis. So that's an example.
Are those data used well? The one thing both you and Edouard have been talking about is sort of getting the data you need and packaging it, but actually using those data to make an informed decision. Do you have an example of where that works well?
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of user statistics on the HDX site for the Nepal earthquake, we set up a crisis page, so it sort of had the top line figures. It had an interactive map. It had, I think, about 82 data sets contributed from different organizations responding. The top download for that crisis was the 3W. Well, actually, after the number of people who'd been killed and injured, the top download was the 3W data set. So how it was used in practice, I mean, I wasn't in Nepal. I didn't deploy. But my sense is that it was very valuable to the decision makers there, that they did use it to help them understand what areas weren't being covered and what were.
Great. Beth, you come from the United States, and you've worked in a domestic...
Brooklyn. I come from Brooklyn.
Okay, so near almost the United States.
Related country.
And the People's Republic of Brooklyn, and the Park Slope? No. But you've worked in a domestic environment in a rich country, and including public policy space. So do you have an example here domestically of whether data is being used well to guide decisions?
So I think, the question itself belies the answer, which is that we're at the moment of this transition from the world of decision-based evidence to evidence-based decision-making. So we've been publishing a lot of data in many contexts. We have had a so-called chief statistician of the United States for I don't know how long. I bet you didn't even know that, and surely do not know this person's name, but you probably know that this year President Obama appointed a chief data officer of the United States, DJ Patil, and there has been a move now to go past the world of collecting data for perfunctory purposes to using that data and transitioning into making use of it to govern differently and do things differently. And I think that's a phenomenon that exists in the United States, but all around the world as governments and other entities begin to develop the tools, develop the capacity to not only collect data, but to use it to develop better insight and develop better decision making. So a couple of examples maybe. To take a domestic example per your request, there is a group based here in New York City. It's an offshoot of the Annie E. Casey Foundation from Baltimore called Casebook that some of you may have come across, and I don't know if anybody from Casebook is in the room. But what Casebook does is to develop technology systems for child welfare. They have deployed their system in the Annie E. Casey regional sort of private child services offices, but now also with the state of Indiana. What the tool is, it's Casebook, it's Facebook, but for caseworkers caregivers working with children. And what it does is it puts the child at the center, and it allows all the care providers, doctors, social workers, et cetera, to enter data about the child in one place and to have it visible with the right permissions to all the people who need to have access to that data. What's important about this is not just having data and having data in one place, but the fact that now, after just a little more than a year of use, and the availability of real-time analytics back to caseworkers who are working with children, that they have the ability, at least in the first instance, some of the early data shows that they have been able to dramatically reduce the number of short stays in foster care. In other words, kids shuttling from one foster home to another, they've been able to dramatically reduce that rate and improve the lives of children and hopefully the quality of care as a result of providing data back to people to use it differently. So the availability of data by itself is never enough. It's how it gets used and how it gets incorporated into decision making, which can often be a very big cultural transition as much as it is a technological one.
Great. Sam, our academic on the panel, I was just saying to Sam before the panel started, I heard him speak at the Cartagena Data Festival earlier this year and talk about his academic work looking at triangulation, putting together different data sources, which builds a bit on Eduardo. But before getting into that, from your research, do you have a good example of this translation of the findings of data into analysis into actual policy decisions?
Yes, I do. I work in South Africa with the School of Public Health at the University of Witwatersrand, and we have a very simple project that we've been working on for quite a while, and that is hypertension. So we have data from administrative sources and lots of household surveys that do biomarkers and so on that indicate that in South Africa there's a significant hypertension epidemic, and we know from all kinds of other data sources around the world that salt is a major risk factor. And then further, we have some data from bakeries, both interviews with the cooks and testing of the baked goods, mainly bread, that there's about 4 times as much salt in South African bread as in most other places. So a very simple policy intervention materialized, and that is we need to regulate bakeries to reduce the salt content of the bread. And then we engaged quite a large team for a long period of time. So in this case, the data was very simple, and it was there already. What was very difficult was influencing the government to A, take this seriously, and then B, do something about it. And we actually got it all the way through to an act of parliament that now mandates the reduction of salt content in bread. Very simple, and it should be very effective in terms of reducing morbidity, strokes, and things like that, and actually saving lives.
Great. It's interesting already the range of examples where, if I understand, Sam, it sounds like a academic NGO coalition, perhaps outside government, interpreting data, doing advocacy to influence policy successfully. Eduardo's at the heart of government and facilitating government decision-making. Sarah's talking about a range of actors working with governments in a response to an emergency. And the example we heard from Beth was an example of data influencing frontline action, if I understood correctly. It's service providers who are doing a better job due to data sources coming together and having those real-time analytics. Let's think a bit more about the future and what opportunities are emerging and what we should be prioritizing. Certainly for UNICEF, as well as I think for other, what we call in this world, development partners, so the people who are involved as international development NGOs or as multilateral organizations. We all have limited resources of funds. Some of us have a bit of that to invest in data. One of our questions is how much do we invest in the collection? How much do we invest in the analysis? How much do we invest in things like data literacy and data use and advocacy so that decision makers are aware of data? And within our own organizations, it is a bit of a zero-sum game. We have fixed budgets and we have to figure out the right balance. Do any of you have a sense, any advice for UNICEF or advice for other development partners on, should we be focusing more on that literacy and use end? Is that something that can take care of itself as long as the data systems are in place? Any thoughts on that? Beth?
Too many thoughts in too short a time. So let me try to address a couple of these. First, to the point about data literacy and data skills. I think one of the things that's important, and one of the places that we tend to not think about, we tend to separate thinking about data and big data from thinking about human intelligence. But in fact, a lot of these data science tools, what they're very good for is helping us to understand better what people's skills and abilities are. So the investment in data science tools to allow us to know who within an organization or the ecosystem of collaborating organizations has which skills is tremendously important, because you may discover that although there are a handful of people whose title is statistician, or who have data in their title, there may be distributed throughout the organization people who do have statistical literacy, who have taken a course on Coursera in data science or data analytics, or people who have an interest in developing those skill sets distributed across the organization. So there are organizations like the World Bank, for example, which rolled out a project called Skill Finder last year, originally designed to help people within the bank identify what people know in order to find peer reviewers for projects. What it's turning out to be very useful for is helping frontline managers know what the skills are of people in their own teams in order to do exactly this: reach out, find distributed expertise that may exist not in the teams in which people are working or the silos in which people are already operating, but to look across the organization to find people who may have the ability to visualize a data set, know better how to crowdsource data, know how to do many of the things that we need to do. So I think one of the first recommendations I have would be to use data itself and data science in order to understand better what the human capital is, in order to know where there may be resources that could be deployed in the organization. We can do the same thing also to look outside the organization, combined with crowdsourcing and other challenges, which UNICEF has been good at, is reaching outside organizations to bring in capacity from outside. There are plenty of people working in industry and academia and elsewhere who would gladly lend their time and their talent. So if I have time, I will give one additional recommendation. So I think one is the focus on skills and data about skills. I think the second is that we have to focus on the range of the ecosystem of data collection and use, which has already been said. There's a lot of discussion about pushing data out. We are talking more, and we'll talk more about how do we get data back in order to inform what we do, but we tend to always talk about data about children or data about the relevant populations. We're not talking about collecting data from children and with the engagement of children. So I want to point out the robust citizen science movement, which is increasingly engaging young people to develop their STEM education skills, but also to gather data on the ground about the conditions that surround people. So it's not just studying children, it's actually engaging them in the process of gathering data about their own schools, about their own communities, about their own air and water quality. Yesterday at NYU, we had a speech from Samir Brahmachari, who's the former head of science for India and the founder of something called Open Source Drug Discovery. Open Source Drug Discovery, for those who don't know, is a project that uses students, not people, nobody older than 25, with the exception of a few people, so largely children who are engaged in the process of annotating the entire genomic literature on tuberculosis. Long story short, 50 years, no advances in tuberculosis drugs or treatment. This project, a distributed group of students, have started clinical trials on the first new tuberculosis drug in 50 years. So we shouldn't underestimate the ability of children to be participants in the process, not only subjects of the process.
Thanks, Beth. And just so you know, because I know you couldn't be with us this morning, but data from children very much has come up today already and will come up again later, so it's on the agenda here. Eduardo, just on this issue, and then I think we need to open it up a little bit and get into some more specific questions. But you're, again, in a government, Beth started talking about, again, more on the push side, as a government that cooperates with agencies like UNICEF and UNSD and NGOs and so on. What would you look to from us in terms of working along that data continuum? How important do you think our role is in supporting use as opposed to collection or something in between?
Well, I think one of the biggest challenges I face almost daily is trying to convince people in different government agencies within Mexico that data can be useful for their daily work. So sometimes people in government, they collect a lot of data, they generate data every day, but they see it more as a kind of a track of their work rather than a tool for their future work. And one of the things that we try to work hard with them is try to pair them up with people from the outside that can help them with the problems that they face daily, using the data they generate daily and data from other sources. So the way that we work right now is trying to find concrete problems in different government agencies. They can be widespread topics from the Mexican Electricity Commission all the way to the Ministry of Agriculture, and try to match them with experts from the outside that have an idea of a very concrete case use to help solve a joint problem between the government agency and the people from the outside. I think for all the topics related to children and access to rights for children in Mexico, UNICEF can be a crucial partner with us because they have the expertise from the outside and they can leverage the tools that we as government have to make concrete projects with the aim of solving a joint issue. On this same topic, we're working with Mexico's UNICEF representation on the topic of access to health services for pregnant women in some of Mexico's most marginalized communities. And using Rapid Pro, I'm sure everybody has heard of it right now, we're trying to get data back from the women that we provide service to and generate actionable policy for the health ministry. So just to make a concrete example, one of the big things that we see is that we as a government, it's hard for us to make decisions on the quality of health services that we provide in very marginalized communities. So the work with UNICEF is how can we get the information directly from the users so that we as government can make better decisions of where to put our priorities in improving quality of service.
Great, thanks, Eduardo. I'm going to come back to triangulation, but can we see some of, I assume that some of you have been pigeonholing away. We have a few questions up here. And let me just be democratic and take the top left, 11 votes. We usually collect data from the field upwards, sometimes analyze it, but very rarely share it back with the field for local use and decision. Wouldn't those feedback loops be our best next move? Any thoughts on that from our panel? Yes. Sarah?
Sure. I mean, I know this is a huge issue in the humanitarian community. How do we engage affected people? And one, I think, pilot that just happened in Nepal was with Ground Truth and a couple other organizations where they did surveys with affected people and created statistics and data out of that. And really found that, I think, much more than, I forget the exact number, maybe 60 or 70%, we're not happy with the response. And some of their key concerns were about where to find certain things, and they weren't getting the communication to help them make those decisions. So this is critical, and I know in our sector the communications with communities, or it's changing its name all the time, but is a huge priority.
Can we see some more questions here, please? We've lost the field of questions. There we go. I'm going to take this third one here with 4 votes, but in terms of the theme of the panel, what do we know? Do we have any study or estimate? Do we have any data about what proportion of the data we generate is actually used for action and what is collected for nothing? My guess is nobody does a report saying I've collected 70% of these statistics for nothing, but let's interpret this question loosely. But again, Sam, maybe I wonder whether you have some sense of the investment in data. Do you have some sense of how much actually leads to action and how much is kind of just there?
I have a gut feeling from my own experience doing a lot of academic work, and I feel that the real issue is we collect a lot of data for nothing, just as this question says. Maybe we do huge surveys where we collect 400, 500 variables, and then we really analyze about 25 of them well, and then we put it out there and we hope that somebody else is going to analyze the rest. And so one of the things I wanted to maybe mention later in this discussion is I think the real emphasis needs to be more on the whole utilization pipeline from, what do we do with it? How do we triangulate and harmonize and integrate, and how do we develop new methods to get more out of those data sources and out of even individual sources, and then how do we make sure that the right people are able to digest what we produce. And I think that's all of those stages are places where we fall down. So if I were the data god and got to allocate resources, I would allocate most of them toward using the data that we do collect much better than we are at the moment.
Greg, can you elaborate a little more on that, and just not just where you'd allocate the resources, but concretely, what would you recommend in terms of the nature of the actions you'd like to support?
So I think with all of the data that we're talking about, the devil is really in the details of what you do with it. And so I think that my primary concern as we talk about the data revolution and all these nice things we want to do is who's going to do it, exactly who is going to actually do the detailed work that's required to use data. And I think there's different ways it gets used. Sometimes it just gets pumped out and it's kind of very brief summaries, percentages and things. But if you want to go beyond that, you actually have to think very carefully about the statistical design that generated the data or the lack thereof, and how you're going to attempt to harmonize or merge those data sources, and then what does that actually mean? And that might be pretty sophisticated, and not very many people are going to be engaged with that. But then many more people would be involved in interpreting the results of that kind of thing. So I think that we need data literacy kind of at the last stage on a very wide scale basis. And in the middle, we need to support the development of the new methods that are required to actually make all of these fancy uses of the data sources that we have. So kind of a multi-level training agenda, some emphasis on a very sophisticated level, and a much bigger emphasis, I think, on just basic data literacy. How do we interpret data, and then how do we translate that interpretation into something useful? So training, I think I'm really talking about training and kind of hands-on mentoring and internship kind of things where we begin developing all of that. And obviously in the academic setting, this is what I spend about half my time on. And I see the young kids that we spoke about this morning who are accustomed to using data, but they've never had any training in terms of what data are, what they mean. And they kind of treat everything equally. They can't differentiate what is actually meaningful information coming in and what's not. And then you find that, they have to go through quite a bit before they're able to do that, even though they're very used to working with data and the concept.
So this issue came up this morning as well, that different data are good for different purposes. Yeah. Now, both you and Eduardo have talked about triangulation, merging, getting data sets to talk to each other. But Eduardo also talked about the hardest thing is convincing people that data is not just for monitoring, but something that can actually inform what they do next. And I think something those of us who work in development have kind of always known, even if we have to relearn it, is that if somebody does it for you, you don't own it. You've got to do it yourself to some degree if you're going to internalize it and own it. But we're not going to I'm not a statistician, and we're not going to turn a bunch of decision makers into statisticians. So I think we've got a challenge here in balancing how much can we expect people to do themselves and really own it, and how much does it need to be done for you? Beth, do you have a sense from your work about how to address this?
Well, I think one of the things that we've seen with the availability of more data and with the launch of policies of open data that have made 1 million government data sets from dozens of countries newly available is that the value of open data as opposed to just available data is that it allows third parties with the interest and the passion and the skills to use the data even when the data owners can't. So take, for example, and that holds the promise that as the cost of the tools come down and as the distribution of skills, as more people learn data literacy skills. My colleagues ran a summer camp for 12-year-olds to teach them data skills this summer, and there's going to be lots of more things like this. you're going to get the third parties who come and grab the data set that's of interest and that they're passionate about. So there's the potential for that kind of long tail of data. So surely there are data sets where we have to invest a lot in making the legibility of that data, the usefulness of that data more visible to people because it's of great interest to a lot of people. But there are also data sets and problems and questions that are going to be equally important and of interest to smaller numbers of people where those passionate people are going to run with it. So, just take, for example, in Tanzania, there is two dashboards that have been created, one called Education Dashboard. Not surprising, it's somewhat obvious what that does. But dissatisfied with Education Dashboard, which is what the government created to actually make schools, examination pass rates across schools more available and accessible to parents and students and communities in Tanzania, a single individual named Arnold Minda decided he was going to make a better dashboard that actually had visualizations and comparative data. Internet penetration rates in Tanzania are very low. Are a lot of people reading it? Are many, many people using it? Probably not yet. But you can see from this dashboard that there are schools that are scoring 100% pass rates on examination compared to schools that have 7% pass rates. And it allows those people with the passion and the interest and the concern to then have the information that they need to get mobilized and to arm themselves to do something differently than they did before. So I think if we move from thinking about a kind of mass-based perception to a long-tail perception, and embrace the fact that it's not going to be the data owners who are often the most avid users of the data or the ones best able to make sense of it, there's a lot of hope. I think we all want the next step to happen, which is the data owners themselves to become more literate and to be able to make decisions and do things differently. But it's going to simply become a more collaborative ecosystem that isn't limited to the people working inside one organization or bureaucracy.
So, Jeff, while we see the top question on the left is trending about citizen-generated data, we have a real person in the audience who wants to ask a quick question.
Oh, there it is.
Thank you very much for the presenters. It's good that you're talking about data use, but there's a little bit of reference to data utilization. And I would like if you can, I wonder if you can comment about the issue of data utilization from the perspective of decision-making and accountability. And the reason I'm saying that is because very often what you find is the data is being produced, but it's not being utilized at the level at which the decisions are taking place. I can give you an example in the case of Nepal. Most of the decision is taking place at the district level. Is the data being produced at the district level? Yes or not? At DHS, or a mix is a good response to the needs, often at the level of the government, but it's mostly at the global level, the request of this type of data. So my question is the data being produced and utilized at the level at which it should be used? Because if we don't produce the elements for the decision making, we cannot hold the decision makers accountable to the decisions that they're making.
Okay, we did hear a little bit about that from Eduardo earlier and the challenge of that. Does anyone want to add to Sarah?
I think this has been the big challenge with some of the work that we're doing. And I noticed last year when we were working on the Ebola response and we were getting a lot of data sets in. And I'm not a statistician or a data scientist either, but I'm a consumer of data and I come from a product background. So I saw all this data coming in and I thought, anyone that's not technical coming to the site isn't going to understand any of this. So we built an interactive kind of product layer on top of the data so that people could see it much easier. So the point there is that I think any open data initiative, there's an obligation to make the data more accessible to users. One example, and I think you do that through data visualizations and so that people can interact and see it and it's obvious. One example, we're working in Guinea right now with the Infection Prevention and Control Cluster. And so they're collecting data from 20 different organizations on training of healthcare workers in Ebola treatment centers. And they've had the hardest time just getting little bits of data from these organizations on who's been trained and where. And we got involved with USAID and the OCHA office there and the government and started to piece this together and start building some visuals on top of it. And it changed everything. People could start to see where there were gaps. They felt left out because they weren't part of the picture that was being presented to the head of the cluster, a man named Dr. Conte. And now, just yesterday, we got new data in from a couple of new organizations. So my sense is that it has to be accessible, and you have to make it pretty for people to really engage.
Great. I think this first question, or the most voted question here, and in many ways, Beth was already talking about that in terms of data holding government to account, whether that's a single person in Tanzania, making the data about school performance available, or whatever the example is. I wonder if we can go back, before we run out of time, to a little bit of this issue of triangulation. Again, references this morning and at the panel now to bringing together different data sets, yet also a lot of warnings this morning that we have different, as Attila said, different data are collected and they have qualities that they make them appropriate for different reasons. Tony, in his opening speech, said real-time data might be good enough to make a quick adjustment, but you don't want to base a policy or an investment on that. And while robust data from a household survey or a census might drive a strategy or a policy, but it's not quick enough to adjust things on the go. So where's the potential and where's the limitation in terms of getting data sets to speak to each other and having new insights in the future? Let me start with Sam, because I know you've done so much work in this area.
So I think the limitations are the most obvious thing, and they're kind of related to what you just mentioned, the fact that the data are generated by different statistical designs, so they fundamentally mean different things and represent different populations, and on different temporal frequencies. So some are very long gaps and some are very frequent, and then also different spatial granularities. So the challenges are pretty significant. So I think you need to have a clear goal in mind, what you're attempting to get out of this. And then in our experience, there's several ways to go about it. One can use some kind of imputation and merging, which involves making lots of assumptions about what the missing data would look like and then essentially making them up so that you can put two data sets together. Another approach is to produce a kind of intermediate indicator that's well characterized in all of these data sources, and then use a modeling approach or an ensemble approach like Matthew was talking about this morning, to put those together, and those are much more comparable quantities that can then be interpreted together. So the example that we've been working on is child mortality in Tanzania, and putting together all of the DHS surveys there and the information from continuous health and demographic surveillance system, where you have much smaller populations but much more accurate and much more frequently measured. So then we've built a spatial temporal model where we have child mortality in terms of under 5 mortality rates with good confidence intervals. And I see one of these questions here is about data quality. That's a key issue because each of the sources come with different quality issues, bias or variance issues. So you need to take those into account when you're putting things together. But then it's very possible to build a model where you can incorporate everything and borrow, essentially use the different sources to provide additional strength to each other and fill in the gaps where you don't have anything in a reasonable way. The problem is that it just takes a lot of thought, and given the heterogeneity of these data sources, it's kind of an idiosyncratic process where each time you approach it, you're going to probably maybe engage a framework, but then the details are going to be different for each of them. So I think it's something that's going to become much more tempting and necessary as we bring in all of these new data sources. And it's not something that we've done a heck of a lot of work on from a kind of theoretical point of view. There's lots of ad hoc attempts to do this, and they often kind of brush under the carpet things like, well, one data source is very uncertain and the other's very certain, and we just kind of put them together and assume they're the same, but can't really do that.
Okay, good word of warning, although
So the opportunities I think are also are obvious. You get things that you just didn't have before. You have synergies that allow you to do things that you just can't do with any of the sources individually. So in this Tanzania example, the DHS, and it's interesting, both MIX and DHS are similar. They're really designed to produce nationally representative numbers. But like this gentleman was just saying, the decisions are really at a smaller or a less aggregated level of government, so often districts or provinces. And those surveys don't actually produce numbers routinely that relate to that level of government.
So, word of warning, if I may interrupt, we have one more question before, as we wind down, one more question and then back to the panel. Just a quick question here. Did I interrupt
you?
you?
You just
I'm
cut
so
Sam
sorry.
off just before, if you could finish that, please.
Crucial point he's going to make.
So one of the things that you can get from this kind of triangulation is numbers at that kind of level that you just didn't have before. And those, I think, are particularly useful.
And I think Sarah just said that's your last point, so
Yes.
thank you.
We're done with that.
Sorry for
Sarah.
the rudeness. I have to watch
No.
the time. Very quick question from here, and then we'll start wrapping up for the next session.
I don't actually have a question. I actually wanted to try to answer his question, because I don't think that we did answer his question.
No.
The answer to his question isn't about technology. It isn't about the metadata. It isn't about joining them or interfaces. It's about culture. We have to insist, I think, that our leaders have a culture of using data for decisions. And that culture doesn't exist today. We give them a pass. We tell them, you don't need to know about data. You don't need to know about IT, because we have experts who will tell you about data and IT. And I just don't think in 2015 that we can run organizations any longer where we don't expect our leaders to know about how to use information for decisions. I think it's cultural. And I think it's up to us to insist that leadership today is well informed about how to use technology to make the right decisions.
And we're talking in particular about governments here, and I'm sure that this cultural problem resonates across the panel, although I don't know how many people are in a position to tell governments that to insist anything to their governments. It depends on how responsive the government is. Look, we've just got 5 minutes left. It's about 1 minute each. Let's focus on that final issue of use. And really just the last thought from each of you, one key take-home message in terms of moving towards both the analysis and skills that are needed, the systems that are needed for better data use, or the culture, the politics for better data use. Beth, let me start with you and just go across.
Oh, the last minute. So absolutely to that final point, and it has so many interlocking reasons that this exists because of the way that we train the people who are our leaders for the most part, whether it's politicians or administrators in NGOs or in governments. If you look at the way that we are educated, particularly in this country, where we are a culture run by lawyers and people who are trained in things like public policy schools, but above all, what we are is working in closed-door institutions where we have learned to develop a certain kind of smug self-sufficiency in our own intelligence and in our own decision-making ability. It made a lot of sense in the 20th century when our goal was to avoid undue influence and corruption, to try to shield our decision makers from the outside influences that might corrupt them. But we know in the 21st century, in a world of open data and crowdsourcing and collaboration, that particularly in these contexts where we lack those skill sets, we have to actually begin to work together. We have to educate ourselves in new ways. We have to work with people who have a different skill set than we do, who are smarter than we do, to work differently and to make decisions differently. And we cannot anymore hide behind that justification that somehow it is okay to close our doors and to make decisions with the absence of both data and data intelligence, but also human intelligence and collaboration that would allow us to gain those better insights. So here to the point about culture, supported by law, supported by philosophy, supported by technical systems that have left us behind in our institutions.
Thanks, Beth. Sam.
Right, and one of our institutions is higher education, and we require our students in four-year institutions to do math, to do some form of humanities and things like that. Usually some form of science, but it almost never includes data science specifically. And so I'm with some colleagues at the University of Washington now trying to argue that we make a mandatory class for our undergraduates that's basic data literacy. So it's a little bit of IT, a little bit of information science, enough math to understand those basic things, and that everybody should just take it. It's something we all have to do, just like literature and the other things that we force them to do.
Eduardo, you're in the real world. Real world recommendations so that data is used to drive results for children.
Speaking from the other side, being, of course, not everybody's lucky enough to have very technical bosses and that understand all of the different and hard modeling that sometimes goes through data science or data analysis. So from my side, I think the hardest part has been learning how to talk to decision makers. And some of the time you spend more time socializing your results than actually finding them. So one of the parts that is really important is how can you constrain the problem that you're trying to solve so that the recommendations that you find are within the political scope of what can be achieved through your bosses, and also how to tell them exactly, walk them through the procedures that you've done so that they understand where it's coming from and the importance of it. Sometimes just going there and blabbing numbers and the results of models is not going to get you anywhere. You have to think how they think and frame everything as a socializing procedure of getting them to understand what we're doing.
Thanks so much. And Sarah?
So I think our priorities, really there's 3 that I'm working on. Data policy. We don't really have a humanitarian data policy framework, and we've been working with the GovLab and Leiden and so many others to try and think through responsible use of data in the humanitarian space. The other is data literacy, of course. It's a huge issue. Most humanitarian workers have a social sciences background. They're not numbers driven or used to working with numbers. And then the third, I think, is for the people working in the humanitarian space and development space to be more open by default with the data that they generate. It's publicly funded, and I think there should be more transparency, and so creating incentives for them to feel comfortable around sharing data.
Great, and I'm not going to try to wrap up everything, partly because I've got 1 minute and 14 seconds left, partly because you all wrapped up so well, but just 2 take-homes from me. One was that gut instinct that a large part of the data that is collected and analyzed probably isn't used for anything in terms of driving results. And so when we talk about tensions in budgets and prioritization and time, surely one of the things we have to look at is making sure that we're collecting data which responds to real policy needs, rather than investing in data or indeed in analysis and reports and so on that won't drive policy. And a second, I just want to echo that last point by Eduardo, that the investing in socializing data, to use that word, in that translation of data into a form that it can be used. I'm not 100% with the culture person, just because I'm not a data person, and I think sometimes it's not culture, it's not understanding. And I think the people who understand data have to try to understand that decision makers don't always understand data, and they have to put some investment into making that translation. So with that, we're going to transition into capacity development, which is going to be even harder. So thanks to the panel, and I think we're on to our next one.
So how did you decide on the strategy of a
Yeah,
so it's like a...
Thank you very much to the last panel, and perfect timing. Sorry to have to keep you on your toes. The time is ticking by. So we're going to move. We've spoken a lot this morning. We've heard a lot this afternoon, too, about quality and the capacity of data. Data strengthening and the capacity of those systems is going to be the subject of the next panel. So they will talk about this next panel, if you can start preparing to come up. We'll be looking at capacity needs and systems, requirements for governments to reap benefits for the data revolution for children. So to head that panel, and to the moderator of that next session, will be Joke Brandt, Deputy Executive Director of UNICEF. Please come up, Joke. And the next can march in line behind her, please, Claire Malamud, Director of Growth, Poverty and Equality, Overseas Development Initiative. Priscilla Edella, Acting Chief of Data Analysis here at UNICEF. And Francesca Perocci, Chief Statistical Services Branch at the United Nations Statistics Division of DESA. I think we have one person missing. That's right. We do. Okay. Oh, no, we have. Here we go. Perfect. Zerko Sundaric, perfectly timed, Team Manager of the Social Inclusion, Poverty and Poverty Reduction Unit of the Government of Serbia. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Sarah. And let me start by thanking all of you to be here with us today. This first ever Data for Children Forum. I think it's been a very exciting day so far. As Jeff just said, we're now moving I think, to a very complicated issue, capacity building. When we sort of look at what we've done so far, I think it's fair to say that we covered quite a bit of ground. We spoke a lot about collecting, analyzing, using data, and I think in a way the panel just before us was very good at also explaining to us that we need to have the data, we need to have the right data, but we also need to know what to do with those data, including explaining to our decision makers why understanding data is important. So what we also heard this morning, I think, was from Amina, for those of you who were here this morning, Amina Mohammed, who also explained that when we look at the new sort of development agenda and the development context, how much more complex this context is when we compare it to 15 years ago, when we started with the Millennium Development Goals, now the SDGs, which is a much more complex sets of issues. And I think it's just, of course, the SDGs are also a reflection of their time. So it's not just about the fact that it's more goals and more targets and more indicators. I think some of the issues that came up this morning are also essential, like, the emphasis on disaggregated data, the sort of what we talked about, different types of data that we're getting now, and how do we integrate those, and the sort of wide range of actors that are now getting involved. And I think what we talked a lot about is that is all true, at a national level, at a global level, at a subnational level. And so the question, I think, for us is what does all this mean for our efforts in sort of building data-related capacity and systems, and what would we need to do differently? And I think it's great for the next hour to have this very distinguished panel with us that is going to take us through that difficult question. I'm not sure how technological we're going to be for this session. I don't think we have Ignite presentation, so you can rest a little bit assured there. But I do think we might take up some of the pigeonhole questions in the second half of this session, and we might even be old-fashioned and just allow you to ask some questions directly to the panel. So let me, I see this is a very gender-sensitive panel as well, so let me start with you, Zarko, if you don't mind. Because I think to know where we need to go, we also need to understand where we're actually coming from. So maybe you could share with us, looking back over the last decade or so, where would you say that Serbia has made real progress in collecting and using data for children, and what would be sort of the main challenges, taking account, what I've just said about the changing context? And if you could sort of maybe give us, one great thing and one sort of real challenge that we need to focus on, that would be great.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I would just like to thanks to UNICEF for a very interesting discussion. Entire day, both moderators and speakers were really good. Speaking about those the capacities for let's say using data and statistics, I would say that I think that the first step is somehow to recognize the value of data, and I think that that we can move further on if we recognize this value of data. And when do we recognize this value? If we look, for example, in my country, we recognize this value, for example, in the cases of disasters. For example, this year we had the floods, and also we have this very horrible situation with the refugees from Syria and the other parts of the world, going through our country. So basically, in this situation, you face with a need to have data, and you realize how powerful data data are. The other, let's say, the other way through which you realize how important data is through different development and political processes in which country participates. I would remind, of course, and all of us about, of course, MDG as one source of this need to report. So government can, of course, ignore once, but the second year, it's kind of stupid to ignore the same questions, so you start to think, yeah, but we don't have those data, we need to do something and we need to produce, etc. Also, Serbia is deep into European integration process, so we need to report at least twice a year, or even more for some of the issues. So you become aware, first of all, that you need data, and when you have them, you start to realize that there is a trouble around, so you need to do something about that. Third, let's say, way to recognize the importance is through the pressure of different civil society groups. So we don't have, for example, the right numbers of Roma. We just know that these people are, of course, living in a bad condition. But some civil society organizations are starting to reporting very specific issues about Roma who are living, who are, of course, Serbian citizens, etc. Or we don't have any info as a government on what's the status of human rights in the for example elderly care institutions. So, and we do have civil society that jumped in, went in, checked the situation, etc. And they send us data, etc. and promote those data. This is how we become aware the value of the data. Of course, the best way to realize this is to have a responsible and accountable government, but this is not always the case.
Thank you very much. And can I just press you a little bit and say, well, what do you see as the single most challenge going ahead? Where do you feel a country like Serbia should develop, more capacity?
Yeah. I think the two issues that I would suggest as, let's say, the some steps to think and to work on. First is we have to find a way to make better links between producers and users. At certain point, you have the statistical offices and other producers that are, how to say, they're powerful. The power is there. They think they know what society needs. And yeah, in a way, of course, they are experts and they know a lot. But on the other hand, there is a lot of knowledge on the need on the side of the government, and this language between statistics and let's say the government needs to be somehow strengthened. But even probably more the rest of the society, the academia, the civil society, etc., etc. So this discussion between users and producers is something that I would select. And the second one is a transparency of data. Yeah, I mean, statistical offices around, they're producing a lot of information and other producers, but not always and not easily in all our countries data are available, so not everyone can use them. I think that, as I said at the first point, data, we need to recognize data as a value. We need to give the value to data, which means that it's a public good. We somehow need to proclaim that data are public good and that all society has to find a way to use it. So I think that we need to work on the transparency and availability of different databases, different data, etc.
Thanks very much. Moving to a different part of the world, Priscilla, you've actually worked a lot in Eastern and Southern Africa, and so listening to what you've just heard about Serbia, are there some things that you recognize, that you feel that are similar in the contexts that you've worked in, about maybe sort of the recognition, the importance of recognizing the value of data, and are there some things that would be, completely different from your experience?
Thank you. Thanks, Yoka. Not completely different, but going back to the title of this session, data capacity and data systems. It's a big topic that we could discuss for a whole month, but we have squeezed it into a few minutes. And if we look back to what does that mean, what is a data system, what is data capacity? It involves things like human beings. We need people. We need people to collect the information. We need people to analyze the data, to interpret it, and present it and use it. We need structures to collect that. And we need political commitment. We need an accountability mechanism for data systems. We need infrastructure, whether it's computers, whether it's PDAs to collect the information. So looking at that and looking at the region, what progress has been made in those areas, I would say there are some areas that where much progress has been made, particularly in data collection, robust data collection. Systems such as the DHS, the MIX, or the AIDS indicator surveys that are more disease or sector specific. There is a lot of progress that has been made. Just giving an example of Kenya, Kenya has conducted almost over 10 nationally or subnationally representative surveys using all the key, well-developed programs such as the MIX and the DHS. But it also is still struggling with development of other types of data. So we have data coming from service statistics, from health management information systems, from education systems, and so on. And looking at that, some systems within administrative data are well developed than others because that's where the development partners have put their efforts. Health, HIV/AIDS, education, a lot of investments go to those sectors. Then when you look at the other social sectors such as child protection areas, nobody is investing in them, but we want information nonetheless. We have development partners working on those areas, but routine systems for those areas are not developed at all. They are very weak, and they are still wanting. Then if we look at infrastructure, looking both at the institutional structures as well as the data management systems, all countries have an established national statistical office. So all of them have some form of office. Some are stronger than others. But the capacity to manage and run those offices relies a lot on the political and the governance structures in the countries. How many national statistical offices are autonomous and able to fundraise for themselves or to make specific decisions? So whereas that effort has been put there to establish those structures, there are still some areas which are lacking, which need attention. If we look at funding, a lot of data that are collected within the region, not only in East and Southern Africa, but also across sub-Saharan Africa, is donor dependent. We've not done sufficient effort to ensure that there are sustainable mechanisms to raise funding that governments can use to collect information using all those available capacities. So there's a lot of push for big data, open data. I don't know if there's closed data, small data, big data, whatever names we call them, but we have to look at the key basic issues that will enable us get that information. So based on what my colleague from Serbia mentioned, I think we are struggling with the same issues. We are struggling with the issues of producers and users. So there's a lot of production of data, and the countries are actually overloaded with a lot of information. It's the use that's the problem, particularly at subnational level. So that is where the problem is. Training, capacity building, a lot is localized at the central level and not at the subnational level. Efforts are made to fly people to, to America, to Britain. I was trained also outside my country, and that was the development partners' money that trained me, and here I am. But where I'm needed, maybe I could be needed at my district where I was born. I've never done any data collection there, but I've done a lot of analysis here at, UNICEF HQ. So that is exactly what is replicated at the country level. And we need to think about that level of service delivery if we have to improve the use and data collection and to make it fit for purpose. As that is the common word, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Priscilla. I think that. Thanks for raising some very important issues that you also stated about, donor dependency and financial sustainability. And I think when we sort of move to the global level, I'd like to ask Francesca in the UN Statistical Division has obviously played a big role in sort of strengthening capacity of statistical offices and sort of listening to the two previous panelists. Do you feel that we've actually put the efforts in the right place? I mean, what do you think are the sort of lessons learned from how we've been helping build up capacity so far, and what are the specific issues around financial sustainability and donor dependency that we would need to take into account in the future?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, listening to them, of course, I was going through the past 25 years and thinking, what have we been doing? And of course, the issue of, we talked a lot about data utilization and understanding, how you match the policy priorities with the data we produce. And I remember we were talking about that 25 years ago, but I don't think we've really moved very far since then. I must say, with the MDGs, there was some small data revolution. We are now in an era of data revolution. I think some sort of revolution at the beginning of a transformation was with the MDGs, when for the first time, we started to look at policy priorities and indicators. And there was a big difference. It was the first time that we were really looking at the indicators attached to a specific priorities that was defined and decided by the policymakers. So that was really the first moment that we had a clear connection. So that was important. And I think that was somehow that triggered a new sort of approach to capacity building and to working with governments and to working with the whole national statistical system, bringing together the line ministries and the national statistical offices. So that was somehow positive and good development. And I hope that with the SDGs, we translate that into something, a real revolution, where we really ask ourselves, what are we collecting? What are the data that we need to collect? That was mentioned earlier by the previous panel. How much data we collect that is not actually used, is not even looked at. And I think that's a key question, how we match the data needs, the priorities with what we actually produce. And someone said, I forget what speaker said, that it's a big responsibility of the policymakers, developing the culture, understanding how to use the data, etc. I personally think, and I'm a statistician, so I talk for my own community, I think it's also our responsibility. And perhaps our responsibility is stronger and bigger than the policymakers, because the statisticians, in theory, should know how to translate those data, how to process those data, how to make them digestible, how to make them usable, and how to make sure that they reach the local communities, how to make sure that they reach those users that have to use them. But in terms of the capacity building efforts and what our division, our office has seen over the years, your question, how did we work and did we recognize some of the priorities that were highlighted by the previous speakers? I would say yes, certainly, especially the last 15 years or so, there was a lot of work on strengthening, for instance, the availability of data, disaggregated data. And that, again, was a good sort of lesson from the MDGs, that after a few years, it was clear that, measuring progress at aggregated level, at national level, was really sort of misleading, totally misleading, that we needed to go down and disaggregate the data. We worked a lot on the building the capacity to also use the international standards. And I'm referring to the whole development of what we called reconciling the national international monitoring. A lot of data were there, a lot of resources were there, surveys and use of administrative data, but the quality of those data was low simply because there was no clear, good understanding of the metadata of how, the internationally agreed standards. And a lot of work we did was really to improve that and make sure that there was comparability, there was, the training. Really, we go to simple training of statisticians in line ministries, statisticians in national statistical offices to really use the standards to make sure that the data are of good quality and they are comparable and usable. So those were the main, programs those years. But it was also a lot on data literacy, of course, overall, how you present the data. If I go back to our meetings, of the interagency and expert group on MDG indicators, every year, the group of countries that participated in those meetings, the main recommendations always included improving the capacity to analyze the data. Because all statisticians in those countries felt that they had the data, but the statisticians themselves didn't know how to analyze them, how to tabulate them, how to present them, and communicate them to the users. So that was something on which a lot of these programs were focusing. But really, I would say that the main lesson from that experience, the last 15 years, I should say, was understanding the priorities, building this communication. We talked a lot about building the user-producer communication, and I don't think we are not there yet. And I think there is so little understanding of from the statistician side, from the data producer side, of what data do we need to collect. And that's what we should ask, not why we're not using the data. It's because probably we collect a lot of data that are not really necessary, and we put the resources sometimes in the wrong place.
And do you see any particular new challenge coming up in the context of the SDGs?
One particular challenge, I see many challenges, but yes. Of course, we see huge challenges with the new agenda, and I don't want to get into the business of the number of indicators that we'll have to deal with, simply because of the number of targets and the many aspects that each target include. But I think the main challenge is the idea of the no one left behind cannot be translated into real implementation unless we have disaggregated data. And we go back to what Attila was talking about this morning, how do we do it? Can we pack all our surveys with like 1 million questions, and can we explode the sample size to the point that then we can really disaggregate and have a sample that is large enough to have the level of disaggregation that we need? So we really need to find a balance. I'm not sure where the answer is, if it's a question of developing integrated household survey programs where you can really cover all the variables that you need to cover without exploding these surveys to a level that becomes unmanageable, making better use of administrative data for sure. But I think the answer is also perhaps integrating the sources and using. We did a little bit of that with the MDGs, working on small area estimates, trying to integrate census data with other sources, etc. I think that's also one possible avenue. But I think the key, the investments, the real revolution has to happen there. Building capacity at the national level to be able to have disaggregated data. Otherwise, we leave the most disadvantaged behind, and that's not what the agenda is asking for.
No, thank you very much. That's certainly a big challenge in itself already. So, Claire, we've talked about big data and small data, open data, closed data, but apparently we now, after a small revolution, we also have a real revolution with the SDGs. Could you talk a little bit about what you see in terms of the opportunities that would arise out of this revolution to sort of get better data for children?
Sure, thank you. It's great to be here, and like everybody said, I'm really grateful to UNICEF for the invitation and for what I'm sure has been a really exciting day. I think in terms of opportunities, there are now opportunities to overcome a lot of the problems that have already been raised on this panel. So clearly, I think one of the big opportunities that we have at the moment is simply the spotlight which is being shone on data, and we hope the kind of political momentum, resources and so on that will follow from that. To some extent, all of these very many events and forums and so on data and the data revolution that are now happening all over the world are part of creating a new sort of global norm around we expect data to be better than it is. We expect politicians and others to be using data, to be data literate, to be, as somebody said in the previous panel, there should be a much stronger expectation that the decisions that are made are based on data and that data is of good quality. And I think we just have a real sort of political opportunity now to kind of turn that growing expectation into a norm, into something that is just much more the sort of received wisdom globally at every level, at national level, at international level, and so on. But I think part of the excitement of the data the revolution bit of the data revolution, in a sense, is also a sense that at this particular moment, while we still have all of the challenges that have been already talked about in terms of capacity building, really getting the kind of official statistics right, and that has to be the bedrock, the sort of foundations of the data house, if you like. But we now have an opportunity to build, an extension or some new stories onto our data house in the form of some of these new possibilities that are being opened up in the area of big data, and being able to do things faster, being able to get deeper into some issues, and to be able to actually improve some of the ways in which we do the old things, for example, just very simply by the use of mobile phones and tablets to make survey collection, to make surveys easier. So there's a whole sort of range of ways in which there are new opportunities opened up. But I think it's really important that we think of these not as replacements for the kinds of things that we've just been talking about, but very much as an enhancement of what is going on already. And the challenge is not so much to see, how can we throw away some of the stuff that we've been doing and do something different and shiny and new, but how can we use the different and shiny and new to combine with what we've already been doing for a very long time, and, there are still many, many issues with, to actually create something which is a kind of better combination of both.
Thanks very much, Sarah.
Actually, yes, really good questions coming up on the pigeonhole. If we could put them up, and then Yoka, you can throw to them, particularly on the point of the SDGs. So SDGs are expected to have 17 goals, 169 targets, and even larger numbers of indicators. What would the implications on governments' data systems be and their capacity? So over to you, Yoka, to throw it to the panel.
Yeah, I think we already started talking about that a little bit, but it is maybe interesting to see that also from a government perspective. And I don't think you had a chance to really talk about this yet, Zarko. So maybe you can take that question first, and then I'll ask others to.
Yeah. This sounds really terrifying, this 169 targets, It's just not possible, So it's, of course, it's gonna be probably situation, and you are, of course, probably guys aware of it. It's gonna be a situation where the governments will probably choose priorities and things that which will their focus. So not all countries, of course, will have all of these 169. So it needs to be like internal domestic discussion on where to focus in the next 10 years or so. combining different priorities, because the countries, of course, some countries are in a, let's say, excellent economic environment, some are in the deep crisis, some are facing problems with the population or depopulation, etc. So based on all these internal issues, you know, we will probably select with your support. This is definitely one. This is definitely going to be the process that we will go through. But I will also touch this issue on the capacity of the local national capacity to deal with those with those data. It is interesting, you know. It was interesting to me to listen to the perspective of the private sector, which is saying, you know, give us more data and we will know what to do with it. While on the other hand, you know, all others are in the room are saying, you know, it's too much, you know, I mean, we cannot deal with those data. So it's probably the matter, of course, with the motivation. It's probably the capacity of all of us sitting in this room, you know, to somehow to decide what is the priority, where to go, etc. That's one. And number two, the capacity of the guys who are working on the analysis and who are trying to translate those data into some you know, to define the problem, and then the third, to define the policy. You know, that's the number three challenge. So, for example, in Serbia, 10 years ago, we didn't have good data on the domestic violence. Now we do, and we're saying we do have domestic violence numbers that are going up. Are they? We are really not sure, you know. Maybe we had more violence before, but we just didn't know, and we didn't collect data in the right way, etc., etc. So we need to be really careful, and we need to know what to do with data, and we need to know how to analyze it. And number three, it's I would say, you know, this is, if you ask me, that's the biggest problem in my country. You know, when we realize that there is an issue and a challenge, you know, what to do about the policies, you know, and this link between this analysis and the policy in itself, you know, this is something that this is the biggest need for capacity development, I would say.
I just wanted to pick up on the issue that you raised about, you know, the private sector, and to sort of also get the views of others in this sort of terrifying task that we're having with the new set of development goals. We also, I think, have an opportunity because there's so many different actors around. I mean, what kind of different partnerships could we actually build that would also help, you know, create capacity? I could see, Claire, that you want to come in there.
Sure. Well, it's very interesting that on this side of 44th Street, we have this, you know, meeting really getting deep into data collection for children and some of the kind of deep issues that poses. On the other side of 44th Street, we have a upstairs in the UN Millennium Hotel. There we have a group of 44 different organizations, some large number of governments, some private sector, some UN agencies, and others in a room discussing the setting up of a new global partnership on data, exactly to tackle some of these issues, to really start to think about, you know, okay, if we do have suddenly, you know, large amounts that we're moving in a sense from a world where the data production has been predominantly the domain of governments and of academic researchers and so on, to one in which most data which is being produced now is being produced by the private sector. And how do we sort of navigate this new world? These two groups are going to have to talk to each other. Either we keep the two data streams separate and we never allow public sector institutions to make any potential benefits from, you know, what might be the potential benefits of this private sector data, or we create some kind of mechanism for them to talk to each other and work out, you know, because we don't know the answer yet, how can they share data between them? What is the kind of best way to navigate the different interests, the different incentives, the very different, as somebody again was saying in the last panel, different types of data, different issues around quality and so on. But there has to be something set up to allow those conversations to happen.
So Priscilla, how would you see that playing out at the country level in very concrete terms? I mean, the different sets of data, the partnerships, the new partnerships that we could possibly strike. How would that work in a concrete setting that you're used to working in?
already with the MDGs, we had significant problems getting people to talk together, getting people to, to collect information in a systematic way, in a harmonized way. So I think the starting point will be getting the football team in order. Because if the football team doesn't respect the referee, and if the team, or if the referee decides not to ref, then the playfield becomes a free-for-all. And that is essentially what's happening in most of the countries. Systems are very compartmentalized, a long word. I didn't make it up. But, and these are either by sector, by type of data source, by donors. I've been to countries where the government is actually begging the donor to release the data to them. And I asked them, how did they get the data? Where did they get them from? From our health facilities, and how did they do that? Why do you have to get permission for your own data? And I made a joke and say, give me this country for 1 year, and all these donors will have to beg you for data. So it just doesn't make sense to have all those parallel reporting systems. And I believe that even with 169 targets, we have those data at the country level. It's just that it's spread all over the place. There's hardly any place that you can walk to and get all the information. And because the information is also inconsistent, the same indicator can be collected by 10 different agencies using just a play with a few words, condom use at 1 month, condom use during every sex, condom use at 3 months, condom use at regular sex, condom use with a regular partner, condom use, and it's all condom use, and nobody will come together to say, let's just collect this indicator this way, and it will serve all our purposes. So that is what's happening. So until we go to a point where we get people to come together, develop a very concrete strategic data strategy at the country level to say, these are the data types that we need. Map out what exists, what doesn't exist, and how do we address those gaps. Then we shall be able to know whether we really have gaps or we don't. But so long as that doesn't happen, I think we shall forever be complaining there are too many indicators, but I believe the data is at the country level. We are just disorganized, and we have refused to have a referee.
So on that point, if I could be referee and just bring in perhaps one or two more questions from a pigeonhole. I was trying to look for a relevant question on the condom irregular one. Didn't come. There was nothing regular about it. So perhaps the first one, which is the most popular, Yoka, what do you think? How do you balance long-term capacity development needs with short-term data needs?
I think that's it also reflects a little bit of what Priscilla had just said. So maybe, Francesca, do you want to comment on this one? So you have different, I guess this also comes from the fact that you have different players, different sets of data, but if you don't have a referee or a strategy, or if you don't turn the country over to Priscilla, but how do you see this tension between the long-term capacity?
Long-term and short-term, but also I'd like to say a couple of words about the referee. I think we need the referee, and I think what Priscilla has said something very important, and that you can integrate the sources and you can bring together these pieces, but you need a system. And I think we have to be careful when we talk about all this innovation. There is innovation in terms of data collection tools, the cell phones, and making, creating synergies and making data collection faster and more efficient, etc. There is also innovation in terms of the topics, the type of data you put together, and that's, I think, the sort of broader idea of big data. So it's there where you need, you can use tablets and cell phones and still apply the same international standards that have been agreed 25 years ago. But if you want to go into the area of building a partnership between some private sector and civil society organizations and the official national statistical system, there you need a referee. And there you need to understand what you're putting together, what type of data. You have issues of human rights issues, introducing biases, etc. So just to, I thought that point was important. But on the question of long-term and short-term, I'm not sure you have short-term needs and long-term needs. When we talk about building capacity for statistical production, everything has to be sustainable. I'm not sure the short-term needs. Everything has to be built in a sense that, you strengthen civil registration systems. And those respond to, providing data in the short term, but those have to be sustainable. And that implies, building infrastructures, working with local authorities. So I'm not sure what is meant exactly by that. Who asked the question?
Who asked the question? Yeah, maybe.
It could have been a remote question. That's what we're not, because
right.
there are a lot of people who are tweeting and writing about this from outside.
But let me look at the other panelists. Is there anybody who wants to sort of respond to this sort of tension, possible tension between long-term capacity needs and short-term? I can see both Zarko and Claire wanting to come in.
I mean, I don't think there should be a tension in an ideal world, and I don't think it shouldn't be too difficult to marry the two. So I don't think we should be carried away with the idea there's some sort of fundamental contradiction between short-term needs and long-term needs. But I can see that in a context where you have very big data gaps, for example, if you are, a big international NGO who wants to come and set up a new program in a country, and you want to, you need a baseline for your monitoring. Ideally, what you would do is put your resources together with lots of other resources and help to build up the national statistical office and others in that country to provide that data that you would need for your baseline. That would be the long-term view. Unfortunately, I strongly suspect that many organizations faced with that dilemma would rather just go out and do their own survey in the community in which they were planning to run the project, and that would be the baseline. And there would be in that case, there is a direct competition for a specific set of resources. Do we invest for the long term, accepting that, maybe we won't get a very good baseline this time round, and maybe our donors will complain because we're not being rigorous enough in our monitoring and evaluation because we don't have a good baseline, or do we or do we kind of go with the financial incentives that we have? We've got to have a good monitoring and evaluation because our donors insist on it. We know it's not the best, we know it's not really the right thing to do, but we're just going to run this survey because we have to, even if it's not the correct use of our resources. So I think, there are lots of scenarios in which there would be a trade-off between the two. And I think this comes back. I suspect every answer is going to come back to the referee. What you want is some way of, changing the incentives so that those organizations make slightly different decisions. But I suspect, that would have to be done at quite a sort of broad global level, because a lot of these sort of, particularly when one talks about these, international organizations, it's those global incentives that they're facing often.
Yeah, I think it's this question is probably leading us to the bad conclusion. So I wouldn't, how to say, I would I would not, like to us to go deep into this one, and why. First of all, I think that the psychology could probably answer this question better than us here. And there is one issue where all of us who has our own toys and our own surveys and our own LSMSs and mixes and HBSs and silks and other things, we are pushing governments to add more and to take more. And the system is, slow but accepting over time more and more toys. But and at certain point it becomes our toy, So it's my toy. So I'm not giving up from my toy. And I spoke with Aleksandra Jovic from UNICEF Serbia, and she said inertia is actually the issue, and I would agree with that. It's inertia. It's hard to ask the question. Are we really paying attention to something that is really not very important at this moment of my development. So from time to time, probably all of us should ask this question. But since our governments are not very often capacitated to ask this question, so it's probably you guys should remind us to ask questions. Do we really need all these surveys? Or we should think, maybe we can exclude something and add some really specific thing that we need for the marginalized group to see how they live, So it's probably that this can make, we need feng shui in statistics.
I think that is the best recommendation so far. I know that Sarah is keeping track of time there, so I'd just like to sort of pick up on one question that is came out of the pigeonhole, as well as an issue that we've brought up several times during the previous sessions, and it's formulated here as how can we ensure that citizen-generated data is considered a legitimate source that's also useful for governments, and I would like to sort of link that to what we've discussed earlier about this forum, that it's not just data for children, but also data by and from children. So I'd like to, each of you to just briefly respond to, what we can do to sort of make this indeed an important source of data. So maybe just go. Starting with you, Francesca, and then move along.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. And in fact, there is a lot of work being done and a lot of discussion. Just this morning, there was a panel on a new research on understanding the dimensions of poverty using groups of poor people to develop the understanding of the dimensions and really defining the indicators based on that. And so that's just an example, and a lot of work being done also from various communities, like for older people, people with disability, etc. And there, I think, that's part of the data revolution, I think. The idea that you can really build on these efforts and bring them together and understanding, what the ones who are the sort of the actors, how they want to be measured, what they think their dimensions are, they need to be measured. That's one example. I think we go back to the referee. And perhaps the referee in this case is, I don't know, the Statistical Commission. Somehow all this has to be channeled through some sort of system where they get, validated. The data get validated and they're used the way they should be used by all policymakers. So perhaps Statistical Commission, some system where you can really assign a value to this data and become part of the mainstream use of data.
Priscilla?
Thank you again. I think it depends on the purpose of the data, and I think citizen-generated data has been used over a long period of time. I have colleagues here that work with specific international NGOs that use a lot of participatory methods that lead up to specific interventions in the community. So it's not something new. And we now are talking about U-Report, which is, collecting information, perceptions of, end users on the different services they receive. So for me, I'm not quite sure why the question is there, because it's happening, and therefore it shouldn't be an issue. We just need to make it, to regularize it and make it part of the process of assessments of programs and so on. But otherwise, it's happening. We just need to strengthen it. Thank you.
Claire?
No, I completely agree. It's absolutely essential. I mean, I think, exactly as Priscilla said, surely we're past the point where we think it's okay to just kind of collect a set of indicators that just tell people that their lives are getting better. There has to be some way in which, in our data set, we also ask them, and we allow them to tell us whether their lives are getting better or not. That absolutely has to be seen as a kind of fundamental part of the data toolkit that we have to paint the most accurate picture of societies. That's what we're doing. Just like words, just like pictures, the numbers that we use are just telling a story and painting a picture. And partly that picture has to come from those people who are the subjects of the story. So I think it's absolutely essential. I mean, one of my kind of data fantasies is that we can stop talking about citizen-generated data and big data and this, and we can just talk about data. You know, and exactly as Francesca says, data which has certain, you know, has to, in a sense, have gone through certain sort of quality control. It has to have certain characteristics in order to be called data, which include, you know, quality control, ethics, trust, and so on. All those things are incredibly important, but they're important for all data. So I think, you know, we just have data and it comes from different places and it's used for different things, but, you know, we should stop having this kind of strange and arbitrary classifications between different things, which are all just parts of the same picture.
Great. Taco?
Yeah. A good example, I would say, from a country is that when we were updating the law on social assistance, there were some civil groups which had very serious problems with the targeting of the social assistance in Serbia. So they did have some data that were telling that we are not doing good job while targeting, so that we need to do some changes in the legislation. And so the government allowed or invited civil society to jump in and to listen to those things, you know, and some of those data changed some articles of the legislation, and I think this is really good example. Second good thing is when we produce those two-year government report on social inclusion, poverty reduction, we regularly invite civil society to send us some analysis and data that we don't have and that we are not producing, that are not official. And those things, which, as Claire said, which are methodologically, how to say, put in a good way, and we can really trust that the experts are looking at those data. So I really think that this is also very important, that we need to really be careful about this. We use them and they become a part of the government report, and which basically mean this is somehow becoming an official, you know. So we need to deal with this issue, which is recognized within the issue. Again, I think that that we need to create more conversation between users and producers, and this is the only way, in a really honest way, and this is the way to improve things, you know. So this is how citizen data will become public data. You know.
Right. Well, thank you very much for making it circular, because that's also the point where you started off for the importance, I think, that was also emphasized by other panelists of understanding the priorities and improving the communication between users and producers. I think we've...
I think the referee, unless we want to tackle that last one, but it's a big one, about the dark side of the internet, we might have to park that one, because as a referee, I'm watching the clock.
Right.
And we've got coffee and an exciting new presenter after the break, who you all know who that is. So over to you, Yoko, to wrap up.
Well, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to wrap up. I think I'd just like to sort of maybe take a couple of issues that were, and so one is, I think, the sort of general agreement about the importance of this better link between users and producers, that there's still a lot to improve there. I think when we talk about, you know, building capacity, the importance of building capacity for disaggregated data is going to be, you know, crucial when we talk about achieving the SDGs. I think a lot about big data, small data, open data, citizen-led data, but we concluded that it would be really good if we could just talk about data and different data for different purposes, but without, you know, compartmentalizing it too much. A third point is that, you know, there's lots of opportunities with new technology, new actors, but let's try also to use that to build on what we already have, rather than, you know, creating all sorts of parallel systems. And I think the last point that I would like to sort of highlight is the point that Priscilla was also raising, that the important thing is that you sort of pull it all together and then sort of have indeed a referee, because without a referee, there's no football match that is going to end with a positive result. So I'd like to sort of thank the panelists and indeed invite everybody to go for the break and for coffee, and back in half an hour, right?
4:30 exactly.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
please. Thank you
you
very much.
J'ai pas envie d'être naïve. Quand j'ouvre les yeux, le monde est parallèle et je sais. La foi étincelle, décollage dans l'espace, décollage sur la lune. Décollage dans l'espace, décollage sur la lune. C'est pas un rêve. Décollage dans l'espace, décollage sur la lune.
Ready. Nervous tension. Nervous tension is an unseen enemy of the human mind. Nervous tension can cause you to lack confidence in yourself, to lose your powers of concentration, and to be inefficient in your work. Nervous tension can prevent you from relaxing, and spoil your leisure hours, and rob you of the sleep you need at night. Nervous tension. Nervous tension. The purpose of this record is to train you in the art of relaxing both your mind and your body. Use it regularly. Train your mind through repetition to follow the suggestions. And then you'll be ready to progress to side 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume in 5 minutes. Please take your seats.
The mind remains tense when it is restlessly turning over personal problems, worrying about financial matters, or the conflicts of daytime employment, or fretting over the troubles of the world. A mind so strained and tense cannot relax, even in sleep. The night passes in uneasy dreams. The body is not refreshed as it should be. But you can overcome this difficulty if you thoroughly relax your mind before you go to bed. Better still, you can learn to relax from time to time during the day, so that nervous tension never builds up to an unpleasant degree. Nervous tension. life. You will think about your plan often. Think about it with interest. Think with pleasure of the satisfaction you'll feel as the plan becomes reality. You will firmly imprint in your mind this phrase: I maintain at all times calm, confident, cheerful state of mind. You will repeat it aloud to yourself at least 3 times daily.
That one is the one. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly.
Okay, all right. Thanks very much, everyone, for coming back on time, more or less. The man in front of you today, please take your seats. Such excitement in the room. Breathless with excitement. So the man who needs no introduction, but he does not like to be known as a big personality, although he is. None other than, of course, Professor Hans Rosling. And I'm going to do something I've always wanted to do, because he's not going to use his stick, but I'm going to hold the stick, just in case he runs over time or anybody else runs over time. So I've got the stick. He doesn't need it, because he's going to use his hands, and he's close to the data.
Give me the when I ask to have a stick when I lecture, I ask people to look at the venue if I need it and how long it should be. And here, obviously, I can reach the top of the image. So I don't need the stick. Yesterday, I was in a huge room in Zurich, and they gave me a stick a little longer than that, and I needed 3 times longer. You see, as soon as you in presentation do something which is just 1 step outside the convention, it's very difficult. Thank you very much for the stick. You can beat me, if I don't go after. Thank you very much for being invited. It's very great to be here. I'm very grateful to UNICEF. And is Francesca here? Yes. And is Eric here? Swanson? Yes. I mean, with you from World Bank Development Data Group and from UN Statistic Division and UNICEF and Population Division that I know is over here, all you made my professional life. Thank you very much for the data. Thank you very, very much. And it's a privilege to be here. And I will try to contemplate a little about this. I changed the title. I had a success, or doubtful success, on the net with this interview with a Danish journalist. Thank you. Young man helps old man. It's a very... And the best thing I said in that interview was when he came with this all thing, you know, yes, but you use statistics and you know how much you can cheat with statistics. And I just answered, I don't talk about data, I talk about girls. Because I think we shouldn't, outside there, we shouldn't talk about data. Because what we talk about is reality. We are studying reality and we are communicating how reality is. Whether it is the proportion of girls who go to school, whether it is the proportion of children who die, whether violence against women increase or decrease in Serbia, as we heard. We are not talking about the numbers, except some few of us who have personality disorders, you know, and ended up here. But most of us, we are interested in how people live. And that's what we communicate. So that's why I said understanding children through data. And I just got this idea that the conceptual model that we have been used have been quite simple. You know, we're interested in data and we have the world, so we collect data from the world and then we send it back. It's quite an easy conceptual model, you know. I don't think it works. I don't think it works. Because we handle the world as if it was colleagues. Data analyst colleagues out there in the world. And if there is anything out of their world in the world, there are very few data analyst colleagues out there. They are very rare. You go to any dinner party and you'll see it. So let me start with you. Another thing, we have to use data when we discuss data. We have to use numbers when we discuss what we do with numbers. So let me take this question. How many children out of 10 in the world get measles vaccines? And just to make it straightforward, measles vaccine is the most important of the vaccines we have. It's delicate, so it's very, if it's outside the refrigerator for 10 to 20 minutes, it's destroyed. So imagine now, 10 representative kids between the first and the second birthday. How many of them? Can I start in this end? How many think that it's 1 out of 10? Hand up. How many think it's 2 out of 10? 3 out of 10? 4 out of 10? 5 out of 10? 6 out of 10? 7 out of 10? 8 out of 10? 9 out of 10? Everyone is not, I won't ask you. Same thing with girls who are how many girls out of 10 go to primary school? I mean girls in that age group, and it's more or less 1 to 6 years in school, the first 6 years in school. Out of 10 girls in that age group in the world, how many think that it's just 1? How many think 2? How many think 3? How many think 4 girls out of 10? How many think 5 girls out of 10? How many think 6? How many think 7? How many think 8? How many think it's 9? And it's not all, yes. It's 8 out of 10 who get measles, 83%. And it's 9 out of 10. The result I got from you, though I wasn't cruel to collect it exactly, was one of the best results I've ever got. On average, you are just about, as a group, about 20 years behind your time. Yeah, that's what you are. The average which response, you didn't see, you were facing me all the time, so you didn't see that. And it's interesting, because we got this idea in Gapminder Foundation. I don't work at the university any longer. We're a small group, Gapminder Foundation, which I work together with World Bank and UN Statistics Division. And our director, which is my son, which has led all this development, for which I've taken all the credit. It's called patriarchal. It works very fine. He said, let's not have number of clicks or number of views at our outcome measure. Let's not have fame. Let's look at impact. Let's study. So we used the best web-based survey company we have in Sweden, and we asked the Swedes if they knew the MDG1. And this was the result. We asked in Norway, we asked in Britain, and we asked in America. And this is the correct answer. This is MDG1 in these 3 countries, and they all score worse than the chimp. Because the chimp would have 30, in a group of chimpanzees, 33% would get the right answer. It's quite tragic, isn't it? When it comes to some sort of idea in the general public about MDGs, it's almost a complete failure. And it's very difficult to use data, isn't it? Because if we use data on how we succeeded with MDG, that we worked so much with, didn't we, in all different levels, and just to accept that we failed is very painful. So we do like all the others, we don't use the data. Because it's too painful. And we don't communicate, and we don't want people to measure our impacts. So they didn't get it. And these are not like, this is not a quiz. What we ask them is, the proportion of people with extreme poverty in the world, did it increase, did it remain the same, or did it decrease? And not just increase a little, did it double, same, or half? And they didn't know it. We didn't get this understanding through. And I've been in profession. Yes, if I go to Economist, World Economic Forum, I think I got 51% right answer on this one. And if I'm professionals, they know this one. Then I take this question with measles. You know, this is Sweden and Norway, major funder for measles vaccination in the world. And this is US. And this is the right answer. And there is no group in the world except you today that has beaten the chimp on this question. That means that the general development of the world, we have not got it right. I have also tested this in some groups in sub-Saharan Africa, some in India, some in Latin America. They are slightly better than West Europe and North America, but not so much. That means that the big data we collect, probably data is better understood at local level where it's weaker, as we've talked today. Because in your own district, your own country, you know a little more how unemployment rates are. But the world data that we communicate, that's sort of really challenging because you don't have your personal experience from the whole world. So this is a shocking thing, you know. So this with giving the data back to the world, it seems it doesn't work really well. So why do we do this with data? I've now sat behind here and I heard the very, very good discussions in these last 2 panels, and much of this was covered there. But my way of putting it is like this. Yes, we do data because we want to advocate. We want to argue for our thing, whether it is on international level to vaccinate the children, or whether it's in the local level with the raw minority in Serbia, or whether it's vaccination of children in northern Kenya or whatever. You know, we use it for advocate. That's fine, but that's not the most important. That's not why we collect data. We want to monitor what we do. We want to see whether violence against women decrease. We want to see whether children get vaccinated in the remote areas. We want to see if things change, monitor. But the main reason, we want to understand. We must understand what is it that has to be done. What needs to be done and how and where. So the analysis and the formation of policy, I think that's the most important. Then comes monitoring and in the end advocacy. There's a risk in companies, organizations, and in ministries that advocacy becomes the #1 reason for collecting data. And that's a quite costly way of doing it. So how should this change the concept? Because if this is the main thing, and then it doesn't work, if we have communicated and we have done such an effort, and I'm the one most to be blamed, isn't it, that MDG wasn't understood, because I was in the front line. You were supporting me with all good data, and people like me was in the front line. We got attention, we did all these nice videos, and yet the result was so meager. It was really shocking. I would never have measured this myself if I didn't have that cruel director who was my son, who forced me to do this. And perhaps it was because he worked for 3.5 years. He was product manager for public data at Google. And as you heard from the corporate sector, they measure. They measure impact, because if they don't measure impact, they go bankrupt, isn't it? They have to understand who is buying what from them and where is the niche, where they can fulfill, how does their market segment look like. Because that's a direct feedback. And that's, to me, being a public health professor from Sweden, loving tax, you know. It's very embarrassing for me to accept that the corporate sector is so much better at doing this. So my conceptual model is like this. Yes, the world is here and we get the data, but the data has to go here and we have to change concept. We have to simplify it enormously, and then the concept goes down to the world. You know, if the problem is in Serbia that there's so much violence against women that is not registered, that is the concept, you know. We have now, since we started to collect this data, it's increasing, but we know now that there's so much out there. Report it. Women stand up, have organization, do something about it. It's a concept we have to have. And if we have the concept is that poverty is really going down, we have to say it's going down. We can't come with numbers. That doesn't work. Numbers doesn't enter into the public mind. And let me say one thing here which hasn't worked. And you have seen this before. What is the concept? How did we try to explain population and demography? You know, we said that the old balance was like this. In the past, when population didn't grow, parents on average had 6 children. So why was there no population growth? Why it was very slow? It took thousands of years to increase the population. It was because 1, 2, 3, 4 tragically died before they grow up to have children themselves. And this is the situation in the rainforest today, with those small ethnic groups living there. And then yet you hear activists saying in the rainforest, people live in ecological balance with nature. Obviously they are not. They are dying in ecological balance with nature. Can you see how you can't solve this with numbers? You have to have it really blunt. You have to be very blunt and clear. But people have an amazing understanding about nature, admirable understanding, and their human rights should be defended. But you shouldn't do it with illusions, you know. And why did population start growing? Yes, it was not that people got more children with the Industrial Revolution, it was that more survived. And the reason that the Swedes filled up Minnesota was that they got a better life in Sweden. So they became more and there were no land any longer, so they left. And today we are reaching a new balance, you know. And we know UN Population Division is telling us it's sort of leveling off now. By the end of this century. And we have reached what we call the new balance. So we try to have these two concepts instead, old balance and new balance. And old balance, population is controlled by death and graveyard. And the new balance is controlled by love and bedroom. Bedroom, yeah, pillow talk. You heard me, but you didn't understand that it was this I said. Of course, and I found out how do I explain it. This expression in America, pillow talk, you know, it's so nice. Darling, let's make a baby tonight. And then 1 year later, darling, let's have sex tonight, but we wait with another baby. We wait with another baby until we can take care of that one. To have these concepts. If we just give numbers, it doesn't change the basic concept. Read Kahneman, Thinking Fast and Thinking Slow. We try to use numbers against thinking fast and we fail. We fail. We must have concepts that change. And not for analysis, not for monitoring. There we have the numbers. But when we communicate and when we do advocacy, we have to have it in a much simpler way. This, very few know. You read from UN Population Division, and I studied the lost prospects now. The number of children in the world have stopped increasing. As of now, it's only the adults that will increase. And this is unknown. This is less than 10% of highly educated people in North America and West Europe, and almost the rest of the world who doesn't know this. Oh no, 10% know it, 90% doesn't know it. I claim this is the biggest numerical event in the history of mankind that was ever completely missed by media. Because no one had the interest of communicating it, it seems. And it's so important to understand this, you know. Look here, a way of trying numbers. We've used these bubble graphs. That has been partly successful. If I put number of babies per woman on this axis, and I put the tragic child mortality there, 100 per thousand, 200 per thousand, 300 per thousand. And each bubble is a country. You see some countries were down here, 1965, the developed, industrialized, or Western, whatever you call them. And the rest was here, developing, or South or Third World or whatever you call them. Everyone keeps changing terms but still use two groups. And when I say you can't use two groups any longer, there are more groups, what should we call them? It's so engraved, the concept that it is so, two parts of the world is so much in their head, so we can't get the idea that there are three groups today. Because look, when I run this, what happens? I run this. Now I go to the animation here. Here you have the same thing. You go here, and here we go. You can see, no? You see there, Mao Zedong drives China with family planning, goes over here. Here comes Brazil and Mexico. They don't care about the Vatican. They put on the condom. They move down this way. Here comes India, Bangladesh catch up there. In 2000, look at Ethiopia, look at Ethiopia, look at Ethiopia, what they're doing there. Absolutely fantastic. And there's not two groups of countries any longer. There's not two groups of countries any longer. There's some who lags behind here. There is Afghanistan, you know, there is Congo. Of course, and we know why. They're lagging behind, you know. Others are more successful. Look here, Sudan, Kenya. Kenya here, like in the front of Africa now. Africa has such a big variation, the blue African bubbles. So what we need here is not to continue to use developing countries. And yes, the SDG document is full of developing country concept, all the way through, and no definition whatsoever. I honor UN Statistic Division who have on their webpage, there is no definition for what is developing countries. So we don't use data for the concepts. And then we try to have data below that. It's quite a sort of strength. So this is how it looks now. Look here. There's almost no one in that box left. They're all gone, except those who are war-torn and have special problems up there. Now, the problem here, which we have to understand, is the demographic situation. Because the child mortality has gone down, but not fertility rate. There's a group of countries now which have extremely fast population growth, and they cannot stay in that area very long, because then they will double. I have made a documentary with BBC that will air on the 23rd of September of the SDGs. And I only talk about goal 1.1. And my problem to understand that is that it's easier to end extreme poverty fast than to do it slowly. It's counterintuitive. But if you do it fast, you get everyone out and they get two-child families. And the population doesn't grow. You take half of them out of extreme poverty. Oh, that's good. We took half of them out of extreme poverty in 20 years. But the other ones will double. You will have the same number left. There is no way. We have to have a deep conceptual understanding. This is not about advocacy. The problem is that people setting policies in UN organizations, in governments, not to mention aid organizations, they don't have a clue about many of these mechanisms. And look at the countries also, how difficult it is. If I split Ethiopia, these are the different parts of Ethiopia. Addis Ababa has 1.6 children per woman, less than Stockholm and New York. And Somali region with the tragic civil war is up in the other end. Trends are very important. I took this up as being the most worrying trend I know now in the data. And it's about children out of primary school. It has gone so well, schooling, but it has stalled. Can you see that it has stalled? Since about 2007, the number of children out of primary school does not fall any longer. This is extremely worrying. So it's because girls cannot go to school? No, it's not, because 45% of them are boys. It's not gender issue any longer. It's extreme poverty, remote rural area, mainly in fragile nations or fragile regions. And that's why we have least data. Where we have least data is where the needs of children are biggest. This is the challenge. And the national average is fine. Kenya is doing fine at present, on average. And in the front, it's miraculous. I flew and sat next to the head of recruitment for R&D for Ericsson. You know Ericsson. You may not know Sweden, but you know Ericsson. And they had just recruited new software development for the new base stations, and the 3 best they got was in Nairobi. The 3 most capable person they managed to recruit this year was in Nairobi. Such young talent exists now in the front of Africa, at the same time as remote rural areas still are having such challenge. That we need to understand, you know. And this is extreme poverty. This is extreme poverty. It's not having food for the day. And to conceptually understand what that is, and not just talk about inequality. You know, inequality is nice for a concept. Even UNICEF talk about inequality because it's also an issue in the richest countries today. Whereas I'm not so concerned about inequality in the poorest countries, I'm concerned about the levels for the poorest. I'm concerned that the poorest people have to get food for the day, vaccination, contraceptive, schools, and a road. Whether the other riches get much richer or just a little richer doesn't matter so much, it's their level. And the country, you know the country in Europe that decreased inequality most the last 2 years, which one it was? That used to be very unequal and now it's much more equal? It's Greece, yes, it's Greece, of course. The best way to have inequality is to have an economic catastrophe, because that... You see, we have to understand concepts. We have to see, we cannot just have data directly on this. So where are the problems? Where are the problems? What sort of data do we need? This is a typical district in a remote part of a low-income country. I spent 3 months with the Ministry of Health in Liberia working on the Ebola data, which was a very interesting experience, especially to work with such good nationals. Also many from other organizations, especially the 5 leading Liberians were extremely capable. And we saw remote districts where the problem was. This is a district, and there's a river passing through it, and there's a road. And where the road hits the river is the district capital. If you make quintile data, all the better off in the district live somewhere in the center. Where do we have extreme poverty, where they are not vaccinated, where children still don't go to school, is there, and there. And this is not catched by the surveys, as we have them today. It's not catched by the surveys. So we need more local data. So I think I'll jump that one because I'm already over. How to get data? There was one comment which was a little hastily in the panel here. That was that we had many, many different data. And I think it was said we shouldn't put it into different compartments. On the contrary, that's exactly what we should do. We should understand the wide difference between different types of data, what it measures, how it is measured, the uncertainty of it, and we heard this brilliant example of it when it comes to violence against women. It's almost impossible to get good data on that, because the only thing when you get awareness of it is that it will keep increasing. It will keep increasing. Very difficult to get good data. We still have Julian Assange who doesn't want to come back to Sweden to clarify whether he raped or not. You see how difficult it is to get data on rapes. That's a man who leaks data. But it doesn't. But this data, we have a feminist foreign policy and we stand by it in Sweden. We vote for it. And we want him back in court to clarify it. We think he's a coward coming and arguing about completely different things. If you want afterwards, I can give you details about that weekend, what he did in Stockholm. It wasn't severe, but it was breaking the law of Sweden. As we understand, but he's welcome to defend himself in court. And I use my prestige to say this, because the young women who say it are not listened to internationally. So, we get data through census. We have done that for 2,500 years, since the Chinese emperor started. We count the people. We see where they live and what ages they have. We get service data. Service data, which is health service, school, and so on. And we have it often for the providers, but now more and more we can get it from the user also. That's why we have the help of the digital. We get civil registration data, where you get every birth, every death is registered. And very many people are enthusiastic about that. But be careful, because that's quite advanced to make that function. When it comes to child mortality, we will only have all deaths registered when the death rate have come down. There's no way we will get that function in extremely poor societies. You cannot get deaths in children registered before you have health service. Don't even think about getting deaths registered where you don't even provide vaccines. But it's like some professionals know one method and then they want that method to be in the whole world. We don't have contextualized. We don't use data to analyze where certain methods for collection work or doesn't work. Household survey, well, that's classical, you know. many sample methods. How do you sample your household? Is it a refugee camp? You ask everyone. Otherwise, you have to sample them. And the way to do that in two-stage with a two-stage cluster sample method is really what I've given us essential social data and economic data throughout the world. And mixed studies, DHS, Living Standard Measurement Service are an example of that. We need this even in the richest countries. Things that we don't get in another way, we need to do household survey. But in the poorest countries, we need them because we don't get the data in another way, since children are not registered. So be very careful about household surveys. And I think it was wisely said here, don't demand too many surveys. Don't demand them too often, because it's better to do them with bigger interval and maintain the quality on them. Sentinel sites, that's what China and India is doing. They have some parts of their countries where they register every birth and death continuously. We have something called demographic surveillance sites for research where we follow them over time. That's why we know cause of death at different levels. And we can do remote sensing. We can look from the air and in space, or we can fly, Cape Town, fly the slums of Cape Town, and then they count the roofs and they know how many households they have. And they divide them to the water supply. You can do a lot of things. And this is just increasing what we can do. Digital exhaust, I learned today, cell phone data, all this data which now is available, even in remote parts of Africa. And we still hasn't used it. You know the clever way people do it in remote villages where they can't afford the telephone call? They have a Morse system where they phone 3 times to their brother who is in the capital. That means phone back immediately, we need money. Or they phoned 3 times and then later 1 more time, and that means we are coming to visit you within 1 day. It's a very intelligent way. And you can look at that, and they cheat the big telecompanies. That's why I admire them. After long research, I've come to the conclusion that people in extreme poverty are very clever. Otherwise, they wouldn't be alive. They're very clever, and they know to their advantage to do things. And then we have modeling. We can use these data and we can estimate things. How can we get extreme poverty away? How can we find out those areas where we most of all need actions for the children? There is a tendency today, I see, in the development aid especially, to focus in the big middle in the world. Sorry, I have overdrawn some extra minute here, but I will show you in the end how I see the world. I am at UNICEF, and I will only talk about money here in the end. This is the income distribution of the world, from $1 a day to $10 a day to $100 a day, from 1800. Red is Asia, blue, Africa, little green here, America, almost no people 200 years ago, and this was Europe. 85% lived in extreme poverty in the world 200 years ago. No difference between Africa or Europe. No measurable as we see historically. And this is what has happened. Here we go. Can you see? Year by year there passed, almost nothing happens. It was very slow. Industrial revolution did not reach the general population until the end of the 19th century. We have to go to now 1840, 1850. Now, can you see now? Now Europe is coming. Europe is coming. America get more people here, and they are moving out. And by 1880, you have almost half the population out of extreme poverty here. Asia remains there. Africa remains in extreme poverty. And now, in the 19th century, population starts growing over here. But they don't get richer. But there they get richer and richer. And the world changed shape. And now we get the dichotomy. Now the world divides into 2 groups. Developed and developed. And then China starts, and all the other successful economies, and Africa follows. And it closes like this. And if we continue to 2030, it will look like this. It's over. The dichotomy is over. And we have to have different policies at different levels. The sad thing is that the number of people in extreme poverty in the world today is the same as it was 200 years ago. The number is the same. It's just now that we can start to decrease the number. The percentage has fallen, but the number is the same. And we must know where they are. And to me, improved situation for children and women is the core of getting away extreme poverty. And that's why we have to use the data to analyze very carefully, and we have to use the data to change our concepts. Thank you very much.
He may not like the term, but he is a rock star. Rock star of data. Thank you so much, Professor Rosling. I'm going to go straight to the next panel just to start wrapping it up. We've had an incredibly rich day, very deep discussions around data, and now we're going to kind of move to the point at which we're looking to take the data revolution into reality. And to moderate this distinguished panel, the last for the day, is we have the honor, of course, to have Lenny Montiel, the Assistant Secretary General for Economic Development in the Department of Economic and Social Affairs at the UN. If you could please come up. And as we will not be able to reset the stage, we're going to bring you up here, Lenny, and I'm going to move away.
This is a panel, no? Then it's not a panel.
I guess it's a series of speeches. I guess it'll be a series of speeches.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
The way it was done.
Fantastic, no problem. We will carry on. So at least we have the ambassador. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much to colleagues in UNICEF for organizing this very timely, relevant, and interesting event. Data for Children. Right now, we are going to have the last conversation of the day, which is expected to happen around the question, making it happen. Is the challenge about how do we make the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development a key element, a key tool, a key platform to move the question of data for children. UNICEF, as you know, has played a crucial role in this area, especially over the last 2 decades, and working with countries producing an incredible amount and wealth of data on children and many aspects of people's life. And that was a fundamental, element that was part of the core of the implementation of MDGs. Right now, we are moving into a new phase. As you know, in 2 weeks, we will be all celebrating having here in New York more than 150 heads of states and heads of governments to gavel the 3-year, at least, long-standing debate about the future we want, about how to combine economic growth, social equity, and the wealth of the planet together. And the data challenges in front of us are enormous, as you know, as the new agenda demands ever more rigorous standards in respect to data disaggregation, timeliness, accessibility, and in fact, The recent presentation was a very good example of the challenges we have ahead in this area. The international statistical community is working already at full speed in supporting the implementation of the UN agenda. A proposal for an indicator framework will be presented, as I hope you all are informed, in the next March 2016 by the Statistical Commission, and the United Nations Development System is fully supporting this innovative multi-stakeholder effort. This is a very important conversation we are going to have now, and let me introduce to you the three contributors we will have at the end of these long but very productive days. We have with us His Excellency Mr. Milan Milanovic, Permanent Representative of the Republic of Serbia to the United Nations. We have with us Ambassador Richard W. Erdman, Acting U.S. Representative, Economic and Social Council. And we have with us Mr. Stephen Adler, Chief Information Strategist for IBM. To continue with this conversation, let me invite His Excellency Mr. Milanovic. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I start, I just wanted to tell you to be aware not to fall asleep, because after this presentation with such a rock star, I feel like a garage band, and then you know, when you have Rolling Stones, it's normal that the garage band comes before the Rolling Stones and not after the Rolling Stones. So this is going to be tough. Excuse me. I'll try not to make you fall asleep too quick, but of course, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm a diplomat, and diplomats are usually bureaucrats, and this presentation is going to be, let's say, a little bureaucratic or diplomatic from the state point of view. So thank you for introducing me. Thank you for having me here. I would like, of course, to thank the UNICEF for organizing this forum and give me the opportunity to share with you the experience of my country. My presentation is going to be focused on data as foundation of evidence-based policies and social inclusion agenda for poverty reduction. As Eddie, I would just like to say that I would like to share with you few key facts about the country before I go into details about the Republic of Serbia. And to also underline that this here data that I'm going to share with you does not include the Serbian province of Kosovo and Metohija, which is administrated by United Nations Peacekeeping Operations Kosovo, UNMIK. And Serbia is a country, a small country, very small country. 7.18 million population, high average of population 42.2 years, so we are an old nation. And with increasing depopulation trend, more than 300,000 people less in the 10-year period from 2000 to 2012. For such a small country, it's an alarming figure. The share of the children is also small. It is 17% and keeps decreasing. Good news is that Serbia is a EU accession country, applied for EU membership in 2012 and started negotiations for the EU membership in January 2014. Of course, these negotiations are always something that we read in the press and something that we don't. So it is very possible that after the conclusion of a final round in Brussels between Pristina and Kosovo with some very good results, it is very possible that this year we are going to open the most important chapters with the EU. So this year is going to be crucial for us, that we will make a big step towards the ending our negotiations with the EU. And to come back to the situation about children, as I said, make 70% of the population in Serbia, and are recognized as one of the most vulnerable population groups. And among them, some are even more vulnerable than the others, of course. Data that we are talking about today helped us to see that equality gap is widest in the group of Roma children, children with disability, the poorest, and the children from rural areas. Through the last 10 to 15 years, in parallel with the efforts to support realization and advancement of rights of all of its children, Serbia has achieved significant progress in improving the position of the most vulnerable among them. The mortality of Roma children was halved. Majority of children are taken out of institutions and provided with family care. That's very good. It's 85%. Which, while a reform of the education system support inclusion of the children who were left out, educated in segment settings like children with disabilities or ethnic minorities, and provide them with opportunities to reach their full potential. This is not just the statement of a diplomat and a bureaucrat, it is the data that we are sharing with UNICEF, so I suppose it's quite accurate. None of these successes would be possible without data. We wouldn't be able to recognize problems, to identify who is the most affected by them, and what are the barriers we need to remove. Data and evidence helped us develop policies of Roma inclusion, inclusion of children with disabilities, Roma and the poorest in education, to develop policies for deinstitutionalization and set the priorities for children for the forthcoming period. This forum suggests to all of us a few key preconditions for the success in the future. So first is to have clear strategic documents based on data. Serbia has been working on these issues from 2002, 13 years. Through different processes, each of these processes has built capacities and knowledge for improvement. The first umbrella document is an area of poverty reduction, was the poverty reduction strategy paper, developed on the basis of robust data and with full participation of all actors in the society. The second one would be to ensure availability of quality and relevant data. This means that our countries need to conduct regular surveys which enable monitoring of poverty and social inclusion trends. We should be alert to timely adapt methodologies to fit reality and recognize where data gaps are. Serbia has been very fortunate to have all 5 rounds of MICS, multiple indicator cluster survey, and rich data sets on children and women that are enabling monitoring of trends, in-depth analysis, and comparability with other countries in the region and further. We have also ensured regular implementation of other national surveys that are providing data on key indicators of poverty and social inclusion, like survey of income living conditions, capacity of the national statistical offices, and other data producers have been strengthened through these processes, and capacity building of these actors need to be a continuous process. We should be very much alert in thinking how to ensure availability of data on the most vulnerable groups. Conducting of a separate MICS on a sample of Roma population provided us with data for development and monitoring of Roma inclusion policies. We are eagerly awaiting the results of the testing of the new global model on children with disability that will be undertaken by our statistical office in participation with the UNICEF in Serbia. Research analysis is necessary to make the most out of available data and in providing sound policy options. Governments should make efforts to strengthen research community and partners with them in production of high-quality analysis. The research on education and on poor children conducted in partnership between the government, UNICEF, and research community get the best of UNICEF research in 2014 and is currently used for development and refinement of its policies. It presents a good example on how to further fertilize data value by developing sound policy options. And besides these two, there's a third priority. It's preconditions on to ensure regular monitoring and reporting, including both the government and independent monitoring. Serbia has created alerts system through the preparation of the regular government reports on social inclusion and poverty reduction. They are prepared on the basis of inputs from ministries, official surveys, and studies, but also inputs provided by experts and civil society. Visibility of these reports increases transparency of the government and helps in setting new directions. Preparations of MDG reports also helped us in expanding our knowledge and understanding of where do we stand and where more efforts are required, particularly related to remaining inequities for children. In addition to that, we have the system of official and authority reporting to the UN committees established in accordance with the relevant UN conventions and comments, including Convention of Rights of the Child, the Universal Periodic Report mechanism established with the UN Human Rights Council, and well as annual progress reports of the EU regarding key reforms undertaken and follow-up effects. Based on our previous inputs and discussions, I would stress the following key challenges and the way forward messages. SDG process provides an excellent framework for a strategic action. All countries need to nationalize SDGs and put in place systems to enable regular monitoring against SDG implementation. In order to do it, we need to identify data gaps, expand and adapt regular surveys and administrative sources to enable collection of new data and ensure availability of data on the most vulnerable children groups. Absolute task of all of us is to improve administrative data sources to ensure disaggregation and data on the most vulnerable children. In order to have best use of data, we need to constantly work on developing capacities within our countries to understand and use data, both within government and civil society. We should invest more in learning from successful examples from other countries and from UNICEF, and this can play a very important role in that. And finally, we should make our monitoring system expansive to take into action inputs from all actors in society, civil society, independent institutions, research community, as only in cooperation we can we have set joint visions for advancement in rights of all children in a precondition of building a brighter future for our nations. And as in the beginning, at the end, allow me to once again thank the UNICEF for the support provided to us during this process. And I hope that our experience will help at least some countries to have a similar success story. Thank you.
Thank you very much to His Excellency Mr. Milan Milanovic. And now let me invite to the podium Ambassador Richard Erdman.
Well, I'm a diplomat, but I hope I'm not a bureaucrat. At least a bureaucrat who doesn't rely on data, because it's really important. It helps us understand relationships, correlations that we couldn't necessarily come to just by thinking in terms of common sense. But I don't need to convince this audience of that. I'm reminded of the patient who was suddenly finding himself getting shorter and shorter and shorter every day, and he was in a panic, and he went to his doctor, and the doctor examined him and took all the data and all the measurements and studied them and came to the conclusion that there wasn't really anything he could do. So he turned to his patient and said, "I'm sorry, you'll just have to be a little patient." Anyway, I don't need to tell you how important the data is, particularly as we are embarking on this ambitious challenge of the 2030 Agenda implementation. So maybe what would be useful would be just to share a couple experiences that we have had, particularly working in our various USAID programs around the world. So the power of data cannot be overstated. Just having the right information at the right time can make an enormous difference. For example, in the Dominican Republic, the President's emergency plans for AIDS relief supported the Ministry of Health to develop a plan to collect and to analyze data on its payroll system. Guess what? The analysis uncovered nearly 10,000 ghost workers, as well as over 2,200 employees who were receiving both a salary and a pension. I have to be careful about this because, full disclosure, I'm actually a retired ambassador. Samantha Power asked me to come here to fill in, so I actually am receiving my pension as well as a salary. Anyway, removing these workers from the payroll, interestingly, saved the government $6 million a year, which the ministry then used to hire 2,500 new health workers and 3,200 health promoters and increase salaries by 10%. So that's an example of a powerful and concrete impact. And I'm sure there are many other examples from around the world that could be cited. Now, over the past 3 years of negotiations on the 2030 Development Agenda, my government consistently highlighted the importance of data and evidence-based decision-making as indispensable requirements for setting policy goals. The United States is preparing to meet the ambitious transformative goals of that agenda by using data to both ground and to drive the commitments we make. We are urging our own development professionals, as well as those we work with around the world, to adopt data management practices that balance the principles of public transparency, analytic replicability, and respondent confidentiality. And I'll highlight some examples from our National Development Agency, the United States Agency for International Development. USAID is committed to pursuing and promoting best practices in the area of data and accountability. While striving to be a pioneer in this field, the agency also recognizes the immense data management expertise among other U.S. government agencies, as well as its implementing partners in the multilateral system, academia, think tanks, civil society organizations, and the private sector, not least. For those of you who implement USAID-funded programs, we recognize your valuable insights, whether or not you consider yourself a data management expert, your insights, that is, on how open data efforts impact your programming. USAID's 2 strategic priorities, that is, ending preventable child and maternal deaths and reaching an AIDS-free generation, drive the agency's efforts to collect, analyze, and use data to improve our programs and our accountability. Without accurate data, we cannot track progress or make fact-based decisions on where to make future investments. Our newborn and child health programming, on newborn and child health programming, USAID and host countries are using dashboards that can track information such as how many people seek treatment for pneumonia, or how many children are taking zinc in order to better monitor the health of children. We are carrying out health facility assessments in many countries. These assessments note, for example, if a medical facility has electricity, if the staff there can perform a cesarean section, and if its staff is able to resuscitate a newborn. This data then helps judge if a health center is able to provide emergency obstetric and newborn care. In June, the World Bank, World Health Organization, and USAID convened a health summit to promote measurement and accountability for results. And one result of the summit is the Global Collaborative on Performance Measurement and Accountability. which will help countries build national monitoring and evaluation systems for health. The program will help countries create national scorecards and dashboards to track the performance of their healthcare systems at multiple levels, a critical data set for achieving the 2030 Development Agenda goals on health. Finally, for the last 31 years, USAID has led the Demographic and Health Surveys program, which has provided technical assistance in the implementation of more than 300 surveys in nearly 90 countries. These surveys collect critical child health behavior and biomarker data, such as whether a child slept under a bed net and if a mother exclusively breastfeeds. The DHS surveys are a primary source for population-level child health indicators today. For decades, the three largest global household survey programs, the Demographic and Health Surveys, the multiple indicator cluster surveys led by UNICEF, and the World Bank's Living Standards Measurement Study, have played a critical role in supporting countries to generate high-quality data needed to track progress towards both global and national targets. This data then helps us formulate effective policies and programs to improve lives around the world. We are proud that the three programs have agreed to work together to harmonize their survey tools and analytical models with the goal of enhancing the relevance of household surveys for monitoring progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. As we all turn to the challenge of implementing the ambitious goals and targets of the 2030 Development Agenda, the collaboration between these three programs is a model for the types of creative partnerships we will need to build survey capacity to increase our ability to collect, analyze, and use data, and to help countries set up monitoring and evaluation systems they will rely on to track their progress toward the 2030 goals. Only then can we say we are on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, guarantee an equitable data revolution, and leave no one behind. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much to Ambassador Richard Ehrman. Now we'll have Mr. Stephen Adler, Chief Information Strategist from IBM.
Yes, thanks. Wow, look at all of you still here. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for all of you who are still here. I know it's 5:30, and thank you for UNICEF for giving me the opportunity to compete with happy hour as I close out the conference here. I've been at IBM for 20 years, but for the last hour, the last day, sitting in the audience watching this amazing group of speakers, I've been having an out-of-body experience, wondering, what am I doing here? Why am I here talking to you about the use of data for development? I've spent most of my career working with private industry, but for the last year and a half, I've been doing some work in the development community, and maybe I could tell you a story, a kind of a live use case of my own experience, and maybe this will be an out-of-body experience for you, listening to me tell you a technologist's experience in your industry. It started for me last year in March when my government relations office asked me if I wouldn't mind representing IBM in the Open Government Partnership. Does everybody know what OGP is? Let me see hands. That also is a test to see how many of you are still awake. I didn't know what OGP was, and when I looked it up online, I was, to be honest, a little bit skeptical. Open government didn't seem to me to be that common. I wondered what people might be talking about regarding open government. But someone persuaded me to participate in a panel at the OGP Regional Summit in Dublin, and I went. to talk a little bit about data management and open data. And while I was there, I was on a stage like this, and we were talking about data management. There were two women in the audience during the question time who stood up and said, "Hi, we're from Sierra Leone. We've just joined OGP. We're trying to create our national action plan, and we're trying to set up an open data portal, and we critically lack skills, and we're looking for partners. Would IBM be willing to help us?" Now, I'll be honest with all of you that at that moment, I really didn't know where Sierra Leone was on the map. I knew it was in West Africa, but where exactly it was, I wasn't quite sure. But I said, sure, let's talk about it. I'll be happy to help. Not knowing then what I might be committing to. And after we got off the stage, we spoke together, and she told me a little bit more detail that they had been working with the Open Knowledge Foundation to set up a data school, but they needed skills. They needed help, and they needed support. And again, I didn't really know what was involved. So I got back to the United States, and I called the State Department, a friend of mine. I said, are there any programs that the US government might have to help with companies like IBM that might like to help states like Sierra Leone build open data programs? They said, sure, they have public-private partnerships. Does everybody know what those are? I didn't either. I didn't know. I thought it sounded great. My expectation of a public-private partnership is the public sector pays and the private sector executes. What I learned instead was that it's the expectation of the public sector that the private sector pays and executes. So we had one of those meetings in which the parties sit across the table from each other, each expecting the other one to do what the other party wants, and walked away without any real resolution. But at that meeting, I also learned that the Obama administration was going to host a US-Africa Leadership Summit in Washington in August. Did anybody go? I went. I really wanted to go because I love Africa. And I thought it was a really interesting opportunity to learn about African open data, since I had already committed to Sierra Leone that I might do something. And I still felt that we had shaken hands and I wanted to do something. So I volunteered to help the Obama administration organize an African Open Data Jam as part of the Leadership Summit to bring some focus to open data, to help the 8 African countries who are members of OGP build open data programs. I thought, you know, we'll do what Sierra Leone wanted. We'll bring some skilled people, we'll have some discussions, we'll generate some innovation, it'll be really cool and fun. And so I went to the Africa Leadership Summit, and I saw 34 heads of state. I got to make a small 2-minute presentation, and I saw Joe Biden and all the people. It's very exciting. But you know what I learned while I was there? They don't have a lot of data in Africa. Most of the governments in OGP don't have records management. I mean, I think we can say that the State Department doesn't have too much records management either. But the governments there don't have the data skills. And it was a real shock to me to realize that there weren't huge repositories of information that weren't being published because they lacked the open data skills. It wasn't just that they lacked the skills, they didn't have any data to begin with that they were collecting on a regular basis about their economies, or about their country, or about their people. And so that's totally transformed my understanding of what we might be offering in our workshop. And as we began to discuss the format of the day, I had a whole bunch of people from the White House and from USDA and from the State Department and USAID participate in our workshop. And at 1 o'clock, in the middle of this event, something profound happened to us. 20 of the participants who were from Sierra Leone had their phones ring at 1:03. You know what it was? Yeah, they all got notified by British Airways that their flights back to Freetown had been canceled due to the Ebola outbreak. And this was August 5th. And it was at the very, very beginning. And for those 20 people in the audience, Ebola was this, strange, weird disease out in the boonies, far away from Freetown, and they had never imagined in their lives that it would ever affect them because malaria, tuberculosis, dengue fever, all these things are much more prevalent and much more deadly. But Ebola, they weren't going to be inconvenienced by Ebola in Freetown. That wasn't going to happen. But it did, and so we dropped everything that we had on our agenda because they were just panic-stricken. And some of these people couldn't return back to Freetown for 6 months. They were stuck, stranded in Washington. Some of them were happy to be stranded in Washington. So we began to explore what could we do with open data and technology to help these people in Sierra Leone. We were lucky, we have a research lab in Nairobi, and our research lab immediately jumped in and said, we want to help. And so we put together a proposal to build kind of a social sentiment analysis system for Sierra Leone to try to provide the government with a feedback loop on how the messages they were broadcasting to the people about the disease were actually affecting the people. It's actually something that we realized a lot of governments don't have. Like in the beginning of the crisis, President Koroma made a statement to the people where he said that Ebola is an enemy of the state, which is a really frightening thing to say to a population that has just emerged from civil war. And it caused enormous anxiety and fear throughout the population. And we were able to measure some of that because we invited people to call into a short code and to tell a call center how they were feeling about the disease and about their concerns, about their issues, about what was going on. And we would send that information via text to our computer in Nairobi. We'd analyze it, and we'd provide back a heat map of anxiety and fear in the country. And we ran into some really interesting experiences in working with the government. Basic technology conversations were very difficult to have. The level of technological understanding of data management, data centers, mobile phones was not there. It was extremely challenging it took a lot of conversations, a lot of education to deploy the system. I think we were the first private sector company to deploy something in the region at the time. My team was not happy just to do that, and so we immediately began asking some of the aid agencies, what kinds of information are you using to intervene in the country? And where are you getting this information? I don't know if the woman from HDX is still here. No, she's gone. They did a great job in putting together an open data resource. We decided before they did to set up an open data repository, and I organized in New York at Civic Hall on 5th Avenue and 20th Street an Ebola open data jam, where we got about 120 people to give up a Saturday to collect all available sources of open data information from across the internet and put it in one repository. It was a little bit challenging to do this because our lawyers told us that if we did this, we might be collecting copyright information because a lot of open data is not really open, and there are copyrights inside of different types of data sources. And they warned us that we could not host this either as a corporate entity or as a governmental entity because we might be sued if we violated copyright. So not wanting to cancel the event, we inadvertently, I think, invented a new form of open data, which is what I call people data. Because we borrowed some cloud space, and we bought a domain called eboladata.org, which is still up, and you can find it. And we nevertheless did scour the internet and collect all available data sources we could find about Ebola and put it onto this site as a human effort. As a group of concerned citizens who wanted to make a difference, many of which were not from, I would say, 95% of the people who participated were New Yorkers. They were not from Liberia or Sierra Leone or Guinea or even Africa. They just wanted to help. And that was a really cool lesson for all of us, that you don't need to be a government, you don't need to be a corporation to collect open data. Any group of citizens who care about their community, about their city, their state, or their nation, or just the world, can collect and publish open data. And when it's published, it's open, and it's available to everyone, and everyone can share it. And once we got all the data together, we realized two things. One, the lawyers were right. 90% of the data didn't have any license terms at all. And so we were grateful that we listened to them. And two, what was really most striking was the data that was missing. We found a lot of information about the disease, about the aid groups working in the region. We found a lot of information about the people in the region who were affected. What we didn't find was any information about the healthcare capacity of the countries that were fighting the disease. We could not find anywhere a list of even the hospitals and clinics in these countries. There was no online repository of healthcare capacity for any of these countries. We eventually asked the ministries of health from all of them to provide us with a list of their hospitals and clinics in their countries. Liberia was quick to provide a pretty good list. It took some weeks to get a list from Sierra Leone, and eventually we got a list that they had gotten from the World Bank. Meanwhile, we asked the International Red Cross, who had a list, if they could provide a similar list, and then we cross-referenced the two lists. And we learned something important from that. When it comes to open data, one source is never enough. I can't emphasize this enough for all of you out there. One source is never enough. Journalists would never, ever consider publishing a story in a newspaper with one source, right? They corroborate their sources to verify the facts. And we, data people, we have to corroborate government sources because they're often inaccurate. They often have poor quality. They haven't been updated. We don't know the refresh rates. We don't even know their confidence level for the data before they publish it. And this was true here too, because the difference between the World Bank list and the IRDC list was, the International Red Cross list was 3 years. 200 healthcare facilities difference in Sierra Leone. But once we identified the correct list, we also identified, again, what was missing. No GPS coordinates, just a name and address. No history of when the facility was built. No list of beds. No description of the state of the facility. No description of the physicians on staff, the nurses, the equipment. You know, more than 50% of hospital equipment in the developing world is broken and has been broken for years. Running water. You know, when you die from Ebola, you dehydrate. You know, you don't like blow up or something. All the fluids go out. And so you fight Ebola by hydrating. 90% of the hospitals in West Africa don't have running water. So that's hard to fight a disease if you don't have any water. And IV, they don't have IV. Electricity, we don't know. But outside the capital, 20 miles in, a lot of electricity is very spotty. Even in Freetown, you can have power outages 8 hours a day. Internet connection, cell phone, don't know. Connection to a road, the condition of road, don't know. You know, if you're trying to fight a disease, it's really hard to know what to fix if you don't know what already works. And that's what we learned from doing this exercise. So we began trying to build a data model to capture this information, to build a capacity. I've heard a lot of talk today about how we have to capture information about people, their births, their deaths, their lives. And I would argue that that's important, but don't forget information about the capacity surrounding the people. The quality of education, the quality of healthcare, the quality of roads, the quality of infrastructure. This information is probably easier to capture than birth certificates and personal information about individuals because you can rely on expats living in the United States, a huge diaspora community who cares about their community and wants to help their country. And you can rely on people data to collect the information and make it available without having to rely on governments. And to illustrate this point, do you know the story of Liberia and the US help for Liberia? When the Ebola outbreak started, the president of Liberia came to Washington and begged the Obama administration to send aid and support. And many people were concerned that the outbreak might plunge the country back into civil war. So of course, in the United States, we sent, who knows what we sent? We sent Marines. We sent a few thousand Marines. And with the Marines, we sent supplies. And for 8 months, these Marines dug holes and built Ebola treatment units. They built hospital facilities. They ended up building 3,000 Ebola treatment units in Monrovia and the area around it. Do you know how many patients we treated? Anyone want to guess? If I put up that slide of 1 through 10, anyone want to guess? 28. 28. I don't know how many billions of dollars we spent building Ebola treatment units, but we only treated 28 patients. And the reason we only treated 28 was that by the time we got the Marines over there, we sent them the supplies, and they built the units, the Liberians had the disease licked and contained. And it's because we tend to be very intervention-based about the way we think about our aid. And we also tend to give aid in the things that we know how to do. So we send what we want to send without bothering to see what's really already there and what's working and what needs to be fixed. And that's what I learned from working for my short period of time, and I admit that I don't have nearly as much experience as any of you guys do in this industry. So from my short experience in your industry as a data manager, as a data governance expert, what I notice is the severe paucity, the shortage of critical information about capacity and infrastructure around the world that I really think we should spend our time trying to collect and publish. And I would urge you all to take a look at eboladata.org and to think about how each one of you can do what I did. Because look, a year ago, I didn't know anything about African open data or Sierra Leone or Ebola, and I'm not a politician or a diplomat or a bureaucrat or a scientist or a doctor. I'm just a guy who works at IBM who said, oh, there's some people in front of me who need my help, and what can I do to make a difference? And if I can stand up and create a people database with 120 people, any of you in the room can do the same thing. And it's cheap, and it's easy, and it's available today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry
sign
to be
that
the
I'm
referee, but bring it back down, please. Thank you. Thank you, Steve Adler.
Thank you.
Can I add 1 minute? I was in charge of the data in Liberia. I negotiated with 101st Airborne Division under Commanding General Gary Wood. It was not the Marines who built anything. It was contractors. It was USA who had written contracts with the contractors. It would cost as much to break them as to finish them. And there was a typical situation where aid organizations did not respond on data. And US was twice adapted. There were other countries who were much worse, including Ireland. So this is part, that's how we look from distance. We do different things. The Minister of Health would allow the organization to inaugurate their Ebola treatment unit, but they were not allowed to do that. It was a luxury for the USA. It was very generous, and that support was good at that time. It could have gone worse. But the United States of America had no ability to break and resize because contracts were already written with commercial contracts. That was the problem.
Thank you very much. That was a good clarification. Thank you. And before continuing, I just wanted to thank our contributors, Ambassador Ehrman, Ambassador Milanovic, and Mr. Adler for their very specific points and the highlighting the experience of Serbia addressing issues related to ethnic minorities or the commitment of the US government to make sure that the Agenda 2030 is linked to the question of developing capacities on data collection and strategic priorities of the USAID, or the very interesting experience of Mr. Adler in linking up private sector initiative with government efforts to develop data, open data initiative. I was asked also to contribute to this day by bringing to your attention some concluding remarks of the work of the whole day. But I think having listened to what Ambassador Milanovic said and what Ambassador Erdman said, I will just prefer to pass the word to Jeff O'Malley to make a wrap-up of the day so that we don't wait more. But let me say one single last comment. On behalf of Mr. Wu Hongbo, the head of the USG for DESA, let me thank UNICEF for having conducted this event and having invited us, DESA, to collaborate with you. We have been working with you extensively for many years, and everybody is very well aware of the deep levels of collaborations between UNDESA and UNICEF in the statistical and data fronts. We have to acknowledge the extensive and very successful experiences of UNICEF collecting, processing, and disseminating data for children, and we will only expect that the good work that we have done for the many years, I would say 70 years, just to acknowledge the many years of UNICEF and UNDESA, will continue during the implementation of the Agenda 2030. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. It's just over to me to basically hand over. I'm normally crisis communication, so if it all went wrong today, there'd still be a crisis for me to communicate about, but it didn't. So finally, up to you for a few words, Jeffrey O'Malley. Thank you.
Thanks, and don't worry, it's really just a couple of words of thanks and next steps. I should start by thanking all of you. It's been a long day, but it's been a very rich day, and I don't know if anybody's, having trouble sleeping in Kabul and is still watching the live stream, but thanks to you as well. At the risk of making this sound like a bit of a love fest, my thanks back to DESA and the UN Statistics Division within DESA, and to Mexico, the United States, and Kenya, our co-sponsors of this event, to all the speakers who contributed. I think some really great, rich, insightful comments. There were some things, I hope, that all of us heard that we also disagreed with or would want to challenge. And if there weren't, I would have been disappointed, because we need to be provoked a little bit. We need to be challenged. We need to stretch our concepts and think about what to do next. And finally, just a quick word to thank everyone who organized all of this. Viva, who are our organizers for the day, and the team that's worked so hard from conceptualizing this event to invitations to all of the arrangements. So can we just have a quick round of applause for everyone who did that organizing? So where do we go from here? We have many stakeholders in the room and other people involved, and we've talked a lot about partnerships, and certainly each of us have to figure out, as individuals within our teams, our institutions, where we're going to go individually and with our teams in terms of really trying to do a better job of making sure that data in the end leads to results for children. And thank you, Hans Rosling, for that conceptual framework and saying that it's not just data to the world, but it's data to shifting concepts, and those concepts that can lead to results for children. Here at UNICEF, we are at the very beginning. Today was the very first event of what will be probably a 6 to 9 month process of coming up with a new data for children strategy for UNICEF. We're halfway through, a bit more than halfway through our current strategic plan. We will, over the next year, be developing our first strategic plan for the SDG era. And some of you will be staying and joining us here Monday morning in this room, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. It'll be a smaller group, and we'll start workshopping, and that's the inception workshop of trying to figure out what does this mean for UNICEF? How can UNICEF contribute alongside so many of you? And we will be reaching out to all of you who've participated in this, continuing to get your ideas to shape our priorities so that we can all work together as effectively as possible to make this dream come true. I want to just finish to paraphrase the last sentence of our executive director this morning. What gets measured matters. We've all heard that before. But then he said, so our discussion of how best to measure matters very much. It really does. And so thank you for joining us in this conversation. I look forward to collaborating with you all as we develop our strategy.